might be time for change. Maybe it's a sign to run away and we'll never have to stay. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. Hey, I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. We could make a break for greener grass. I know that the weight is on your back. But it's just what we're waiting for at last. And I like it just like that. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. I just wanna lift you up. I don't wanna take too much time. I just wanna lift you up. I just wanna make you mine. I don't wanna lift you. I just wanna lift you up. I just wanna lift you up. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a ball till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Had my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light, and now it's mine.
Walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, 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 go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. I wanna
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next?
You've been down far away. I think that it might be time for change. Maybe it's a sign to run away, and we'll never have to stay. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. Hey! I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. We could make a break for greener grass. I know that the weight is on your back. But it's just what we're waiting for at last. And I like it just like that. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. I just wanna lift you up. I don't wanna take too much time. I just wanna lift you up. I just wanna make you mine. I don't wanna lift you. I just wanna lift you up. I just...
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome to the final lap of the WCS MYSG group stage. It is week number 5, a couple more series to go, and we will find out who will be our top 6 teams into the playoffs. I am Husky, and of course, on this lovely Friday, I'm joined by the one and only Omo. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, I just want to say how lucky you are and how lucky the broadcast is to have me on a Friday, which is normally my day to get off the grid. But I'm excited because we're here for, like you said, the last lap of group stages. We're going to see which teams make it to playoffs. I mean, we already have kind of an idea, right? But I guess we will see which order they make it into playoffs in.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate. I'm glad you brought that up. I think, this week I have been really unlucky with my games. I've been losing a lot in all of the games I play. So, having you with me to kick off the day is something that I appreciate a lot. But, we come in with a slightly new patch 3.1. That's something to look forward to. And if you guys are out of the loop and you want to stay in the conversation, do remember that all of your creations, your memes, your videos, your posts can be a part of our show. We have a weekly show every Thursday called Cherry Penta, so do remember to check that out. Submit everything, your posts, your comments with the hashtag WCSMYSG, and you'll you will stand a chance to be featured live. And also follow us on our social, on Facebook, Wild Rift Esports MYSG, because that's where all of our memes will be. I actually started doing something lately. So I'm trying out this draw one champion per day challenge. I've drawn 3 so far. I've drawn Vi, I've drawn Lee Sin, I've drawn Vayne. They don't look too good.
You gotta put them on the
I try my
broadcast.
best.
We should put them on the broadcast. Instead of doing the trivia, we should put the champion on there and then like let the audience guess or something. Or like let the audience vote for how much they like it. You know, like I don't like it, I'm neutral, I love it. You know, something like that.
All right. I will submit it to the production like for playoffs, right?
Yeah. It'll be fun.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Always full of good ideas.
Full of good ideas, as always. I mean, we have a couple of good series to look forward to today. And in fact, I think we have one of our favorite series. You know, the first one, RTP against TODAK. I think at this point, we are very familiar with these guys. There's nothing much to be said. But it'll be a good appetizer, you know, to kick off the last week of group stage. Because, you know, what better way to ease ourselves into the more gruesome series later on?
Yeah, and the more gruesome series tomorrow as well, I believe. Is it later on or is it tomorrow? The main event matchup. Is that today? LFO against Sam9. I know the rematch is happening.
That's today.
Today?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So we're gonna... I think that was actually one of the memes that I saw in the Facebook group, right? Did you guys take a look at that one? It's the meme of the good taste and the bad taste. And then the bad taste guy was like saying, match of the week, LFO Sam9. And then the good taste guy was saying, actual match of the week, TODAK RTP. We get the rematch. Let's go.
Yes, we do. Well, who posted it? I feel like...
I think it might have been Alex.
It's SSK, right? Like,
yeah.
Like Alex. Yeah. He posted that.
That
was
guy,
cool.
man.
He posted it on Facebook and on Twitter. They know their memes. They know their
They
memes.
do.
But
they definitely do.
Well, we might know our memes, but you guys out there might not be entirely sure of how the format works. So check out the video. We can explain the format to you guys.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
And that's how the format works. This is just a small step of a very long journey. You know, I've been teasing Brandon about it. I said it sounds good, it makes me feel good, and I think he got tired of it. But I'm gonna say it one more time since it's not here. Yeah, he just sound good in the format video, you know.
I mean, since he's tired of the compliments, let me do you one better. I'm so sick of that guy's voice, man. Get him out of here. He's on everything. Ugh. I'm so glad that the Coca-Cola sponsorship video that came out didn't have his voice, because his voice was in everything. So there has to be a point where they had to cut it out.
Yeah, we have so many good things happening, right? Coca-Cola being a part of this. We have a new patch, 2 new champions, 2 new items, and yada yada yada. But let's take a look at the standings as of now. Early on, you did point it out that playoff teams are pretty much secured, but we still have to look at how dominant they are, right? Semla and LFO, they are now in the lead, but one of them will fall into second place shortly later on. Watermelon and Upcar Esports tie in third place, with Phantom 6 in fifth, PathSeeker in 6th place, TODAK in 7th, and Reach the Peak in 8th place. But there's a possibility that, you know, Reach the Peak, if they don't win any series, they might walk away 0-14, so that's something that we need to look out for as well.
Yeah, and considering the fact that TODAK's only match win was against Reach the Peak as well, the matchup that these two will have later on today, our first match of the day, could have huge implications for the standings. I say that, right? But huge implications is really only between 2-11 or 0-12, 0-13, 0-14. It's a little bit depressing. But I want to focus back on the 7-9 LFO matchup because I think it's very interesting as well that you brought up the fact that, these two teams, right? Whoever wins here today, they should go on as the first seed. But with that in mind, though, the last time, 7-9, they beat LFO in the first round robin. We thought they wouldn't drop a game to anyone except LFO, and they would likely coast their way through till the second round robin undefeated. But that's where we were wrong. Upcar Esports, they came in, they 2-0'd 7-9. So even if, let's say hypothetically, even if 7-9 win here today, even if LFO win here today, maybe the matchup that they have tomorrow, they're gonna lose and we get a tied first second again, and then we have tiebreakers. Who wouldn't want to see that?
No, I definitely want to see one extra day of broadcast, one extra day of games, but these will be the matchup for today. Reach the Peak against TODAK to kick it off, and then afterwards we have Phantom 6 against PathSeeker. 7-9 takes on LFO in the rematch for first place, and we end it with Upcar Esports taking on Team Watermelon. I think you make a really good point, right, regarding 7-9 and LFO. But then if we look at the matchup tomorrow, 7-9 is playing TODAK, LFO is playing Watermelon.
Well,
so that's a bit of a imbalance.
Yeah. So the 7-9 matchup, I would say they have won for sure, right? Because they look just leaps and bounds above TODAK. However, if you look at how Watermelon play and you look at how LFO play, the last time these two teams faced off, it was a 2-1 series. Watermelon took one game. It looked relatively competitive. And we do say that both of these teams are teams that thrive in the chaos, embrace the chaos, and they play a very Clown Fiesta style. With that in mind, if Watermelon show up on day, if LFO have a bit of a sloppy day, we might see an upset there. Who knows?
Yeah, we certainly will. But I think 7-9 so far has been toppling all of their rematches. Yeah. They beat Upcar 2-0.
They were angry
for Watermelon. They were really angry, right? Yeah. They gave Upcar Vayne first game. They crushed that one. They took Vayne for game 2. And then to crush Upcar with it, it finally brings the whole 2-week banter to a close, at least for now. They won't meet each other until playoffs again. But for Team Watermelon, they did suffer a loss against PathSeeker last week. I think that was a bit of a surprise.
It definitely was, because PathSeeker, I think this team, it's so hard for me to put my finger on where they should be and how well they're doing, because they just seem like such a streaky team. They have some really bad weeks, they have some really good weeks, and then they go back to some really bad weeks. It's really hard to pinpoint at any time where in the rankings they should be and the form that they're going to show up in on that day. With that in mind, though, they clearly showed up on that day, and of course Watermelon, they're a team that play a little bit more freely as well. So I'm not too surprised that PathSeeker managed to take them down a pack on a good day.
Absolutely, but we're gonna hold these two teams for later. Yeah. We gotta focus on the appetizers first. Let's take a look at the lineup from TODAK. Call these guys swordfishes, call them wild. They are everything. And today we get to see Crown, Newgate, Skylo, and Kuya plus Shanks in the entire roster. So they bring Kuya back for this rematch against Reach the Peak. I believe first time when they played together it was Wild Rabbit. So we get to see a different side of TODAK.
Yeah, but then again, we have seen in the past, it might have said Kuya, it might have said someone else, but then a different player plays on the actual match, so we have to wait till champs are like, I do not want to get bamboozled again and talk about this for 10 minutes just to be tricked. With that in mind though, I am happy that we are seeing Shanks, and I want to focus on the main point that I always talk about, the key to victories. The keys to victory for TODAK, it lies in the draft, in my opinion. If you just draft something simple, if you draft something easy to execute, I think this is a team which can deliver on that.
Yeah, we saw the big difference from TODAK, right? If you give them something that is hard to execute, they completely just flop the game. But if you give them something that they're comfortable with, they suddenly show up huge. They came close to beating 7-9. They came close to winning, a lot of their games. And those were on picks that they can't work with. But sometimes they just fall back to a more turling playstyle, right? They go for the Nunu, they go for something fancy like an Alistar Yasuo, and it demands a lot from these players. And surely they can pull it off. But in a macro sense, that's something that they lack in. But it's also the opponents that they need to worry about, and it's none other than Reach the Peak. think last week we talked about the best iteration of Reach the Peaks lineup, and this is it. Guard, Shelby, Tenmo, Yue, Guilty. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing to keep in mind as well is I've said this in the past and I've been proven wrong, but I feel like in the last week or so, last week, 2 weeks, we have seen Reach the Peak make some improvements. Is it good enough to win here today? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't dare to speculate after the amount of times I've been burned by this team and having hopium in this team. But I just want to make it clear that I think that this matchup today, it's very winnable for Reach the Peak, and for their sake, I hope they don't end the season 0-14. I hope they at least pick up a win. Give us one interview here.
Yeah, there's so many burning questions that we want to direct to Reach the Peak, but the only way for us to connect with these guys is if they actually win a series. And I would say their opponents today is probably the one that they had the highest chance of winning, right? Is TODAK. We're looking at the bottom two teams, not to take anything away from these guys, but that's the circumstances right now. And I think Reach the Peak, like you said, have made substantial improvements. It's more of whether it's good enough to beat TODAK.
Yeah, and I mean, these two teams, like, they're clearly bottom of the pack. There is a gap between these two teams and the next team, which is PathSeeker, 5 and something. They have 5 wins. That's what matters. One of those wins against Watermelon as well. I don't say it to disparage these teams. I don't say it to put it down, but it's very clear that there is a power level gap there. With that in mind, though, I do think that both of these teams are more evenly matched than some might think. I think it's a very winnable matchup for either one of these teams, and that's what should make it an exciting matchup today.
Yeah, we talked about how this series is going to ease us into the rest of the day, but we think back last time when these guys first met. TODAK beat Reach the Peak 2-0 in a very stylish fashion, right? It felt like Reach the Peak stood no chance, but to be fair, Reach the Peak wasn't using this version of their lineup, right? I think it was something it was something different. Like, I can't even remember which version that they used, but I think the software isn't updated. So now we're looking at probably like Windows 11 for Reach the Peak. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and that was one of the iterations, I think, of Reach the Peak that was just completely collapsing as well. It looked like they were completely lost, had no idea what to do. To some extent, that's still true, but I feel like they're getting better about it in the last couple of weeks. They doubled down on the CLB carry jungle identity. They've been picking up enchanters. They've been picking up tank tops, things like Darius. I feel like both of these teams might have a bit of a similar approach here today in that they want to play for their junglers. With that in mind, though, it comes down to execution and who's going to deliver better on that, as well as draft. That's a big thing as well.
Yeah, TODAK has the tendency to go for something a bit more unorthodox, right, compared to what we've seen from Reach the Peak. They tend to stay within their own boundaries. But two guys I want to look at today, I want to look at Guard in the Baron lane, I want to look at Tenmo in the mid lane, because these guys, mechanically gifted, but when it comes up to the macro, that's where they struggle a bit. Let's take a look at the predictions. And I talked about going rogue in our own group chat, but I think someone else took it a step further, and that's the the only guy that inherited your hopium. He now votes for Reach the Peak. Do you have any hope in that? Do you think that the successor is going to make your wish come true?
I'm gonna be very real with you here, Husky. I don't think they have a chance to take the series win today. They might have a chance to take a game. They might have a chance to make it look competitive. But at the end of the day, I think that Reach the Peak is a team which always falters at the finish line. To some extent, that's been true of TODAK as well. But I think that Reach the Peak, it's more exacerbated when you look at them. Like, they make clear, glaring mistakes in trying to close out the games. They get caught when they're behind. Just too many things to go wrong for this team. And I don't think they have a chance here today. With me saying all this, you can tell how uncertain I am as well. Maybe they want to prove me wrong. Maybe they're going to take a dub here today. Who knows? It's anyone's guess, really.
They've hurt you a lot. I understand.
Yes.
You're at that phase right now. I think you went past the 5 stages of grieving.
Yes.
Now you're just at acceptance, right? You're like, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
If they do something different, I'm gonna be happy. But to be fair, making it competitive is what you have been emphasizing for some of these teams. TODAK have done it once, and now we're looking at Reach the Peak to do it against TODAK, which I think is very attainable, right? They can definitely make it happen, but it comes down to the draft and how they execute the game. And for game 1, I feel like Reach the Peak probably will show us something that they have been more comfortable with. Put Shelby on the carry jungler. We saw it at Lee Sin a lot. No, not Lee Sin, Xin Zhao a lot. I think that's something that they would go for, and you might want to consider banning out the Lee Sin, because that's what Newgate has been showing up huge with.
Yeah, I would love to see a more aggressive jungle matchup in the form of something like Lee Xin, but I feel like there's just so many bans for a team like We Should Pick. Well, I say that, but there's really only a couple of key bans. I think the brand was huge for them, hugely instrumental in a lot of their wins. You might want to be banning away that Enchanter Lulu because that just enables CLB so well. And with that said, of course, you have to ban away his Jax. That's one of his 1v9 champions. And with these picks banned away, I feel like the options might get a little limited there. Xin might slip through the draft. We might see that matchup, but I just feel like you can't be giving these champions to the side of RTP because it's what they've been most successful on.
Yeah, and I think RTP has a slightly higher capacity early on to just play those carry champions and run it in your face, right? We've seen Tenmo do it with the Irelia and the Jace. It is always a must ban when you go up against RTP. Even though the teams know that they will win the series, you still give respect to Tenmo and his individual prowess. That's something that I'm looking forward to in the mid lane. On the other side, Guard, he can just play the brick wall, right? Give him a Darius, give him a Renekton. He's just going to be in the fight and he will just soak up the damage as well as kind of like win the lane for you. At least RTP has something to fall back to. Whereas for TODAK, again, Shanks and Newgate, I think these two, they will always be in the spotlight.
Yeah, and I want to come back to the point about God as well, right? You talked about the brick wall. It's been very clear that he knows what his identity on the team is, and his team and himself accept that in the draft. They are willing to pick him champions like Darius set early on and not be too afraid of getting counterpicked, be confident that he can hold down the fort there. To some extent, I wish that that's something that TODAK would accept and would have accepted a couple weeks ago as well. They're too insistent on picking champions, which I feel are too difficult to execute. A glaring example of that is the Jace, is something like the Lucian top. I feel like these are not picks which you should be going for and focusing on. If you put your top laner on tank, on a brick wall champion as well, I feel like he has a very good performance. I feel like Crown can deliver on these champions, and I wish that this would be the nature of the top lane matchup that we see today.
Are we looking at a scenario of jack of all trades but master of none from the side of TODAK, right? Because we've seen so many different versions of champion. We see carry type champions, we see tanks, we see bruisers, and clearly there is one that works out better, which is the tank. But TODAK, like you said, right, they are very hesitant. They are really unsure of what they want to go for. Sometimes it really fluctuates, right? It feels like they celebrate the 4 seasons at once. If it's winter, then they go for the Lucian. If it's spring, then they go for a Darius.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word master. I would hesitate to use the word master, but I feel like they have like you said, a clear identity that they are good at. They're just unwilling to do it, want to try too many things. I can't really pinpoint the problem, of course, without knowing the inner workings of the team, but it's clear that they have a comp which looks the best for them. They just refuse to draft it. They shy away from it too often.
Yeah, and I think that has been proven numerous times. Just want to see if we will get that identity out of TODAK, right? Give us what we saw last time when they played against Sam9. Sure, they lost the game, but that was TODAK at their best. And if they don't identify that as their best, then we might have an identity crisis on TODAK's side, because we talked to TODAK once, and that was the only time we got to talk to them after they reached the peak. And Rarabis say that they have been working really hard behind the scenes. There are some players who are a bit more inexperienced. That's what Wild Rabbit and Shanks are trying to kind of work on and kind of give them, I say so experienced in them, but so far it hasn't really been paying off. They tend to fall back into those very hard to execute drafts.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, right? We'll maybe have an interview with the players and maybe we'll ask them the question here today if they win. With that in mind, I think we're giving the players a little bit more time to get ready. That's why we haven't quite gone into the game just yet. But once we do head into the draft, it's going to be very quick. I want to talk a little bit away from this matchup. I want to move away for a while. I want to talk about the matches that we have later on today, because there's more than enough time for us to talk about this matchup later on. I think the next matchup is going to be interesting. Phantom 6 and PathSeeker, that's a big one.
Yeah, I think after what PathSeeker did to Watermelon, and we see some chinks in the armor of Phantom 6, this matchup felt a bit closer than it should be, 2 weeks ago. So perhaps PathSeeker might stand a better chance by looking at a 50-50, but right now, RTP and TODAK are ready for the draft. At least we got a bit of nugget of a foresight into the next matchup, but we're back to this. TODAK and RTP, instant Lee Sin ban from TODAK. Okay, I am pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is also one of the champions which TODAK should themselves be prioritizing more. I feel like Newgate and Shanks operate so well in tandem when they have aggressive champions like that Lee Sin, but they want to ban away from CLB and I can't really fault them as well. With that said though, I feel like the Lee Sin is far from the top of the list of champions that you ban against CLB. Sure, he's good with it, but you would want to be banning away his hyper carries. Surely that's a higher priority for you.
and Fiora is one of the choices. Don't think we've seen RTP play too much of the Fiora, but it can always fall into either Shelby or Guard, so understandable from Toda. We see the Rakan ban from RTP, they give a lot of respect to Shanks, and I think the Gragas ban is lesser to Shanks and more towards Crown because he has played the Gragas Baron lane before, and Jax comes out just like you predicted.
The Jax is basically a must ban at this point. I don't think we've seen too much of the Fiora, but I'm sure CLB has put it out a game or two. RTP, I do like these bans a lot more. You ban away the first pick Yumi, you ban away Shanks' Rakan, one of his most effective champions, and the Gragas is just a good overall general ban. Of course, we are playing on a new patch, but I want to remind everybody that the Shen and the Karma unfortunately will not be enabled for this matchup, so we will just see TODAK go for a first pick Olaf here.
Yeah, good enough. Almost does the same thing, can run into fights, completely ignore any sort of crowd control, and aggressive enough for Newgate and Skylar to work together. But RTP, they get the dynamic duo, they get the Camille, they get the Galio. That's the huge team fight wombo combo secured for the team.
Yeah, ease of execution, right? We always say for these teams, play something easy to play something easy to execute, but is effective. Camille Galio definitely up that alley.
Yeah, like we don't need too many cogs to turn a machine, right? If I can move a bike with just one button, why not I do that? Why do I have to try to pedal it with all of my energy? I think Toda are kind of going for a composition so far that looks very straightforward. You give Shanks his thresh, he can go for those very early proto belt engages. You give Crown the set, he can just press the showstopper at start of 5 and Newgate runs in. So I think for both teams, they are heading down the same direction. Toda being really comfortable with what they have right now.
Yeah, I do like this trash pickup from the side of TODAK as well, and I do like the set pickup. So it's more or less clear that the set's gonna go to Crown, the trash is gonna go to Shanks, and I think that these are all champions that they are good on, they are effective on. I think the set as well is very effective against the Camille Galio comp. There's a lot of things you can do. If they try to attack you in the laning phase, you have good tools in your kit to resist just getting one-shotted by that combo. And of course, when you go into the mid game as well, when they try to Camille Galio out someone, you can just lift the Camille out of the fight, lift the Galio out of the fight, and do so much disruption in these situations. This Rengar pickup here from CLB, that's interesting. It signals that they are going for a full dive comp. They have one mode, and that is go, go, go.
Yeah, you go for the fight, and there's no backing down, right? It's all or nothing from the side of RTP, and they have some layers of protection thanks to the Galio. We now see the Akali and the Darius ban out from the side of RTP. Enchanter supports coming out from TODAK. Lulu is the first one to go. Well, RTP, they can see the full draft of TODAK, right? They have the last pick. That's something that RTP can take advantage of. We haven't seen the Dragon laner or potentially the mid laner for RTP if Guilty gets his hands on the Galio. So there is some leeway to work with, and RTP decides to lock in that Ezreal.
This Ezreal pickup I'm a little bit curious about, but it does one thing, and it does that one thing very well, which is be self-sufficient. The team is gonna dive in, you just do your own thing. But with that in mind, why don't you just pick a Ziggs? Why don't you just pick a Varus? These champions are all better. I don't think we've seen Ezreal win a game. Oh wait, you know what? We did see a game. LFO picked Ezreal and then they role swapped. But that doesn't really count, right? Because they're just having a little bit of fun, having a goof and a gaff. This Ezreal pickup, I don't know. Like, I've been very vocal about how broken Ziggs is. Look at your team comp right now. Ziggs would be double broken here. But you refuse to pick it. You want an Ezreal. You do you, man.
Yeah, and they see both the Lucian and the Orianna, and that means it's Zed time. Send the Galio to the support role, give Tenmo something that he can work with, and I think Zed fits his personality a bit more compared to a frontline like Galio, who did receive some love, in the recent patch to give him from 60% to 100% AP scaling on that hero's entrance. Great job. Now he's just gonna one punch like 5 men in a team fight. That's just awesome. Love it.
But with that in mind, Zed got a bit of a tap as well in the patch, right? I think his damage got taken down a notch when using multiple shadows with his E. Sure, he gets a bigger slow, but who really cares about a bigger slow, right? The best CC is death, and Zed will have a harder time dishing out death to his opponents with that damage nerf. I'm actually more curious about like how it affects Zed and like Zed players practically in game. I feel like this champion is so broken that a lot of the times you do just overkill people. So maybe with his damage taken down a notch, he will still be able to one shot. Let's take a look, right? I would love to see it in action and experience it firsthand.
Yeah, me too. I think we get to see like what these little number changes got to do with the champions and in the overall gameplay. But you pointed out Ziggs just now, and I agree with that because I've decided to switch away from jungle and dragon lane. I want to go mid, I want to be self-sufficient, and I want to be able to do my job, right? Short lane, turret right in front of me, I want to be able to shove the lane out. So Ziggs and Morgana has been my go-to, and they never fail me. They always shove the lane out, always get control, always get early recall. So be like me.
You see, guys, you see, viewers at home, this is how you win games. This is how you be useful. Play for your team. Don't be selfish. Everyone wants to be a Zed. Everyone wants to be a Yasuo. Sometimes you just need to ask yourself, do you want to just win instead?
Yeah. Do you want to win the lane or lose the game, or do you want to win the game? I think that's the important question.
Maturity.
Yeah, it happens. I've been getting some really weird games, but no, I don't mind.
Same.
I say I don't mind,
sure.
but you know, like deep inside, I'm like, come on, like just give me one game. Like please give me one game where my support doesn't like take smite or something. You know.
Oh my goodness, I feel you.
Yeah, it's like if I die one more time, I'll FF. I'm like, just don't die. You know, like I feel for you, but please hang on for 5 more minutes. We just need this Rift Herald. We can do something. This is the final iteration. We get again guilty on the Galio. I think that's something that he has shown before. So yeah, I feel confident. Like, how does this Dragon Lane matchup look like for you?
Well, to me in my mind, I feel like TODAK should just like turbo stomp this matchup. I feel like Ezreal is just a disastrously bad champion, and I feel like Lucian Trash should just completely dunk on both Ezreal and Galio. I do believe the flay range is just marginally shorter than Ezreal's auto attack range, so if Ezreal ever tries to AA you, you can just walk up one step, flay him, and he's forced to arcane shift, and then that's when you throw your hook. Or you're more than welcome to just flay the Galio as well, and Lucian will output 10 times more damage than Ezreal. So this lane matchup, I think it's going to be difficult. I think that TODAK should determine the pace of this bottom lane matchup, and with that, they should be able to run the game. Let's see if that actually happens though.
Yep, absolutely. And with that all said and done, let us get ready for the showdown between TODAK and Reach the Peak. So this is the match of the week according to SSK. But to be fair, it could be both, right? You know, like you can't have both things. And sometimes you don't have to just constrict yourself to one. But we will see how this pans out. I mean, very normal start from both teams. I'm not expecting anything flashy, especially not from TODAK. I feel like RTP has the tendency to go a bit more crazy early on, but this time they have a bit of constraint. You know, we see Skylo breaking that Scryer's Bloom is going to see LB, but other than that, it's nothing much to be said early on.
I want to look out for, like you said, the jungle matchup. I think is going to be a big one. I feel like Rengar should be Olaf should be dunking on Rengar early on. But if Rengar gets some leads, he can be a monster in the context of this team comp. I love that during draft as well. You brought up the point of Orianna, brought up the point of Lucian. These guys, relatively squishy. Especially Orianna is very easy to kill. It can be very possible for Zed, Camille, Rengar, come in, one-shot Skylo. So that's something we need to be looking out for. If the assassins get a lead, it could be disastrous for TODAK here.
Yeah, and we've seen the impact of Assassin, right? Even before this patch, when PathSeeker played against Watermelon, the double Assassin lineup won them the series. Good hook from Shanks, and Yuevia does take some punishment from Kuya. That's what you want to see, but Shanks himself also took a couple of Mystic shots to the face, so can't really commit on the side of TODAK. They bring Olaf to the mid lane just to shove Tenmo out a bit, but unfortunately for the Zed, he probably doesn't care too much early on. I mean, Skylo went for the Mana Crystal, the Sapphire Crystal, so there's not as much AP damage as you would have liked.
Yeah, a lot of focus into the scaling here, which I think is fine in the context of this matchup. But then again, you should be winning this matchup early. Some solo queue players might not believe me when I say this, but Orianna should be bullying Zed early. That's exactly what Skylo has done. Maybe if he had like an M-Tome, he could have forced Tenmo out of the lane by now.
Yeah, the M-Tome could make a lot of difference, right? Tenmo being a bit cheeky with that shadow swap, but ends up taking a bit more punishment than he should have, but it does allow him to hit level 5. He will go for the early reset, get the Serrated Dirt, that will allow him to lane a bit better, and he has the Death Mark available. RTP is a team when you look at Tenmo and you give him these kind of aggressive champions, he can rotate around the map and get those individual pick-offs. Thankfully for TODAK, their champions are not that easy to kill early on, especially when you only have, like, you don't even have a full item. In fact, he decided to build towards the Black Cleaver instead.
You factor in the fact as well that Skylo has that exhaust. That's going to be great for him. It's going to be very helpful. Now the timing is starting. Look at the minimap. Look at where the supports are going. Protobelt already picked up for Shanks. Protobelt Flay going to be coming in. I want to look out for the movements he makes on the map. He has big potential to pop off here.
Flash showstopper. Guard should know this. Shanks walk under a wall.
Here we
Guard
go, here
still
we
has
go.
the flash. Now he's going to do it. Ragnarok pop. Protobelt comes in. Ultimatum is good. Guard picks up first blood. He still goes down to the ignite, but RTP played that so well. Now Guilty comes in with his flash taunt on the 2. Tenmo shows up to the party as well, as he does have the shadow forward with the death mark onto Crown. Gets hooked back by Shanks. True Shot Barrage connects. Haymaker protecting Crown just for a while, but LB will cut him down, and RTP finds 2.
Good play there, coming in to save the day. They had a feeling, they smelt their guard was gonna get dived. Feel like he could have been a bit earlier with the Hextech Ultimatum there to dodge out on some damage, but it's fine. At the end of the day, they get the kill. Skylo gets caught. Oh, okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have kept talking then.
Get caught and killed. So yeah, you did right. He did get caught and he got finished off. But calling onto Yue though, Kuya might get some return. Good solo kill down bot. But that is good news for LB. Dust Blade activated 2-0 4 minutes in as the objective spawns. His Bola connected and they follow up with the hook shot. Just perfectly done from RTP. And they know that this repair is being taken. And RTP are showing up to the party again. And TODAK getting forced away.
Yeah, this is not really the best time to start off the objective. Your team's not in position yet, but if you look at the map state, if you look at the mini-map, everybody's coming to town. Everyone wants to take part in this Rift Herald fight. You have 2 team comps that have the potential to go very aggressive. Now let's see how it works out.
Oh shit, LB just leaping over the wall like that. You know that this guy is feeling really good about the game so far, but I mean, TODAK, they have that mid lane priority, and RTP are being kind of confined to this Rift Herald space. So TODAK have those team fight spells, but Guilty is being that barricade. And they are poking Shanks away.
Oh, look at Crown.
Crown comes in from the side. Here we go, Showstopper. A ton is out. Guilty can't just floor them. And RTP are going for the turn. Ultimatum onto 1. Olaf is dropping low. They want the Herald, but RTP would not give it. Kuya also caught out. An execution at the Rift Herald pit. RTP with 4 kills at the Rift Herald.
This was very much one of those situations where RTP says, you think you're flanking me? No, I'm flanking you. Tenmo comes around the back, shreds through the team members of TODAK. Very good team fight. You get the Rift Herald, you get the mid lane turret. That's extremely effective. More so because you're against this control mage Orianna as well, who can wave clear for days. Let's look at this team fight again. Decent start here, but the problem is you don't get Jaeger, and you deliver the Galio right into your team. Basically a 5-man taunt. This enables Tenmo to come in, use all his shadows, get the AoE damage down. Zed does so much AoE damage if he's set up for it, and that's just a massive win for RTP. Well, I say massive win. I'm quite surprised they only have a 2k gold advantage.
Yeah, that's probably something that, you know, in the grand scheme of things, does make you question a bit, right? TODAK, they still are doing some stuff right. You know, we did see Kuya was able to kind of outlane Yue with this, getting a solo kill, so he still has a minor lead. The Divine Thunderer coming out from the guard, that's one of the new items alongside the Hullbreaker. And Tenmo is feeling very cheeky, gets brought down with the RK. Oh, he's low, but there is a death mark. Unfortunately, Newgate will just cut him down. It is a trade kill nonetheless.
Well, look at this double Divine Thunderer from both of these guys here. I love the Thunderer on Camille. I love the Thunderer against the Olaf, against the set. I think it's going to be very effective. Kuya gets caught though.
Here we go. An ultimatum. Kuya has nowhere else to escape. The Galio comes in, Guilty with the hero's entrance, but he's tanking turret shots. Gets ignited. Tries to go for the damage reduction. It actually survives. Okay, Guilty gets out with that.
Yeah, okay, Guilty gets out alive with 1 HP remaining. That's just the combo that we talked about, right? There's nowhere for Lucian to run. You might be mobile, but how mobile are you against the Hextech Ultimatum? There's nowhere to go.
TODAK wants to punish Yue, vacuum him back with the shockwave, but he does have the flash. True Shot Barrage not online just yet, so can't really clear out the wave, and that is why RTP have extra bodies. And here comes Guard once more, this time onto Shanks.
Nicely.
A couple of shield, good flay to cancel the Justice Punch, but still TODAK, they don't really get anything out of this.
Yeah, I want to look at the game state right now, right? A lot of action has been happening the last couple of minutes. Both teams have been trading back and forth, but RTP, they've been growing their gold lead. The last time we checked in, it was a 2k gold lead. Now they've doubled that 4k gold lead. Divine Sundra just getting picked up by everybody. I do like it on Ezreal. I think it's a very good Ezreal. Maybe that's part of the reason why they picked him. Maybe that's a huge buff to him. We'll have to look at more games, a larger sample size before I make this call. But I do feel like Divine Sundra for RTP, it's much more effective for them than the Divine Sundra pickups for TODAK. Who are you really sundering here? Which tanks are you needing the percentage health proc for? I don't really think it's super effective. They're doubling down. They have the Leandries coming up as well for Skylo. I think they're just too obsessed with this. There's not really any true tank on RTP. They're just buy AP.
Yeah, the only guy that is truly tanky is probably Guilty, right? Like if you disrespect the brick wall, he is going to really do some pain. Well, they do catch LB though, wandering in the jungle, and they might lose Kuya in the meantime, so it is a decent trade for both teams. But while that was happening, Guard will take the bot tier 1.
God gets a little bit of gold for himself. I mean, this team composition that we're looking at for RTP, I think does scale better because they just side lane way better than what TODAK can do. TODAK might have a decent 5v5 comp, but you have to consider the members that get outscaled. Lucian gets outscaled, Olaf gets outscaled, Orianna, Sett are really your only scalers. Everything else on RTP just scales better. And even then, they have ways to deal with your Orianna, they have ways to deal with your Sett. So I think RTP's team comp, it looks better to me. They have the gold lead 4.5 or so, and now they're ready to side lane. Temo running down bottom, and I feel like this is the start of the end here for TODAK because I don't feel like they have an answer to this.
And when you have double assassins on RTP's side, getting such a good start, both CLB and Tenmo are 3 and 1, both having 2 items already, and you can see Tenmo having that Zarya, so you can't really like one-up him. RTP, when they want to contest this and guard, he's gonna go straight in, gets pulled back by the face breaker, but the engage will commence. Heroes enters, only landing onto 1, but there's the Ragnarok from Newgate. He's gonna try and run RTP down, but Crown completely isolated, will be forced to flash away. Javier just follows up with his own flash, and he will get himself a kill. RTP with 3, and they actually lost none.
And they even played at a man disadvantage this entire time. Tenmo didn't leave the bottom lane. He's having the time of his life split pushing. Oh my goodness, look at the Olaf items. Divine Sundra into Black Cleaver. He's saying one thing right now. Come one-shot me. Just one-shot me, bro.
Yeah, it's like an overcompensation, right? Like normally we want to look at like Black Cleaver, Sterak's Gauge into tank items, but this one is a bit too much. Like, sure, you have the damage, but how are you going to deal with it if you just die in 2 spell rotations? I feel like right now, we're looking at TODAK, they are so fearful of the tanks on the side of RTP, which realistically is only Guilty, that they are going full on damage, but they don't have survivability themselves. Even Crown could stand the punishment.
Yeah, and I think something you got to consider as well is when Olaf pops Ragnarok, he runs in, he loses a lot of resistances. He's just going to get one shot with these items. Look at this. He's so squishy.
And they go, guard. Starts
oh wait, what?
And oh, a showstopper Crown! A dirty smackdown! He brings Guilty back into the rest of his team and they all disintegrate. Exhaust onto JLB. He wants execution onto Skylo and he will leap from brush to brush he go. But can he get away though? JLB will be able to make the escape, but TODAK turned that around.
I'm really surprised how TODAK managed to turn that around. I think Crown, a lot of it was him going in, getting the AoE down with the showstopper and the rest of his combo, the haymaker, the pull in on the E, I don't know what it's called, face breaker? Yeah, I think it's face breaker, right? And of course the problem there as well, RTP, they aimed for the wrong targets. Why are you going for Olaf? Yes, he is squishy, but he's not the one you want to be hitting. He's not the one you want to be going for. CLB as well as Tenmo, they identify that we want Kuya, but Jonya's Hourglass there just keeps him safe. I want to look at how much damage CLB has as well. He's exhausted right now, and he just chunks Skylo out.
Yeah, and he gets away, right? That's kind of like the silver lining of that fight. I mean, we just said that, yeah, Guilty is the only brick wall, TODAK are thinking too much, and they immediately use Guilty against the rest of his team. And that's one way to turn the tanks on its own head. I mean, TODAK at least finding some signs of life, but the goal disadvantage is still pretty jarring if we look at the numbers right now. RTP having a 6k goal lead.
6k gold lead for RTP. Every time we look at it, they add another 2k to their gold lead, and it looks like this might be the start of a game 1 win here, of starting the series out on a good note for RTP. Last time they played, it was a little bit close, but TODAK still managed to 2-0 in the end. This time around, it seems like that will not be the case.
Certainly not. And they get an ultimatum into a hero's entrance. Kuya does unleash the culling, and they actually lost guard. Now Guilty finds his isolation. LB jumps in with the ultimate. They want to go for Newgate, but Newgate flashes to safety. Guilty will also get out. They exhaust Shanks. And Yue left all alone to his own devices. There's actually no one going down, well, except for Guard. He did die.
Both of the last 2 team fights that went poorly, or the last 2 skirmishes that went poorly for the side of RTP, have been due to God pulling the trigger at the wrong time on the wrong targets. He went for the dive there, sure, no Zhonya's Hourglass on Kuya, that might have worked out well, but you're diving them without the manpower to follow up to secure the kill, and God gets taken down. He's huge in this commute, frankly. He has 2 items. If he's responsible with his gold lead, him and Tenmo should just be able to end the game on side lanes, especially considering you've got Rengar out, you've got the Trail of the Hunt, you've got the I keep forgetting spell names here. What is the Galio ultimate? Hero's Entrance. You can just bring the Avengers into the side lane and just kill whoever you see there. God needs to calm down.
Yeah, and the one thing RTP have over TODAK is mobility, right? Guilty puts himself in front of Yue. Thankfully that somehow worked out. I mean, TODAK can't get anything in return. But now RTP doing exactly what you wanted them to do. They put guard in the top lane, Tenmo bottom. The mobility that RTP brings to this game is just so much agility from this team compared to what TODAK has. Right? They have to play together as a team fight comp, but you can't play those team fight if your team isn't whole. And right now RTP teasing that Baron a bit. This dance is a bit dangerous. TODAK have vision.
Yeah, it's good dance though, because the whole time this is going on, Tenmo has the ability to just shove in waves, just threaten side lanes. I feel like if RTP buy a TP or 2 right now, they have a lot of potential to end the game in side lanes. Of course, they're not going to be able to identify this, and they're not going to be able to execute on that, but it's fine, right? Because I think given the game state right now, they are happy to just keep dancing this same dance over and over. But it's going to drag out the game. It's going to extend the game. If you look at the map state, it's very clear the way they can finish off this game. Push in the top wave, leave your Ezreal Galio at mid, you bring 2-3 members down bot, you just kill the set, one-shot him, and then you just have free roam with the map. You can do anything you want. But of course RTP, they're just chilling, they're waiting for the dragon spawns. You can't really fault them as well. No need to take any risks when you're this far ahead. You won your first win.
Biggest lead we've seen so far from the side of RTP in any series that they've played. So that's one thing that I think that they are trying to hold on to. I mean, Jerry on this Ezreal, we're seeing those items come online, the Muramana and the Divine Sundra. I think Blade of the Rune King is going to be the item number 3. Shanks just get a hook, but is on an Ezreal. He just arcane shifts away, and we see Guard in the meantime threatening the top tier 2 as TODAK is pulled around throughout the entire map.
TODAK getting pulled around, and that's exactly what RTP should be doing. You have the split pushes, you have the side laners, you have the tools, you just need to use it. Now, what's the point of concern? They don't have TP, but that's fine because this can happen. Wait, what?
Yeah, Guard decides to not take the challenge. So just playing a safe flash haymaker, completely missing. And sure, with Crow not in the picture and RTP holding that mid lane, you see the Ezreal Galio there protecting the wave. Shelby hiding in the brush in the bot side jungle, waiting for Tenmo's kill to potentially go for some sort of kill, and it's on to Kuya. Forces the Zhonya's hero's entrance comes in. Kuya does try to flash away, but ends up going down. True Shot Barrage from downtown. That will proc the GA of Newgate, and RTP have found the fight. Shockwave only on the tree. Newgate turns around. Good facebreaker, but there's no ultimate from the set. They might end up losing ShelB. He tries to flash away, but ends up going down to Skylar, and now Guilty once round number 2 gets hooked back. Facebreaker from Proc brings Guilty back under the turret, and he will finish off this Galio, and suddenly Yue finds himself isolated. They will just take the lantern into this Ezreal face. RTP falling apart, it seems.
Where do I start here, Husky? I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to tell you. Yet again, RTP, they have managed to completely and utterly drop the ball. This is what I meant when we were talking about it in Champ Select, pre-Champ Select, when we were saying that RTP, they will always falter at the finish line. They have always got the tools to lose a game from the jaws of victory. I don't know, man. I mean, they finally get an inhibitor, I guess, but this is taking way, way longer than it should have taken. And TODAK, they will get this Mountain Dragon. They will get a nice little pickup here on guard as well.
goes Golden. The adaptive shield ran out. Face breaker missing.
He will
Guard
die.
wants to look for an escape route, but yeah, runs into the rest of TODAK, so he's still gonna go down. But his life one inhibitor turret, that's not too bad considering. But you know, you have to look at the fact that Guard now needs 45 seconds to come back to life, so TODAK have a bit more space to work with.
This is when you pull the trigger and you force a Baron. You have to force a Baron right now. If you let them keep dragging you around the map, even a team like RTP can eventually find a victory. TODAK, you need to start Baron. You need to force it. 30 seconds, 4 on 5. Do something!
Yeah, and Tenmo is not around for it now. That's something that TODAK needs to be aware of. You see Newgate show up at the Baron pit.
He has no TP! Start the Baron!
They're not doing it! He walks under the Skull Crab and is like, guys, RTP have vision. I don't think we should do this. Not good news for TODAK at all. And now Guard, he's just chilling, waiting for the respawn timer to tick out. He's smiling from ear to ear. RTP have gotten into the head of TODAK. And I just want to echo your statement, right? Like RTP, you say that they have all the tools to lose a game. And sometimes I feel like it really is true. Sometimes it's easier to lose a game than to win a game.
And that's kind of true about both of these teams as well, right? That's why a game that should have been so one-sided is still basically dead even going into 18 minutes. Because both of these teams have what it takes to lose a game from the jaws of victory.
What
look,
would it take
Husky,
for
it's
them
just
to...
Hakuna Matata means no worries. They're just chilling. Everyone is A-ramming.
Well, they are trying something up top.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, Kuya, why are you alone? Why are you alone so far up? It has to be punished. And Newgate gets ignited. Showstopper from Crown. Shank
TODAK
shows
win
up.
this.
The shockwave completely hits the thin air, but they still finish off Guard. This is gonna work out, and now we see Shay LB running away. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, this is very weird. Like, we're seeing this random fight up top. Bot turret does go down. It's something that RTP it took advantage of, right? You said if TODAK gets pulled around, if they keep playing this game, RTP, even a team like RTP can somehow find a win. And they have found both inhibitor turrets on the side lanes.
At least they finally start off the Baron, but the problem is this time they started off with no marksman. Where's your Baron damage gonna come from? It's just infuriating to watch, bro.
You know, it's one of those games where you're watching. Like, look at what he's doing. Like, he's
Yeah,
shoving
your Ezreal split pushing for you. He's doing your job. Nice.
Oh my god. And TODAK now returns. They gotta deal with the sideways. And RTP was like, okay guys, let's reset. They ping in the dragon, right? I think the next Drake, like Elder Inferno Drake. Will be still not close to spawning yet. There's gonna be another objective on the map pretty soon. Yeah, I was experiencing this, I think, alongside Contra for the past few days, where I look at the state of the game when I'm playing. I just tell Contra, I don't know how to feel about this. You know, like, why is this happening? Like why is this even a part of the game? Like, it doesn't make sense. I should be winning.
It's frustrating, right? It's incredibly frustrating to play. It's just as frustrating to watch, especially when you're watching supposed like pro, semi-pro players who are masters, challengers, grandmasters play out this way. It's just no idea how to win the game. And I mean, RTP, they're slowly but surely winning it. But by right, this game should have been over 5-6 minutes ago.
Yeah, it definitely should have, right? We see such a huge lead for like all the members of RTP. They even got a good fight, the one that we saw at the Rift Herald pit. Guilty got an insane taunt, and they threw 2 fights away, and now it's just RTP throwing bodies at TODAK structures. Which did work out, you know, kind of, but now Inferno Drake, the Elder Inferno Drake is spawning, we have the Baron online, TODAK just holding hands, you know, doing this 5-legged race together in their own jungle. RTP, they will start off the Drake though.
They are starting this one off while God is split pushing. He does not have a TP, so this is a 4v5, but God will try to end the game. Crown, though, does have a TP.
Okay, Shank starts off with the hook. Yeah, throws out the ultimate. Flash, we get a taunt onto 2. Golden on the side of Tenmo.
One-man
They
shockwave.
will execute Shank, and the shockwave completely doing almost nothing. That's gonna be RTP winning the fight, and meanwhile the base is in danger. And we see a split screen down there. Guard against Crown, they both walk away, and actually Guard burns to the ignite. Why are you there? I mean, TODAK, hold on, I guess. We get a couple more minutes in this game. Then
Yay! A couple more minutes in this game. Woohoo!
I got distracted for like 5 seconds watching this epic 1v1 on a mini screen, and you decides to be like, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna try. I will try.
I mean,
we're having fun.
I feel like there's no need for RTP to force these objectives. Just play side lanes better. You have a very clear win condition there. Camille has a nice little item, finally picking up that Hellbreaker. Skylo though gets caught. Okay, he's so tanky.
Look at that shield from the command protect. I mean, you shove the side wave in, you see TODAK contest it. If they don't have TP, force an objective. They TP in, just, you know, turn on them or something, right? But RTP, they will try again. Yue's not here though. I mean, RTP, no marksman, you know, can't do, won't do, don't do it. TODAK, check it. And Tenmo, he's just, like, he's being that guy, you know. He shows up, you know, he pokes you a while. He's like, you know, like back in the days on Facebook, when you can poke people,
and
like
he would
Tenmo
trade
feels
pokes?
like that guy. Like, yeah, he just pokes you, you know, and then you don't know like how to respond. Like you poke him back, and he pokes you again. It's a never-ending cycle of just.
It was the original sliding to DMs.
Yes, it's kind of like MSN Messenger, right?
Yeah.
You get this very loud notification.
Well, if we look at the items right now, everyone is basically 5-6 items. Oh no, Guilty gets caught, but he will just be able to walk away. Cool.
Shang misses the play. What can I say, right? Meanwhile, I think we need the split screen again, because I think guard he's pushing Crown back.
I'm gonna cry. They've been doing this exact same song and dance for the last 5 minutes. Camille wins this matchup from 2-3 items. He's 4-5 items and he still can't end it.
But look at this like anime fight. Okay, RTP, they're serious about this dragon. Good defenders. There's a taunt coming out. JLV secures the dragon, and Shanks, he's in danger. He's dead.
That should be game.
Kuya Hero Center comes up from Guilty as Newgate. His GA will be popped. The game has just ended. And what did I say? That's what we want to see from RTP. Game 1 over TODAK.
Yeah, that's exactly what I came here expecting and wanting to see here today, Husky. I love that game. That was some quality Wild Rift gameplay we were watching. Definitely fun. RTP, they finally, at 22 minutes, they identified that what wins the game. You know what wins the game? Kills don't win the game. Dragons don't win the game. The Nexus wins the game. It took them 22 minutes, but they identified it. They put the finger on the trigger. They pulled it. They ended the game. Finally.
Yeah, it's like doing a math equation, right? You can take an hour to figure out, how those alphabets work, but the main point is you figuring out the solution. And I think RTP did that. Like we are so fixated on the big screen, like that mini screen. That's actually the main event. It's been happening right under our noses for so long. But RTP taking, I think not only their first, not only like a win, but it's probably their first game win, if I'm not mistaken.
I think this is their second game win. They won one game before. Yeah. It should be.
Oh yeah, it's
I might be
a
wrong.
second win.
Yeah.
It could be. But either way, it's a good start for RTP. We'll take a short break though. This has been very entertaining, but we will come back to talk more about Game 1.
Here we go now. Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Here we go now. Here we go now.
If you're not having a good day, this is the place for you to feel happier about life in general, because this is WCS MYSG and we just finished game 1, RTP taking the dub over TODAK in a very entertaining slugfest, but nonetheless it's a win for them. Second win in the group stage. I'm Husky alongside Omo, and yeah, we still need to talk about game 1, but there's one word to describe it. I would say very, very entertaining.
Entertaining is certainly one word we could use to describe it. I have a couple of choice words myself, but for the sake of not losing my job, I won't say them on broadcast.
I completely understand, right? We had a slight exchange of our woes, not just about the game, but also particularly me. I feel like I've been complaining a lot on the games I have, but you sympathize with me. It's
yeah, I completely do.
rough.
I empathize with you. We're in the same boat. Everyone's in the same boat. Anyone that plays solo queue, duo queue, trio queue, everyone feels it.
Yeah, it happens. Just how life is. When life throws solo queue at you, you just play it like no one else exists. But we do have something that will need you to pick your brains a bit. It is the live trivia. And this is one of my favorite sessions of every broadcast. I always love it when I get to do this. What is not something that Rammus would say? Is it A, right, B, okay, C, yeah, D, no?
I actually don't know
Honestly,
the
I
answer
don't
to
know.
this one. Well, we're not
I
supposed to
actually
give
don't.
away the answer, right? But I actually don't know.
Me neither. Like,
I know what
but
he...
people who have remotely like touched the game before, whether
Yeah.
PC or Wild Rift, knows that okay is like the iconic line. But
Exactly,
honestly,
yeah.
for the other things, I don't know. I feel like Rammus is a champion that would never say no.
Maybe
yeah,
that's the one. But maybe it's
that's
also
the
a
one.
trick question. Who knows, right? I feel like this is one of the good ones, one of the good trivias, because I'm bamboozled. I'm stumped.
We should do more like voice lines trivia. I think that would be fun.
Yeah.
Like I see
Yeah.
who really knows the game. Let's take a look at the post-match stats from game 1. I do have one more idea before we talk about this.
Oh, yeah.
I recently found out that Riven is from Noxus. I always thought that.
Oh, really?
She originates. Yeah. She originates
I thought she was from
Noxus.
Ionia.
Same with me. That would be a good trick question. I mean, now that we blew it, but yeah, that could have been the one. I actually did not know.
You're right. So did she
Like,
go from Noxus to Ionia?
I think so. Like I play Legends of Runeterra, and like her tag is Noxus, but it never crossed my mind that she's from Noxus. I just thought that no, it's random. Yeah. So fun
Oh,
fact.
that's really cool. I never knew that. Wow. Actually, this is pretty cool. This adds a dimension to a character that I just didn't care about before. I thought she was just one of those boring Ionian characters, right? Like Irelia. I must protect my homeland. But this adds some depth to it.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there are some great stories from like different characters, right? Like if you have watched Arcane, I don't remember the character's name, but one of the politicians that was really close with Jace, her mom is from Noxus, so there's a lot of in-depth lore to this.
Nice.
Well,
Okay,
we
I'm
take a look
learning
at
new
the-
things about the law here today.
Yeah, a lot. It's very interesting. Now we look at the post game. I think this is also pretty interesting. We see Divine Thunder being the item of the game. We see the Hullbreaker from Guard, like how knowing that he has to split push all the way. And I believe that extra resistance actually helped him out against Crown, right? And get those 1v1 in.
Well, I mean, there's not really much to talk about this game. Mostly I'm surprised that, well, I would say I'm surprised, but if you think about it, how long the game went, how much time Ezreal had to scale, it kind of made sense that he did this amount of damage, because poke champions, like we always talked about, have very inflated damage numbers. So good job from Yuria here, making the Ezreal look useful. Of course, it was against TODAK. I want to see the top few teams here try this Ezreal. Show me if it's actually useful.
Yeah, looking at the tier list, I think Ezreal definitely is not at the top. But hey, whatever RTP is comfortable with, I think this definitely puts them in a good light. I say good light, but there were moments where we thought that they are gonna drop the ball and TODAK would just win this, and we are all back to where we started. RTP, what are you guys doing? That's the general reaction. Like, what are you guys doing? What is going on? What is happening? I don't understand. Like, I'm asking more questions than I'm answering.
And I genuinely feel like there were moments where if TODAK seized the opportunity, they played a little bit more aggressively, took some more chances. They had the tools to win the game. They had the moments where they could have won the game. One of those key moments, like we talked about, when Guard was there, they should just flip the Baron, bring 5 members there. You are gonna lose out on the war of attrition. Just pull the trigger. They were afraid to do so, and eventually, even despite RTP botching their split push 3-4 times, they eventually got it right around the Elder Dragon split and ultimately closed out the game there. So TODAK, they had the moments where if they identified it correctly, they could have won the game. Unfortunately, it was not to be.
Yeah, we saw like RTP reach the point where they were just throwing bodies at structures, right? They're like, yeah, I would die, but if I get the structure, that's a win for me. And even then, we didn't see TODAK do too much. So that's really unfortunate. But hey, perhaps game two will be a bit different. I kind of feel like we're going down the same road for TODAK, where they lose game 1 and game 2 they come out with some Yasuo Nunu. I hope that's not the case, because I think that would be a bit disastrous. But knowing TODAK, that can always be considered. Another thing is, Kuya played game 1, didn't work out. We know what's going to happen. Maybe Wild Rabbit's going to step in.
Maybe, perhaps, I don't know if that's going to be enough to save the day here for TODAK. We'll have to watch and we'll have to find out. I don't think a marksman change is what it takes to fix what's going on with TODAK. In fact, I wouldn't even say fix what's going wrong with TODAK. It's pretty much par for the course. Same mistakes they've always made, just RTP punishing it, having a little bit of a better draft as well. I think that was what mattered in the end in the context of this game. Of course, on the side of TODAK, maybe Wild Rabbit coming in gives your bot lane a little bit more aggressiveness. That's something we have seen from Wild Rabbit in the past. He does play well with Shanks to free up the lane a little bit, give Shanks some space to roam. And I do think that this Lucian Trash duo should punish that lane a lot harder.
Yeah, that really feels like it, right? Despite a solo kill early on, it wasn't really converted into anything else, because Reach the Peak were basically just running those double assassins around the map. And no, in game 1, while you were really lamenting on how TODAK didn't start the Baron, actually a thunderstorm ringed echoed in the skies of Malaysia. So that really spells disaster. It's a very cinematic moment. My mic didn't capture it, thank goodness, but I can hear it. I think it's gonna rain pretty soon. It's a very gloomy day here.
Well, same here actually. Skies are looking a little bit dark outside right now. It might start raining, and that would very much line up and match with my emotions after watching that game. It's just downcast and raining.
Yeah, I think we're getting close, right? We have what do you call it? Monochrome outfits. Everything is black and white.
Very
sky
drab.
is dark. We are. But hey, it's supposed to be a cheerful vibe, right? That's how things should be. As long as we're happy, I think that's good enough. Like rain or shine, we stay positive. We push through all those gloominess. But coming into game 2, I honestly don't know what to expect. I feel like this is one of the games I just switch on my brain. I just look at the draft and I'll make up my mind later on.
This is a play-by-play game for sure. You guys have your fun. As the color caster, as the analyst who needs to say something about the game and break it down, I'm just gonna be here singing Hakuna Matata. That's like my day today. I think we're just chilling.
Yeah, rough. I think it's a bit rough for you. I feel like I can feel you going through like the motions of just like painstakingly trying to formulate something. Just those bite-sized.
Just trying to find the crumbs,
Yeah, it's like, I see some breadcrumbs on the ground. Where does it lead me
Pain.
to? Oh, a botched team fight. That's pain.
Pain, Husky.
It's okay. It will be better. It will be better. Like, you can't keep losing, right? You eventually win.
Yes. Even if you're not ready for the day, it cannot always be night. Hopefully.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like even the sun will shine eventually, right? Even if you live in the North Pole, if you experience darkness for like 6 months, the sun will shine eventually. Just gotta pull through. Eventually, that's the key word. So we get the same bands, well, almost the same bands, but TODAK making some
interesting
adjustments.
bands, yeah.
The band
Interesting bands from TODAK. Yeah, the Z I think is a good band. It's one of Tenmo's best champions. He was rather effective on it. The Camille though, I don't think God looked good on it. Maybe they just want to get rid of Hextech Ultimatum because that's such an annoying spell. Let's see.
Yeah, and other than that, so Camille Z, we get Fiora, but on the side of RTP, they themselves banned the Jax. And here we go, Yuumi finally makes it through after so long, and it's going to be on RTP side.
Well, let's look at it indeed. The Yuumi comes through for RTP. I feel like that was a mistake. Okay, Lulu into Yuumi, that's not a bad draft pickup. You have double enchanters. You just see which one really is more effective in the context of your team comp. I like the Grace pickup. Grace did get buffed. I feel like he's pretty decent as a pick overall now. Let's see how TODAK do with it.
Yeah, you really have someone that skills decently, can dish out tons of damage in the front line. And extra, increased jungle clearing speed, always great for a champion like Grace, and then we get the Master Yi. So I think we're looking at some sort of a funnel comp for RTP.
Yeah, definitely a funnel comp going on. Master E. Did the champion get buffed this patch?
Yes.
I think
Alpha
he
strike.
did, right?
You can strike like the same target, but if you like any subsequent attack deals like decreased damage or something.
Oh no. Do you remember the old Fiora?
Oh,
the old Fiora ultimate? It's basically like that now, right? You hit the same target like 4 or 5 times. It's gonna be fun.
Yes.
Especially
Very
when you
fun.
proc on hit as well.
Yeah.
Man.
You go play with the Runekin with Sen. Sen, this is gonna be kind of a problem. Like they don't really have a way to stop him. Like we are not looking at much crowd control. We have Wild Growth, we have the Whimsy, we have the Condemn. More screens, I suppose, but Master is gonna stick onto either way. And we get the set, right? So there is some sort of front line for RTP. They can run in and start those fights. And TODAK, they not only have 1 carry, they have 2 with the Vayne. And we get the Thresh, Corki ban, Galio ban out by RTP.
Interesting stuff here. What? Okay, they're banning the Trash because they're afraid it's a Yuumi top and they counterpick your Lulu bot lane. That's not a bad ban at all. The Corki though is what I'm a little bit curious about. I think Corki is a champion just so useless. Vayne's not particularly afraid of Corki as well. TODAK's draft, I'm surprised that they doubled down on this. I think it makes sense because Vayne is one of the best marksmen against Master E. You go invisible, you can condemn him. But overall, still, I don't know. I think it's a pretty even draft thus far.
Yeah, it does feel like both teams are going for the all-in, right? Like if you want to play a late game, we have that late game champion. But for RTP, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like Varus is a decent pick. Well, we got the Jin out. Also got a buff for his passive. Now Whisper deals a bit more execution damage. That's something that can be a bit of a problem for these low health targets from TODAK.
Can be a little bit of a problem. We'll have to see indeed. I think this Wukong pickup is a little bit interesting. Something that's rarely talked about is how Wukong is really good against marksmen, especially immobile marksmen, right? Once you get on them, once you spin, they're kind of done for. But if you look at the team combo TODAK, okay, ignore the Akali for a second, bear with me here. Wukong's actually great against Graves, Renekton, and to some extent Vayne as well because of your Stone Skin passive. You're great against these AD champions. If you get on top of the Vayne, if you get on top of the Lulu, even the Graves, you spin, it's a huge problem for TODAK. I think this Graves Wukong pick is a bit interesting, but I think that in the context of the draft, it's much better than a lot of the Wukong picks we usually see.
Yeah, and you know, when the members of TODAK wants to fight you head on and their damage dealer don't have much reach, that's where the Wukong comes into play, right? You have them all clumped up, you just start spinning, and the spin bot can really do some chaos. Sometimes it's not about the damage, it's about getting them knocked up. And I think Wukong it fits into what RTP wants to do. They can double down with the set as well. It's looking great for RTP. Just now we ignored the Akali. Now if we put Akali into the equation, how does it change? How does it look for TODAK?
Well, Akali is one of the champions that can kill Wukong, right? Because you do so much AP damage. But something that's really annoying for Akali as well, and this is not something you consider when you're drafting, right? But this is something that you experience practically firsthand when you're in game. When you're Akali and you're trying to do all your fancy moves, spin around, jump around, Wukong just cancels that. If you're mid-air and he's spinning, if you try to R him, E1, E2, R2, anything, he'll just cancel it. Your spell's just invalidated. It's annoying to play against. I wouldn't say it's massive, but I once again favor the draft here from RTP. I think it's easier to execute on. I'm just generally not fond of less capable teams playing double marksman comps, especially when you don't have a tank. And they definitely don't have a tank. Like, Renekton's your only tank. Master E is gonna two-shot him.
Do you still have, like, any reserves of Hopium right now for RTP? I think it's a good time to pull out the gas mask and start inhaling, because I think we're heading down that path. From what you said,
I think it's going to be a 2-0 for RTP, just based on the draft alone, which I think is poetic, right? Because the first time around, if TODAK 2-0s you come back around, you 2-0 them, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, and you get your first dub off the group stage, none the wiser. Now you're on equal footing at the very least. But actually for TODAK side, Shanks is out. They bring Kaido in to play the Enchanter support. Very interesting from the side of TODAK. So they did make an adjustment in the Dragon lane, just not on the carry itself.
Yeah, right. You would normally assume that it's the marksman that gets changed because that's normally what TODAK would go for, but Kaido comes in with Kuya. This is the first iteration of TODAK, I believe, that we ever saw, right? Kuya and Kaido. And now in one of their last few games here in the group stages, one of their last few games in the entirety of the WCS MYSG 2022 Split 1, it's going to be interesting to see what they can pull off, if they've grown since then.
Yeah. In fact, it's basically the second last series, right? We are nearing the end at this point. I think each team only has like 7 best of 3. But here we go. Game number 2 is about to happen. RTP and TODAK. We're looking at a very interesting draft for both sides. I think this is the second Jhin pick that we have in the WCS League. I think the first one was is it by LFO, right? Yeah, by LFO.
I do believe so,
if I'm not
yes.
mistaken.
Yeah, they did a straw poll and everything. What do you want me to pick? Jhin? Alright.
Alright, Jhin it is. So we see this early aggression bot, but no, Yuumi and Jhin, not really the best duo. Like Jhin doesn't really benefit too much from any of the buffs. Well, I say that, but as long as you give him flat AD, he's happy, right? He just wants to land those shots.
Yeah, and we all know how fast Jhin loves to run. Well, Jin's gonna be running a lot faster with the Lulu. No actual other synergies though. I think we just saw an example of the new Master E buff. This guy just alpha striked red buff like 4 times.
Yeah, you can hit the same target as long as there's no other target
so
nearby.
Fun, so fun. Yeah, just buff Master E. Go right ahead, Riot Games.
Yeah, we just look at 2 jungle champs that got buffed in terms of like camp clear speed, right? But for Master E is slightly better because it applies to champions as well. Yeah, this gives me more incentive to ban Master E in my games, as if I don't already do that.
Same!
Thank you very much.
Hey!
Synergy. Now I have to do it.
Yeah, same. I Master E is one of my perma bans as well. It's either Master E or Lulu because I feel these champs are just so boosted. It just lets terrible players get completely boosted.
Yeah, it's like those picks where like I ban it because I don't want my team to pick it, not because the enemy team has someone who plays it, you know.
Yeah.
That's-
I mean,
that's me
okay,
on
fine.
Master
That's
E.
fair as well. That's fair as well. But I just hate playing against Master E because it feels like so little counterplay. If you don't have enough crowd control, he's just gonna 1v5 reset, 1v5 reset. Nothing you can do. Turbo
then the
boost the
chat
champ.
just
Elo inflated champ.
I completely agree. It's like
Yeah.
you will see your team chat and they'll be like, oh boy, gotta hold that thought for now, God. Trying to play possum. But you can't really trick 3 guys at once though. The
Yeah.
straw comes out. It's gonna be first
What?
blood. Oh, Tenmo messing up the flash.
And he missed the
Facebreaker.
cannon as well, Husky.
What a heartbreaker for Tenmo. Try to be a good guy, didn't work out.
Yeah, he was late on the roam there. I don't know how Akali gets prior on you, but dive bot.
Yeah, and Kuya,
Yeah, he just
don't
alpha Vayne
want-
like 3 times.
Oh, the double strike. Oh boy.
Oh my
would you
god,
style
disgusting
JLB.
champion.
Yeah, turbo boosted, indeed. Oh, Guilty picks up 1.
Yeah.
Here's the thing,
Nice,
like,
that's great.
Master
That's
Yi-
great, by the way. You love your Yumi to have some gold. That's great.
Yeah, she's building, like, she's gonna build, like, Ardent Sensor. Like, she
Yeah.
can build looters for all I care.
See,
like,
you think
give
about
her
it
the
this way,
damage.
right? If I'm the Master E and my Yumi gets some gold, I'm not really upset because that gold comes back to me in the end anyway. He's gonna buff
Yeah,
me
exactly.
better.
It's like I send this troop of people out. You earn the money, and a big chunk of it goes to me anyways, right? Just go and earn your share. You know, I get to keep it. Like TLB is running this circle of just gold factory for himself.
Yeah. The CLB Gold Factory, it's printing gold right now. What? Okay, Skylo had the flash
Did he
here, I
just
get it,
flash?
because if not, he would have gotten set out into the turret and likely died. But man, that's unfortunate. You are in and you're forced to flash out. That's sad.
It's like one of those moments like mid R, and then you get
Yeah.
the pause, and you'd be like, it was at this moment he knew he messed up. Watch out for the team chat though. Like they would be like, oh, Master Yi is fed, guys. FF. Like we have no counterplay. Like, what do we do
Yeah.
about this Master Yi?
That's me,
he's
by
one
the
and
way.
oh.
Master Yi's fat GG.
Yeah, this. It just makes you so hopeless. Showstopper mid,
Yeah.
Haymaker averted. That true damage could have killed Skylo, but thankfully he got out. Has the barrier, had to go for the barrier. This is where Shanks shows up.
Wait, it's still
Skylo
Shanks.
still
We got
need to catch the
bamboozled
wave.
again.
Oh yeah, it is Shanks.
This keeps
so
happening,
Kaido-
man.
Yeah, it's. I feel like these two teams are the teams that like bamboozle us the most.
Yeah, yeah. Because they've got like 30 players. I think production also gets confused.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, Dragon is started
I-
off right now.
Didn't even realize it was Shanks until I say Shanks. And even then I was like, oh wait, it's Shanks.
Oh, this
Yeah,
Renekton's
they're
trying to
gonna
zone
try-
them.
Exhaust onto the Master Yi, and that's the
Oh,
full
where did he
combo
go?
Master Yi. Where did he go? Oh, he disappeared.
Where did he go?
Oh, that's a counter play. You just kill him, I guess. 10 more.
Yeah.
Haymaker for Shanks. But the full squad of TODAK is here. Yeah, picks up a kill and he just joined the party. And he realizes that his team has disappeared from the face of Summoner's Rift. The Shuriken Flick will do the job. TODAK actually gets an ace.
Are you ready, Husky? We've got a match tree on our hands.
Yes, I am very ready. My mind
I'm not.
is
I'm not
prepared.
ready. Stop it. I believe in the Master Yi potential to come back, but that was a huge fight for TODAK.
As long as there's Master Yi, the game is winnable. So he Highlander, he alpha strikes in while exhaust, and they just turn on him. They just blew him up, even with the Yumi ult. There's one thing that Master Yi doesn't have is durability without the meditate. But they
Which is
did
one
get
of the
referral,
reasons
right?
why the fact that Master E can build a tanky build is just so broken. Because if you can't CC him, you can't one-shot him, then he's just gonna run amok in your team comp. Right now, he's still squishy, but once he gets the Ninja Tabis, he gets a Wit's End, and maybe he gets like a, I don't know, Sterox Gauge, GA, a little bit tankier, or even, you know what, he doesn't even need all that. If Tenmo and God get to the fight first, and they start the fight for him, instead of Master E walking in and starting the fight with his face, then I think RTP can still win the fight. It's just poor execution yet again.
Shelby, you have to remember, it's not Xinjiao. You can't just alpha strike in like that. Well, they will try to take the spot tier 1, no contest right there. He can even go for the new Death Dance, right? It gives you armor,
Yeah,
like
the
40
Death Dance
armor
is huge,
instead.
yeah.
And if you get a kill, it basically heals you up. I feel like that is great for all these champions that wants to fight. Though we do see Yaya make contact with Skylo, and nothing else comes out from that.
Yeah, they do get the bot side turret. The Rift Herald is gonna get one more bang here as well. And yeah. Wait, what? He just outed him to get one more crash, and now he's gonna pay with his life. Or he's gonna pay with his flash at least.
Oh, he's definitely dead. I mean, Newgate shows up. Oh, here we go. LB show does have Guilty with him, but ends up going down regardless. And now that Kitty Cat scurries away. Skylo follows up with a shuriken flip, but he does have Yue to lash on to. It's now top lane guard somehow dropping low to Shanks. Pretty weird interaction up top, but down bot, I think Yue is getting gone on again. Twilight shot from Skylo, but unfortunately no shuriken flip, can't follow up. Yue gets out.
Yeah, and Yue gets out. So this situation right now, it's very close. Both of these teams, they have scaling. And I think it's pretty even scaling at that as well. So it's really still anyone's game.
Yeah. Like we talked about how CLB just like faith dives in and gives up his life. But look at the net worth. He is pretty far ahead of Newgate, right? He has 2 completed items, Witsend and Blade of the Rune King. Gets the healing, magic resist, gets the damage, gets the tank shredder. He's everything. He just needs Guilty to be with him, and look at that. I mean, where did Shanks go? Oh, was it a Lulu there? I didn't see it. I know Yodos are small, but I don't
It's been a game of one-shots. People have been disappearing from our screens.
Reminds us of the old iteration, you know, of PC. Facebreaker, Showstopper, Newgate disappears, and oh my goodness, yes. 4 slices
all gone.
and Kuya is gone. Yeah, they're all gone. Shelby.
He's so squishy though, he's so squishy.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like the old iteration, the older years of League, you know, like who gets one shot first.
Yeah, I mean, League has been this way for a very, very long time. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? It's mechanics, pinpoint, crisp. You can't afford to mess up. You're all cannons, everyone's a cannon, but you're all glass cannons here.
Yeah, one misstep and they break, and we see the Cauldron's Warhammer for CLB, so I think he's heading towards a Death Dance. You get a bit of extra durability for the Mastery in those fights. Like you talk about how he's turbo boosted champ, and then you look at the Yuumi, right? It just, like, it takes your mind off of so many buttons you need to press. Now it's just Highlander, Alpha Strike, Alpha Strike, Alpha Strike, Alpha Strike until I win. Inferno Drake might be gone while Newgate secures it, and here we go, Showstopper on to 4! Tenmo gets stunned, can't follow up with the Facebreaker, but
nice
it's happening in the backline. LB going hand, they get a good lockdown with the Deadly Flourish, that's GG. This is where we say Master Yi too fat, the game is over, Skylo gets chop.
Look at that balance champion, look at that!
That Julianne. Very great.
Brilliant.
Very great.
Brilliant stuff there from CLB, but I do have to point out, Guilty's ultimate was very nice right there. That final chapter, just sweeping out all the members of TODAK. The kill score, look at that. 9 minutes in-game, 25 kills. It's been a bit of a slaughterhouse here.
Here is the replay, but, you know, what else needs to be said, right? We see the perfect engage from RTP. They just, like, CLB just went ham.
CLB went ham, and they just look at this ultimate. The Yuumi ultimate, it was beautiful, honestly. Perfect from Guilty, and that was exactly what they need. They just clean up the fight, they clean house after that. And RTP, they look like they won their revenge. They look like they won a 2-0.
What is more painful, losing to the team that you beat 2-0 or losing to a team that you beat 2-0 when they play Master Yi?
Well, Master E is turbo broken right now, not even talking about the bugs that he supposedly has. He's just a broken champion, especially when you consider the fact that his clear is so fast, he does so much damage combo with a Yuumi, and he has 2 tanks plus a utility AD. This is just overall a good draft from RTP to enable this broken champion.
Crown, you know, trying to play
Death Dance, like you said, exactly. Wits and Death Dance Bark. He's tanky, he has a lot of resistances.
He can die. Like he can go for like Fimble Winter now, and I won't complain. Like he's not gonna die. He has sufficient damage.
He definitely has more than sufficient damage. If you ever isolate someone, you are gonna one-shot them. Especially considering that his Q now procs multiple times on one target. You saw him do that basically once or twice this series, and you saw how much damage it did. Insane amount of damage.
We just need a vacuum where we put like Shanks or Kuya alone and just take the full Alpha Strike. I feel like they would just die in one shot.
I think so, honestly, yeah, it's very possible.
Okay, now we're gonna see. Oh, never mind, the whole team showed up.
He's gonna turn around.
Going to town. Alright, final chapter, Facebreaker, everyone gets caught. Crown zoning Shelby away, they still lose 10 more. Or Shelby not able to, you know, do his due diligence as a master. He doesn't have the Highlanders. They might catch up to him though, but Crown walks over a trap, so can't really catch up to it.
Yeah, so they do sell Tenmo. He dies for his Master E. He dies for Mr. President. You can't really blame him. It's the right call right there. You can't let your Master E drop because you lose so much on the map if he does. Now, look at the gold. Look at the individual gold. Okay, hold on. Let's break it down a second. Let's look at the team gold. RTP, 1,000 gold lead. Doesn't look too bad, right? And then you look at the individual gold. 12,000 gold on Master E, and he has a Yumi on him, so it's effectively 18,000 gold in his pocket. He's 10k up on Newgate. What are you gonna do against this Master E?
And he's like, you know what? I don't need tank. I'm gonna go for IE.
Yeah.
It looks like we're heading down IE. Okay, again. Oh boy, 1, 2, 3. I lost count, but what I do know is Kuya is gone. Go for the Jin out curtain call. Skylar. Oh my goodness, just look at that. They're trying to lock him down, but he goes into meditation. Still bursted. Skylar doing a great job, but they still have to deal with the remainder of RTP, and suddenly that Jin too far forward. Flashed away. Guard not here all the time. Now he flashes in, gets a cyclone. Guard has to know that he's all alone. Proto Bells to catch up. Shanks does have the help me picks. Gets the exhaust onto Guard. And RTP find this very fragmented fight. Is Newgate all alone, but he does have the Black Cleaver and BT Tenmo.
No damage.
Haymaker in face. Exhaust onto Newgate. He is completely isolated. They will play with him like a fiddle. And we just see this jailbreak. This Grace trying to run away.
Well, he's doing a very good job at trying to run away here. If he was a bit fatter, if he had a couple more items, he might even have been able to pick up a kill there. Unfortunately, he's a starvation mode Graves right now, and that's not fun to watch.
Graves no cigar in this game. I just realized he has 10 assists. 10 assists on this Graves.
That's so sad.
He's getting assists with this like smoke screen, you know, like his collateral damage.
Man, it's a bit unfortunate for sure, right? And I think he really needs a Last Whisper item right now, but he's going for a Zeal item. He's going for some attack speed. I don't think that's really going to help, because if you look at our TP's team comp, who are you likely to be hitting, right? There's a chance you hit Master E, but if you're hitting Master E, he's also hitting you, and then you're going to die anyway, right? So the ones that you want to be focusing on trying to kill, it's really God and Tenmo, and they're armor stacking beefy boys right now, so you want to get a Last Whisper.
And this backs
Divine Sandra Akali.
Question. Okay, that's pretty... That's interesting.
Is the item just broken then? Because, I mean, a Sheen item, like Akali builds Lich Bane, right? And that's a Sheen item, so that's not too bad. Did you see how much damage he did to the blue buff? Wait, look at his Q. Look at his Q on the Master E. What?
What? Just... Yeah,
that's not right.
Yeah, if he doesn't auto attack, I think the Grop would die anyways.
Yeah, what was that? That's not right. That ain't right.
You know, like on RTP side, they don't have MR, right? So like if Skylar goes for Lich Bane, he would still like one shot the backline. Though yeah. So the question now is like, where's the anti-heal? Yeah. Like you can't play against like ShelB and Guilty and not have anti-heal. Like where's the Morello? Where's the Oblivion Orb? Where's the Executioner's Calling? There's none of them on TODAK. They're just gonna keep healing up. Guilty will just press zoomies, you know, every like 3 seconds.
Well, there is one Executioner's Calling, and it's on Kuya, which I personally think is not a good buy. You want it on Newgate, because think about it this way, right? Who procs it more effectively on a bunch of targets at once? You want to get a maximum effectiveness from it, and it's definitely Newgate. It's going to be a solo bolo here.
Yeah, Guard is definitely gone. Oh, second Cyclone, but Crown has the flash. RTP can actually solo Baron with ShelB and Guilty if left
100%.
unchecked. Look at that Baron. I believe that was primarily ShelB. Oh yeah. Well,
here we go.
Yeah, they actually did. Oh boy. Okay, so that's the whole BT shield gone. Like what are you gonna do?
Condemn.
Flash from ShelB. Where's the Condemn? They can't find it. Final chapter. He still gets the kill. Goes golden. Watch out for the Alpha Strike. New game. Goodbye. Oh no, Kuya. 1-2 Alpha Strike. Gone.
That's a solo queue moment right there. That has definitely happened in my solo queue games.
Yeah, that's jungle gap.
One Condemn into a Renekton stun. It's all over. But they messed it up.
Can't even see the Master. He's like, I can't see him. He's Alpha. He's mid Alpha. I can't see him.
Wait, look at his Alpha on the Baron. I want to pay attention to that. Okay, now well, we're gonna see.
Gotta get rid of Skylo first. All right, Facebreaker actually catches Crown. All right,
hold on.
Low. Jin with a rampage. Skylo dropping low. He went into Alpha Strike to avoid the 5-point strike. ShelB.
Elo boosted champion Husky.
What a boss.
He's full health again. Master E, man, Master. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this game from home, this is a public service announcement to let you know that you should be banning Master E in your games. It's an ELO inflated champion. It's disgusting right now. It's just a disgusting champion in general. Don't play against it. Don't give Master E players ELO. Ban it. You're welcome.
Let me tell you something. Like Vendetta is watching this game right now, and he feels vindicated because last time he played Master E, he lost, but it was against 7-9.
And that was before the buff as well. It was a different patch, so that's also something to consider.
Oh my goodness. I mean,
yeah,
whatever works, right? You know, like
and it's rough.
Like it's those games where you lose to like Master Yi and Lulu, and then you complain in all chat like, yeah, be a man, play a real champion.
Yeah,
just
you have broken champs. This win doesn't count, man. Enjoy it, bro. You know, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah. But to them, it's like, yeah, but well, guess what? I still won. You know, like cry for your lost elo.
And it's such a shame as well because Crown and Skylo, they are doing so much work. They're having such a good game, but it's just not enough.
I mean, I guess like we can actually let the rest of the game play out. Like let's throw that one shot took Newgate down to 70%.
Yep.
Okay, Skylo. That's what Alpha Strike. Look at that damage. Now he's running. They get the exhaust. All right, showstopper. Shanks caught out. Good wild growth, but
is he gonna reset?
Newgate gets in front. Yeah. He's dead. Where's the Yi? Still alive.
He's dead.
Can't get the Alpha Strike. He's actually dead. TODAK playing a good job of juggling this guy, but TODAK, your base is in danger. Look at who's on the Nexus. It's Guard again. For the second time in the series. He ends the game. RTP wins the series. They win the series, Leonard. Their first series win. No longer 0 wins. They've won it. They've done it against TODAK. They get the revenge.
SSK was right. This is the real main event here. I don't know what LFO against Sam Knight is. Who cares about that? What we just saw, now that was some League of Legends Wild Rift.
Yeah, like Ravens, you know, like Vendetta feeling vindicated because Master Yi won.
Husky, I'm coughing up blood right now. Yeah. This is blood. I'm coughing up blood.
Remember last time we talked to Raven and then he said, yeah, TODAK way better than RTP. We play them in the qualifiers. They can beat RTP. No worries. And look what happened. Defying all. I cannot believe that I went into the group chat today and I was like, I'm going rogue. And Hollow was like, if you went rogue, you would have picked RTP. And I said, going rogue has its limits. I want something with a chance of winning. And guess who is slapping his face right now? It's me. D8, the only guy who predicted RTP, and RTP won.
His name might be D8, but we're the only ones with eggs on our faces right now. So it's going to be the first time the entire season, 5 weeks, that we hear from a member of RTP later on in the interview. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. I'm sure that's going to be... It's going to be enlightening, right? Because there's a lot of things we definitely want to ask this team.
Oh my goodness. I mean, like, I feel like we look a bit foolish. But at the same time, you know, it's a good thing. Well, for RTP, they finally got their first win in the WCS group stage. I think that's one of the things that they can tick off their checklist, right? Because you don't want to go out with 0 wins. For on TODAK's side, it's very unfortunate. I felt like RTP in Game 2 were just so much cleaner than TODAK.
Yeah, and well, if we're talking about Game 2, a lot of that is... A lot of that is ease of execution as well, right? The Master E Yumi combo plus 2 tanks in the front line as well. It looks a lot easier to play out. It's basically a solo queue comp, but when you look at the Game 1 and how that Game 1 played out, then running a solo queue comp seems like the way to go.
Yeah, like if you just switch off any complicated thoughts. Just go for the just go for what allows you to win your games normally. This is it. I mean, the kills, they don't do justice at all. I mean, 23 for RTP,
Legit.
20 for TODAK, but majority of it is Shelby. Like, Yuyu has 7 kills, and we don't even notice him. That's how much Shelby has pulled our attention.
He's playing Divine Thunder Jin right now. Like, I know the item is good, but is it really that good? I don't think so.
Yeah, like it deals percentage of HP, but I don't think you should do it on every champion, right? But you know, they get a pass. Like you at that stage of the game where you can build like a random wins, and we will be like, yeah, it's a good item, you know, don't worry.
I just don't get one shot. It's simple, but it's a bit of a shame because honestly, I think Crown had a decent performance that game. Skylo, not bad as well, and I think it's very interesting to see the fixation that both of these teams have with the Divine Sundra. Let's go into the next few series. Let's see how many Divine Sundras we see from the other teams as well. I think that will be very interesting to watch, and I want to look out and how good this item really is, as well as Hullbreaker. I expected Hullbreaker to be the #1 pickup, not Divine Sundra, but now we're seeing it play out differently in game. Let's see how it continues.
Yeah, just now I asked you the question, like, which one is more painful, right? Losing to a team that you beat 2-0, or losing to a team that you beat 2-0 that now comes and beats you with Master Yi? I want to add one more option to that. How about losing both games to a guard split push as he just hits your Nexus until it breaks? 2 games in a row, it was guard. Hullbreaker.
It's definitely a bit crushing, right? Because both of these times, God just went into the base, he ended the game. First game, he had 10 most assistants as well. This time around, he wasn't having a great game. He got dived, he got solo queued by Crown in the side lane. But Hullbreaker just lets you end games, man. That's what I've been saying. I've been advocating for Hullbreaker ever since it was announced, and I think this item genuinely has the potential to be completely broken. I want to see the LFO game later today, because I think someone like Tipper would be a very good user of the Hullbreaker, and I'm curious to see if that's actually going to play out well for him and the rest of his team. It's going to be coming up later on today, but for now, after the series, we're going to have an interview, we're going to look at the schedule or something, and then we're going to be seeing another banger of a matchup, which I've been excited to see. Phantom 6 versus PathSeeker, because both of these teams are teams that I can't quite put my finger on. I don't know how good they are, and that's going to be a fun one for sure.
Yeah, you mentioned the Hullbreaker for someone like Tipper, but we have another player coming up in the next series that would also love the Hullbreaker. It's Emotion.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
From
that's
PathSeeker.
true.
He will love that item as well. Like, whatever Tipper loves, he loves it. Like, I feel like this is like a carbon copy of like Coffee versus Sagi, just minus all the banter, right? They don't go up to each other's face. Like, Tipper has been very silent about this. And like, I don't think Emotion said anything. It was all Swift. Like, Swift has been throwing out the words. It's like, yeah, Emotion said this, Emotion said that.
Emotion did have that interview.
Oh yeah, that one interview, yes.
It was a big one for sure.
It was a big one. But to be fair, they did proceed to then lose to Tipper, right? So it's not proven yet, but you know, Swift has his own comments on that. He says that Tipper is not a real man because he praised Tryndamere. But Tryndamere is the embodiment of a man. This guy doesn't die. He has undying rage. You know, his right arm is stronger than his left arm. He lifts a huge blade with his one arm, and like, how is that not a man? Come on, like get your facts straight, PathSeeker. But Emotion will love the item as well.
Yes, for sure. I think that's gonna be a fun one to watch. Emotion. I'm trying to think about his champion pool right now, right? Darius is a big one for him. I don't think Darius, well, I might be wrong. Darius could build Hullbreaker, but I don't think it's the best item on him. So I want to see how this one plays out. Actually, now that we've talked a bit about this as well, and I want to play a little bit of a fun mini game here, let's think about which Baron laners would really like that item. I think if you look at PathSeeker, their Baron laner would really like that item as well.
Yeah,
if you play Akshan, if you play Graves, and you buy Hullbreaker, you're gonna do a lot of work in the side lanes. You're gonna be a beefy boy. It gives you AD, health, resistances, everything you could ask for.
Yeah, I guess Set could be a good one.
Yeah,
I suppose.
Set's a good one. Set's a good one. Renekton's a good one.
Renekton's a good one. Like, we saw Camille build that. That was on guard. Yeah. Some of the Baron laners that Emotion plays he plays like assassin like Kali, right? So that probably not as good. I was thinking of Garen. Like, Garen kind of makes sense as well, right? He's already resilient, he's already durable. Give him the Hullbreaker.
But the thing with Garen is you don't want to be side laning. You basically want to always group when you have the option, which would make Hullbreaker a bit sad on him. What most AD bruisers do. Let's just say that. Like, I think Hullbreaker is broken. I want to see it more.
I do same. So far, I think like we only saw 2 Hullbreakers, and both of them were on guard, right? Divine Sundra was kind of like the main thing. But you know, as we progress down the rest of the day, we will find out whether it's just a new hype thing, like a new iPhone getting released, or it's actually a good item. Like we've seen it on PC, and we can all agree that Divine Sundra is very, very strong. But does it translate into WoW Rift?
Is it that strong? I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think it's hype.
Fair enough. Like I
might be wrong.
I don't build much Divine Sundra, so I can't like. I have to like look at the games, right? But we do have an interview, something that we've been looking forward to, and it has come true. Let's talk to Yue from Reach the Peak.
Oh, yeah, right now. We had a bit of tech issues, but we're going to him now.
Hi, yeah, hello.
Hi.
Great to see you.
Great to see you.
So first of all, congratulations. You guys won your
Okay.
first series in the group stage. You guys beat the team that beat you previously, which was TODAK. You know, they beat you to get their only win, but now you guys got your revenge. How does that feel?
It was fun because I didn't think we can win the game because they are quite good. When the last time they beat us, they are quite good. So yeah, so I feel very proud to win them.
So the last time they were quite good. What about this time? Like this time you're better. Like,
maybe because last game maybe they let us win one game. I'm not sure, but I think we did pretty good for these 2 games. Yeah.
Right. So, this is the first time we get to speak to you, so like, there's a lot of questions. But there's one thing that I wanna kind of ask you about. Right, you guys have played a lot of your games with like different iterations of the lineup, right? Sometimes you get a role swap, sometimes you get a player swap. Like what's the communication behind that throughout the entire group stage? Like, what were you guys looking for?
Because actually, when we qualify, we play pretty good because we just like formed the team like only 1 day ago. Then we also, because most of our players are working, then we have no time to scrim. So it's like playing solo queue game. So we are like trying out the role. Maybe we thought we can adjust it, but we still lack of communication. Yeah. Like sometimes you see the games when we are like trying to win, but then suddenly we just throw the game. Yeah.
So I have a couple of questions as well. Sorry to cut you off, Husky. I'll just interject here real quick with one quick one. So how does it feel, right, at the end of the split? I'm sure you guys didn't meet the expectations you were hoping for coming to it. But if you could put like one whole like TLDR on your split, on your season, what are your feelings about it thus far?
It's a very good experience to play in such a high level scenes. Yeah. We hope that we will come back stronger next season. Yeah.
Yeah. So while we have some time to have a bit of chit chat, I want to get your thoughts on this. Right, we're preparing the MVP graphics. I want to ask you, who do you think is the MVP of the series on your team? You can say yourself; it's completely fine.
I think CL Laoban, our jungle player, our jungle, I guess, because he did pretty good for these 2 games. Yeah. I think it's CL Laoban.
CLB, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so it's the boss. It's the boss of the team.
I actually completely agree with you. I think he had a good performance here. Of course, he was supported by Guilty as well, but good performance of him individually. I want to ask you a little bit of a question specifically relating to your role, Dragon Lane. So you play game 1, Divine Sundra Ezreal. That kind of makes sense, right? We saw a lot of that on PC. But game 2, you picked up Divine Sundra on Jhin as well. So my question is in 2 parts, right? Firstly, do you just think the item is broken and like everyone can buy it? And secondly, do you think that the emergence of Divine Sundra is going to shift the Dragon Lane meta?
Maybe, because the item there is like quite OP and it's very tanky, so it's like giving you health and damage. So I feel maybe, because I'm not sure about for Jhin item, so I just try it out because we are already winning, so I was like, just buy the item. But for Ezreal, I think it's a very good item for Ezreal.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you're winning, why not, right? We have the MVP graphics ready. You say SLB, I think we all agree it's Laoban, but let's see what the result is. So MVP, let's roll the graphic. I'm very excited to find out. And it's gonna be guard.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool.
I feel like we built out all of these expectations. But to be fair, right? To be fair, Laoban played really great, but guard also had an amazing game. Both games ended with him split pushing to the Nexus.
I mean, he messed up like 6 times trying to end the game, but sure, man.
Yeah,
hey, it's the win that counts. Come on, Omo.
Because he's good. Yeah, he ended the game very fast. Yeah, he's the one that helped us to get the Nexus. Because always even though we got kills, but then we still lose the Nexus. Yeah, so it's not worth though. Yeah.
Shout out to Tenmo in game 1 as well. Tenmo in game 1 as well helped him end the game. So that was a nice little team play from the 2 of them there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, see, you agrees with me, right? Like it's it's about breaking the nexus. Like, it's the result that matters. We're result driven. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Destination. That's the
It's
goal.
about the destination, yeah, not the journey.
Even though you have like 3
um,
dragons, 4 dragons, you might also lose if you have if like we also been through that we have like 3 dragons and we still lose the game. Then when the LFO get the last dragon, Elder Dragon, and we also lose. So it's like probably the Nexus, I guess, that is important than the dragon, I guess. Yeah.
Yep. The nexus is always important. So I want to like kind of pick your brains on this, right? Unfortunately, for RTP, you guys alongside TODAK would not be making it to playoffs. There's just simply not enough games statistically. So we look at the other 6 teams. Who do you think is gonna make it all the way to win the season?
I think Sen9, because Sen9 is quite strong. It's very strong, not quite strong, very strong. I think Sen9 will be the one. Yeah.
Yeah, like later they're fighting LFO. So do you think that they're gonna beat LFO again, or do you think that LFO stands a better chance in this rematch?
Maybe 2-1. Maybe Sen9 2-1.
Okay.
Because they are like 50-50. LFO is also have strong. People is very strong for the Baron lane. Yeah. So RH is also strong. So it's like maybe 50-50, I guess.
Right. So we have something to look forward to. I think just one final thing from me, right? There's been this conversation about the Baron laners. We talk a lot about Tipper, we talk a lot about RH, and then there's emotion trying to come in and be like, I'm better than Tipper. So you help me end this once and for all. Who is the best Baron laner in the entire league?
Husky, he's on the other side of the map. He's a dragon laner. Far away.
For me, I will support my own country. I think RH. Yeah, I think RH. I support my own country, Malaysia.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. We will find out later on. Do you have anything else on your end, Omo?
Yeah, I just want to say,
That's all,
I hope
that's
you
all.
enjoyed the split, and I hope to see you come back stronger, man.
Alright, thank you. Love you guys too. Okay, bye.
Love you, man. Have a good one.
Lovely. There's it. Finally, probably our only time to get to talk to anyone from RTP, but hey, it was a fruitful one.
Who do they play tomorrow? That's my question now.
They play Phantom 6 tomorrow.
Ooh, it's gonna be a bit tricky for sure, but
I mean, like the odds are slightly better, right? Like if we look at RTP is against Phantom 6, TODAK against 7-9, I would take my chances with RTP. If they can do it once, they can do it again. I think that's
it's
something
definitely
that,
not impossible for them to win, but let's see.
Yeah, it's just the odds might be skewed, but sometimes you just need that lucky proc, right? It's like RNG. You gotta get the lucky proc. If you do it enough, you might make it work. But there's a lot of takeaways. So takeaway number 1, RH is the strongest Baron laner. Takeaway number 2, 7-9 is gonna win LFO and they'll win the whole thing. Takeaway number 3 is that
But what I did find interesting from the is he said that he hopes they come back stronger next split. I hope so too. I hope that we see them stick together, figure something out, and come back stronger. It's all about growth, right? We're here about developing talent and everything, so.
Yeah, I'm for a team sticking together long enough to see the results, right? I think like if you make too many drastic changes at once, then we miss out the chance to see the journey, right? Like this is one of the things where the journey actually matters. It's not like playing a game of Wild Rift where you want to go for the Nexus. You can't lift the trophy if you don't grow along the way, and I think that's something that RTP is trying to work towards, given the restrictions that they're dealing with, right? Like they don't get to scrim much. They are all working adults, so it's a bit of a challenge. But we gotta put that behind us. It's been an entertaining opening series. Now we get to a more serious one: Phantom 6 against PathSeeker.
That's gonna be a fun one. I want to look at the brackets. Hold on, bear with me a second. I want to look at the brackets, and I want to see if this match has implications on the standings, because that's our big question right now, right? Group stages is basically done. If we go into playoffs, it does, Husky, it does have implications on the standings, because right now, Phantom 6, 6-6, PathSeeker, 5-7. So if PathSeeker win this, they tie Phantom 6, and that's huge.
Yeah, and if tomorrow's series goes goes a bit more haywire, we might be looking at some sort of a tiebreaker, right? So that is something
honestly.
that to look forward to as well. And I think for the playoff C, I think Brandon mentioned it last week that you don't want to win your first series and end up facing a 7-9, right? That is just way too much. So that number does play a part. I think PathSeeker has really shaken up the leaderboard just off of them beating Watermelon last week.
That was definitely a big one, right? Well, we have a lot of questions to answer. We have to come back after the break and see who's actually going to take it.
I'm undisputed.
Let's throw down. All words are fighting words.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you win this in a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you win this in a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. The second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you win this in a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you win this in a comeback.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about it. Here we go now.
Welcome back to the WCS MYSG. This is week 5, and we just witnessed RTP winning their first ever series in the entire group stage over TODAK, who was the team to beat them also. So it's a good revenge match. Of course, I'm Husky, and if you're wondering, hey, where did Omo go? Well, he's recovering from a bit of trauma after witnessing Master Ego turbo boosted in the game 2. So we gotta give him some time before he returns. But with that being said, we are looking forward to the second series coming up. Phantom 6 will take on PathSeeker. This is going to be very interesting because Phantom 6 right now, they are 6-6, and for PathSeeker, they are 5-7. If they win this one, we will see a tie in the leaderboard, and PathSeeker have given us some upsets before, primarily the one that they took over Team Watermelon, so that's something that Phantom 6 need to watch out for. We have seen Phantom 6 kind of fell down a bit. Last week in an interview, Phantom 6 says that they are experimenting. They are testing out where does Eggy and Nyx best fit into. Is it going to be support? Is it going to be jungle? They've switched those two around before, and it has bared mixed results. And we'll see which iteration of Phantom 6 that we will see today, but nonetheless, the rest of the day is just going to get even more exciting because after Phantom 6 against PathSeeker, we have the El Clasico between Looking for Orc as well as Semnai, and we finish it off with Upcar Esports against Team Watermelon. So do remember to stay with us, and if you want to again join the conversation, do remember that all of your posts and your comments, your memes, follow it up with the hashtag WCSMYSG and get a chance to be featured on a weekly show Manchari Penta every Thursday. And also follow us on Facebook while we Esports NYSG, because that's where all of the memes are, all of the content and such. And by the way, with that being said, for Fantasy and PathSeeker, I want to focus on something more. I want to focus on the jungle matchup because I think we're looking at two very strong junglers. We're looking at Alex White from PathSeeker, very talented, has one of the more underrated players in the group stage. And at the same time, we are also looking at either ENG or Nyx from the side of Phantom 6. Last time we saw Phantom 6 played in week number 4, it was ENG back on the jungler. And with that being said, we talk a lot about Phantom 6. Let's take a look at their lineup. And for Phantom 6 today, we have Yoshi, ENG, Haki, Momo, and Nyx. And they decide to stick with Nyx in the support role, and ENG still playing their jungler to kind of figure out that perhaps this is the iteration that Phantom 6 wants to go for, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm not going to complain too much regardless of where Nyx and ENG are. They will always put up a good game. I think Phantom 6 is a team that you always need to watch out for. They have the history of being the ex-champions of Fall Season 2021. They were the team that beat the previous iteration of Berjaya Dragons before they became 7-9. So there is some sort of domineer from Phantom 6. And I would take it a step further to say that Phantom 6 is one of the teams that has really amazing teamfight capabilities, something that PathSeeker might struggle with every now and then. PathSeeker thrives in chaos, but Phantom 6, they thrive in order, so that's something that PSK will need to look out for. But one thing that PSK does well is when we look at the side lanes, we look at those individual players, we look at Emotion, for example, we look at Kevin, you give them those assassins, that's where they pop up, that's where they pick up skills, and that's where they bring the team to the win. So PSK, they also have a lot of tools to help them, and I think this matchup also shows us two very distinct personalities. Phantom 6 likes peace and order, PathSeeker loves that chaos. And with that being said, I just got news that we have finally rescued Omo from his grief of the Master Yi dominance. So I'm gonna bring Omo back onto the broadcast, because, what's a broadcast without Omo? I feel lonely.
It would be a good one, that's what it would be.
No, I don't say that. I don't think so. I would like to disagree. The past few minutes have been very rough.
Very
it's
lonely,
like
I'm sure.
It's very lonely. I don't get to hear those extra inputs. I don't have anyone to share my grief with. You're supposed to be the good luck charm. You're supposed to be the fortune, right? Can't go on without you.
Well, like you said, I've been suffering. The last couple of minutes have been rough for me. I've been crying my eyes out. You can't see it right now. It's not red because I do very good makeup around my eyes. But yeah, watching that series earlier just made me bawl my eyes out. Luckily though, we have a good one coming up.
Yep, we certainly do. We took a look at Phantom 6 just now. Let's take a look at their opponents for the series. It's going to be PathSeeker. I would say that this is one of the matchups of the day, but honestly, every single series is the series of the day, depending on what you're focusing on. But for PathSeeker, we get Emotion, LXY, Kevin, Swift, and Evolution. And right now, I would say PathSeeker are at their best.
Yeah, I mean, taking down Watermelon, considering the fact that in the first round robin, the only games that PathSeeker has won was against the two bottom teams in the form of TODAK and RTP. Coming into the second round robin, they took down, I think Watermelon was the only one that wasn't TODAK or RTP, but still, that's no easy feat at all. Watermelon definitely a streaky team, very on sometimes, very off sometimes, but we can say the same thing for PathSeeker. And do they look like they're on right now?
And that's something that will be answered pretty soon. And I think Brandon said something interesting about PathSeeker, right? A little bit of number checking, and PathSeeker is the team that played the most full series in the group stage. And most of those full series they've lost, but the most recent one they definitely won, and it was against Watermelon. Let's take a look at some head-to-head numbers, because I think coming into this series, there's a lot to look out for. And of course, it has to be that Baron lane. Yoshi against Emotion.
Yeah, Yoshi has been relatively stable for his team, been performing when he needed to. Emotion, though, that's the big one, right? Because I feel like a lot of the times when PathSeeker wins, Emotion must have a good performance for that to happen. Look at both of these guys, though. I want to point out one statistic, and that's their damage taken per minute. Both of them being the brick walls for their teams when they need it. And I want to call back to the interview I had with Swift 2-3 weeks. I think you were there as well, right? He was mentioning that him and Emotion were the primary callers for draft as well as mid to late game. So I think that makes it all the more important that your Baron laner has a good game so that he's in a good spot, a good position in the game to really just shot call as he goes into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I think the bulk of the draft comes from Emotion. Like, I think Swift labels him as kind of the brain when it comes to drafting those champions. They are the more experienced one if you look compared to the rest of the team, right? Like LXY, again, Swift has brought him up a lot of times. Says that he is underrated as a jungler, really good. Just need to polish on those macro knowledge, and I think they have been doing a good job of steering these players in the right direction. But for Emotion, even though he is the brick wall, but sometimes when we see him play champions like Darius, it just doesn't feel right. Like he has this very flashy personality. Like him being on an Akali feels a bit more satisfying to watch compared to something like a Darius or a Set.
With that said, I do think Darius is one of his more mechanically proficient champions as well, but I completely agree. I love to see him on more flashy champions. Now, going into this game, I think it's going to be very important to see which side of PathSeeker show up as well, because we have talked about this. They have two very clear sides. Either they look really good, or they look kind of bad, to be honest. And I'm going to be honest here, I haven't seen a Phantom 6 game. I think in like 2 weeks. I haven't casted their games in a while. So this will be a breath of fresh air for me, and I want to see what side of Phantom 6 we're going to be seeing here today as well.
Yeah, just like PathSeeker, right? They had some ups and downs, and this is the day that they have to be on their A game. Let's take a look at the predictions, because I think this series is pretty close across the board, so the predictions should vary a bit.
There we go.
It seems like the Malaysians, we unite. We think PathSeeker is going to win. You and Grandin, best duo. What can I say? You guys think Phantom 6 will take this?
I hate being on the same side as him, and because of that, I hope that I'm wrong, because that would at least mean that we would be wrong together. Or at least I take him down with me. Let me phrase that. I don't want to be like this with him, but like at least I take him down with me,
It's a very complicated relationship.
Yeah. An abusive one for sure.
It's okay. I mean, there's some unspoken synergy right there. At least, to be fair, at least you're not the guy that like sees a prediction in the group chat and be like, same. Like, at least you're not that guy. I appreciate that. Like, Grandin has done that. Like, I don't appreciate that at all.
Yeah.
But
let's just turn this desk into the shading Grandin corner. What else do you not like about him, Husky? Go on. I don't like how buff he is. It makes me feel small. Yeah, that's bad. He's too big. He's too swole. He's too jacked. He's too handsome. Oh, I hate that guy. Enough about him. He comes on later today. He's going to be casting the Sem 9 LFO series with DX, so we're going to stop talking about him. Out of sight, out of mind.
We've given him way too much. He has enough screen time. Like we can't keep giving him that. Like, it takes away what we have, right? They actually, like, today is the last day. Like, I get to cast with you for the rest of WCS. So,
really?
So Grandin aside, it's just like it's our last day.
Where are you, Husky? Wrong way. Come on. Don't leave me hanging here.
Hold on. Oh wait, yeah.
Don't leave me hanging here, buddy.
Oh yeah. Okay, there we go.
No wait, we gotta do it like higher though, because your mic's in the way.
Yeah, so we
get up top. We did it! Oh no, it's so bad. This is such a disaster. Okay, this is so bad. It's a disaster. It's a disaster.
I feel like this is gonna show up on the official page like some time after the stream, but yeah, I
mean, we messed it up though. We messed it up, which is a bit sad.
Yeah, we try. Like, it's the thing, right? It's inverted. Like, I can't.
Yeah,
like, I see my
it's so
mic here,
confusing. We gotta keep in mind that it's always reversed. So
it's always reversed. It's okay. We will do a proper one. We'll do a proper one like after this. Like,
we'll figure it out.
With the power of Photoshop, we will edit it. Right? We will do something about it.
Yeah.
Like.
Technology exists, the technology is there. Hopefully the technology is there to start the game quickly as well. I think the players are getting ready right now. I'm excited for this one because I think that this is going to be one of the best series that we're going to have today. Honestly, we have a lot of banger series today because if you think about the last match of the day, Watermelon against Upcar, that's a good one as well.
And I think Watermelon right now, they are in a tricky spot, right? Like, after the loss against PSK, people will look at them. They are a really good team, still third place material, but they're currently tied. And at the same time, it also means that they are situations where you can take them down. PSK has proven that. One of the more unlikely teams to beat Watermelon, we look at PSK in the group stage. They say that they're not proud of their performance because the only games they won were against the bottom two, which are clearly a league below them. But after they beat Team Watermelon, I think it really opens up the floodgates.
Yeah, and I want to point out something interesting as well, right? They're tied for third right now. Do you know who they're tied for third with?
It's Upcar, right?
Yeah, who they're playing today.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tiebreaker match as our last game of the day to see who has sole undisputed possession of third. And if Watermelon win here today, let's say Watermelon beat Upcar today, tomorrow Upcar play against PSK while Watermelon play against LFO. So one of those matches definitely much easier than the other. So we might see them get tied again at the end of the day tomorrow.
We actually might get a tiebreaker, right? Like
it's very likely.
If we get a tiebreaker, we are doing the tiebreaker days. Although we're not paired, but we are going to be doing a tiebreaker. So that is going to be interesting. So a lot of things are on the line. They will be affected. But Phantom Seeker against PathSeeker, we looked at Yoshi against Emotion. But I also want to look at LXY against Eggy, because I think this jungler from the side of PSK has been really secretly doing a lot of work behind the scenes, but we don't talk about him enough. Like especially the match where they beat Watermelon on game 3. His Jarvan was incredible. Yeah,
I think the members of Phantom 6 overall, they've really come together to make a very good team. Same things for PathSeeker, right? We're going to talk about both of these teams, but let's touch a bit on Phantom 6 first. I feel like Iggy and Haki, they have good synergy together. Momo and Nyx, they have good synergy together. Overall, when I look at the team Phantom 6, right, it kind of is a bit sad to say this, but none of these players really jump out of the page at me. Like, there's no clear star player, and there's no player that I would say this guy has to pop off or they lose here today, right? Like, if you look at RTP, a very clear example is CLB has to pop off or they will lose today. If you look at Phantom 6, I think overall, they're just a very solid team, and I like teams like that. Same thing for PathSeeker, right? Sure, Emotion might have a good day, sure, LXY might have a good day, but overall, they're just a solid, cohesive team. And that's why I think these two teams facing off is going to be very interesting, because they are relatively similar in that aspect to me, at least.
Yeah. And we're looking at both teams with slightly different personalities and approach to the game, right? Like PathSeeker, it's all about chaos. You let Kevin run around, you let Emotion run around, they do the work. But for Phantom 6, they come together and they will pull off these very orchestrated team fights that you have no way to do against. So it's going to be, law and order against, divide and conquer. We'll go into the champ select for game 1, because I think this will give us a really good indicator of what's to expect. But starting from the bans, do you think PC is going to focus on LXY more?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you there, Husky. I was having a nice sip of my ice cold Coca-Cola. But yeah, Phantom 6 going to start this one off with banning away that Senna. That's going to be a good ban against Swift and Evolution. This is one of their staples, that Senna dual lane. That's a good one. Good start.
So we get a Senna ban, Olaf ban from PSK. I think at this point of time, whichever team that plays against P6 will ban at Olaf. They have shown up multiple times on this champion. Ziggs gets taken up by P6. Very straightforward. A champion that you advocate a lot if it's in the pool.
So broken. The champion is so broken. I think MYSG teams are honestly just allergic to winning sometimes when they don't pick it up. But yeah, it is what it is.
We're sleeping on actual good stuff, right?
Yeah, everyone likes the dopamine. I play Vayne, I play Lucian, I pop off. Sometimes you just need to calm down and win the game with the Ziggs, win the game with a brand. It's that simple.
Yeah, the answer has been right in front of our eyes all along. Set Thresh, Gragas ban, P6 picks up a Fiora.
Okay, this is going to be a very interesting one here for P6. The Fiora pickup could be flexed either way, right? And there we go, right away, answer from the side of PSK Camille. Very competitive champions, both of these. It could either go over to the Baron lane, it could go over to the jungle. We'll have to see as the draft plays out. And of course, PSK, second time today, we're seeing this Camille Galio. Ease of execution, good team fighting. Should be good. A good start for them so far.
Yeah, and PSK, we've seen LXY playing that Camille jungle, and they'll put Emotion on someone of the front line, right? We look at the Darius a couple of times. That's going to be taken away by P6. They share pretty similar champion pool, so I think this is going to be interesting, right? A tug of war of who gets what from, along the side of PSK and P6.
Yeah, this Darius is definitely a good brick wall that you can put to stifle the attempts of the Camille Galio to break open the Baron lane as well. Just a hard champion to kill overall, a hard champion to attack. But with that said, what's not so good about picking up this Darius early is you reveal your lanes. You know immediately that the Darius is going Baron lane, Fiora going jungle, and that enables Emotion to pick up something like an Akali. Okay, fine, it's gonna be a Varus here. I was trying to sync it, trying to predict something. But this is a very good pickup as well, and I want to give props to Swift for this, because outside of Sam 9 and outside of LFO, he is basically the only Dragon laner to be picking up Varus. And I'm also very vocal about how broken Varus is. He's the best laner in the bottom lane. It's just straight up, like, no one comes close.
RTP has picked Varus once. I think we
that's
cashed
true.
the game together. Right,
Yeah.
I think it was
Yeah.
CLB who played Varus that game. Didn't
At
like,
least
he got a
CLB
good
knows
start.
that Varus is broken.
Yeah, he was like 5-0 or something, but they still lost the game, right? Like, it's more of a macro thing. But we see now the Akali ban by P6 since PSK didn't take it up. Rakan eliminated by PSK. PSK is kind of reading the book of PSK because they have sometimes first phase the Akali, sometimes they last phase the Akali. It's a very flexible champion for PSK, and just eliminating it cleans up a lot of problems. Now, one thing that I need to think of is this Galio going support, because if it does, the Z becomes an option for PSK.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of flexibility still open in PSK's draft, which is why I do like it a lot. The only thing that you know for sure where it's going, it's the Varus. It's just I'm a little bit sad that we're not seeing the Varus get dropped lower in the draft. Something I didn't think I would be saying, but I think that snatching the Akali early on here would be very good for the side of PSK. Unfortunately, that's not able to happen. It gets banned away. I feel like Swift's champion pool could have taken another 2 bans, and he would still have something to pick here on 4. Now, with that said, what are you going to pick here on 4? That's the big question for me. What is your answer to this Darius? You have to pick your Baron laner here. There we go. It's going to be a Camille, Riven, Flex, Baron jungle.
Yeah, it's still pretty much open up, and I do agree, right? I think the Varus, you can have it, you can not have it. It doesn't affect the draft too much, but you generally want to give Emotion a good lane, right? And the Akali Darius matchup kind of solves that issue on paper. But now we look at Final 6. They have the next 2 picks. We already know much of the lane assignments. Now it's up to that mid and support. Who are they going to go for? There is not much support left, the Braum being one of it still remaining.
Okay.
So we probably get a Braum Corki, but what is Haki going to go for? There is still the Diana if he wants it.
Yeah, but the thing is, both of these guys are forced to blind pick, right? That's why this Galio flex is so good. I think they need to pick something that is also good into the Galio mid lane. The options are pretty limited, but you could pick up something like Lucian here. I think that's completely fine. Let's see what P6 go for.
This is a very important pick. So we look at P6 right now. I mean, you have the Corki, and it's kind of like brickwalling the draft.
Okay,
Now
yeah,
see
this
the
is
Orianna
bad.
come out.
Yeah, this is dangerous, right? Okay, I wouldn't say bad, but this is very dangerous. Orianna is still a stable pick, but you could just punish him with something like a Diana or something like a Zed. They go for a Jace instead. I'm a little bit curious, right? I think this is the worst last pick that PSK could have gone for. So you could keep the Galio-Orianna matchup in mid, and sure, the Orianna would have a good time farming, scaling, but Galio will still do Galio things there. Instead, what happens is you put a lot of pressure on Kevin to bully the lane on this Jace, and all of a sudden the burden of execution, it's back in your hands. And of course, this Galio-Braum matchup, it's not a good matchup for Galio either. There's a lot of questions being raised here, and I think that the last pick, they could have gone for something much better on the side of PSK.
Yeah. I was thinking of Diana or Zed, right? Something that Kevin
Diana or Zed.
like they will easily pick in a heartbeat. So this is more of a, this is surprising. Like that Jace, if it goes on to Emotion, that is a bit more understandable. But maybe PSK, they have a different thought on that. I think at the end of the day, these mechanically intensive champions, they are right up Kevin's and Emotion's alley.
Sure.
With that being said, right, like which team is looking better with the draft? I think both have received some sort of criticism towards the very end.
Yeah.
So I want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I would have to say at the end of the day, I think the red team's draft, PSK's draft, is still better, but it's not like, it's not game winning, you know, like the draft is not enough to win you the game here, which we have seen sometimes in the MYSG circuit. Like a draft gap is just so big that I think the game is over from draft. This time around, I think there are answers for both of these teams, and it's still a relatively close one, maybe like 55, 45, 60, 40 kind of situation, but still I would give it to PSK.
And this is where we kind of keep our eyes out on the jungle, right? Because so far we don't really know who the jungler is going to be. LXY can play either the Riven or the Camille, but I think probably he's gonna take the Camille because that's what he's been more comfortable on. You want to give Emotion a champion that he can style on in the Baron lane, and that Riven kind of fits him a bit more. But now we see two different champions up top, right? We get a Darius from the side of PSA, we get a Riven for PSK. How is that gonna be like?
It's gonna be an interesting one for sure. I think there's potential to attack on both sides of this lane, and I think that jungle pressure, if you look at it, it should... Wait. We see the Orianna go bot lane now and the Corki go mid. Yeah, one of the reasons why I give the draft over the PSK as well is I feel like their calls are just too slow. This Corki Orianna duo, it's just too slow. Like, you're gonna get punished, I feel. Fiora as well, right? Like, your comp is just incredibly slow. Once you scale up, sure, you're probably gonna be really strong, but it's gonna take you a while, and your jungle, mid, AD are all scaling. It's a little bit iffy for sure.
Do you feel like the third pick Corki kind of put a roadblock at P6 for P6 the rest of P6 draft? Because now you look at the Corki and be like, where do we put this Corki, right?
Exactly, I completely agree with the point, and I think that what I don't like about how teams use Corki is they treat it as a crutch. They don't know what to pick, and they just say, okay, you know what, guys, let's just pick Corki here. But it's not a good champion. It's not a champion that you should be using in a bind. And I just overall just don't like the champion. I said that like a million times.
Yeah, but most of the teams use it as a get out of jail free card. We'll see how this turns out for P6. It's gonna be the series P6 against PSK. I just noticed, Leonard, I noticed that, this game is to potentially cause a tiebreaker. And Brandon and D8 later on, they are casting both tiebreaker games. Sem9 LFO, Upcar Watermelon.
It's crazy how close the league actually turned out to be. There were some weeks where we saw very clear divisions in the standings, but ultimately it shakes up like this. We see a clear top two, we see a clear midfield, and then the teams have to break apart from that. I think it's very exciting.
So do you think the burden right now is still going to be on Kevin now that Momo is on the Orianna instead of the Corki?
Yeah, same thing, right? Because both the Orianna and the Corki, they play the same way. I guess the Orianna has a marginally better laning phase, but still, you're gonna lose against the Jace regardless. So Kevin has to do a good job here. Yoshi, nice sidestep from Emotion.
But he's still max hemorrhage. Does get the doesn't get the honey fruit in time. First blood for Yoshi up top.
Oh man, I don't know how that fight started, but I think Emotion must have used his E aggressively. There's no other explanation. I think he used his E aggressively and he got chased down. He got ran down by Yoshi because of the way the lane was.
Yoshi even had barrier, right? So he has enough damage from the hemorrhage, so just pops the barrier, tanks off some damage from Emotion. Very unfortunate stuff for PSK, but Emotion is just pretty insane guy. He would do it all over again. We've seen it
100%.
before.
Yeah, he could win it. He could still win it, but of course he's down a phage right now, right?
Yeah, that's gonna make a difference. And still has Ignite. I think that's can definitely catch P6 off Yoshi off guard if he's not careful. So far, the laning phase, Swift is constantly shoving out the wave in the face of Momo and Nace to get a good taunt from Evolution. Even more poke coming through. A stun on the Galio. It's all P6 can do.
And one of the reasons why that solo kill from Yoshi was just so important, so instrumental for the game state, is you look at the lanes here. You look at this bottom lane. Swift and Evolution, they are having a grand old time. They are dominating this lane. Mid lane, it's not really as dominant for Kevin as it should be, but that should also be a very one-sided lane. So the fact is, you lose mid lane, you lose bot lane, your Baron lane has to win. And Yoshi, he manages to pull it off. Props to him. This is exactly the point of attack that P6 need. He's freezing the wave. Emotion knows he cannot touch this wave. He is going to die to the jungler. The freeze is over, but still, look at the gold lead extending here for Yoshi.
Yeah, Yoshi doing an exemplary job. He's going to get his Black Cleaver very soon, and that's where things starts to get scary for Emotion.
Yeah.
But that bottom lane, the turret takes some punishment. Thankfully, the plate is not down yet, and Yoshi not only having a lead in goal, but his experience, he's one full level up Emotion, right? So you now have the access to the Noxian Guillotine. Emotion, he just has the turtle, something that he's not really fond of, but in the situation, he has no choice.
Yeah, you have no choice. You've lost the matchup. You've got to play it safe. You've got to lose lane gracefully, and you've got to try your best to scale into that mid-game Riven. 2-3 items, then you try to one-shot a backliner, right? You can still do that regardless. It's just you will have a hard time 1v1.
And they caught Haki. Knocks him back.
Boy.
LXY flashes for the kill. Eggy follows up Grand Challenge. Procs some vitals, LXY. Tactical sweep, turns back, tries to get the passive proc, but it's still on cooldown. So P6 do pick up a counter kill.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. LXY gets himself a kill. Eggy gets himself a kill. Both of these guys gonna be happy with that. Pretty even gold for both junglers, but Eggy, because he didn't die while LXY did, he can just go right into the jungle and start farming. Now we're approaching the 4-minute mark. Objective fights on the cards. No completed items just yet, no Black Cleaver, but you will have the Proto Belt, so no one is in a clear, favorable position. Well, I guess the completed items are for Momo and Swift, right? But these are just scaling items, so at the end of the day, it's still a pretty even game state. We're just gonna see LXY start this one off. P6, they're gonna be late, though.
They actually have a ward near that red side jungle, so they see this happening. There is no ultimatum and hero centers. They use it early on for the mid dive, so PSK running a bit low on their ultimate resources. They will try to brute force their way to this Rotten Drake. LXY secures it with a good smite. They now turn their attention onto Yoshi. Gets the barrier proc as the package for Haki cuts the battle lines apart. But look at emotion. It comes in on the flank. Gets a good kill onto Haki. Double kill right now for this Riven. And there's nothing that P6 can do. This fight has been split up. Eggy goes down. Momo drops. Nick's the last stand. But PSK, they look for an ace and exhaust onto emotion. He takes the fruit. He valors and broken plays forward. Couldn't catch up to Nyx, but it's more than enough for PSK.
More than enough for PSK. They get the dragon and they get, I think, the team fight win as well there. I think they traded 3 for 2 maybe? I'm not exactly sure. Ultimately though, I want to give huge props to Yoshi, and we can see that fight again. It started off with Yoshi walking in 1v2, 1v3, Swift and Emotion. They did a very good job at zoning away his team, zoning away his backup. And by the time they came in, by the time they arrived, it forced them into such an uncomfortable position that Emotion was just able to cut their team in half. Now, second objective, Rift Herald gets started. I feel like P6, they just want to give this one up.
PSK is one of those teams that, you know, Swift mentioned when they scrim against like Indonesian teams. They don't understand why those guys always go for Dragon over Rift Herald, but they just follow and he has been working out so far. So PSK, they love their Dragon takes and they have a pretty high success rate at doing so. We saw Haki use the package to cut the battle lines, but as the team tried to follow up, Emotion showed up to the fight and the rest is history. I believe it's like a 4-for-3 or like a 4-for-2, but definitely in PSK's favor, right? They get everything. Rift Herald's still up, so P6 at least they know that there's still something to contest for.
Yeah, there is still something to contest for. I thought that Rift Herald was started out, but not just yet. I think they're waiting on the ultimates. Now, Camille Galio combo is available, so if anyone gets caught, that could be disastrous, especially if it's Momo getting caught. Now, we see some fighting.
Oh my god, the Wind Slash. Solo kill. Observer looks away because it's too brutal. Can't show it on live stream. Emotion gets the team fight win, comes back solo kills Yoshi, shows dominance. Rift Herald spawn top.
They're gonna dive this Cocky. He has nowhere to run.
Haki's dead. There's no mana, nothing. They lock him up just in case. Haki gone. And you say that, you know, the Galio Camille combo is up. So PSK won the Dragon fight without those resources.
Yes.
Insane from this team. Now with everything online, no ultimatum, but they still have hero centers, right? Like Momo trying to clear the wave out mid.
Yeah, Momo will have a good time wave clearing here. It's a bit annoying that you have to face off against a Varus who can just poke you from a screen away, but Orianna, of course, one of the best wave clearers. Emotion drawing so much pressure, and PSK, they're just winning across the board. Started off with Yoshi getting a solo bolo, but right now, 1v1.
Yeah, Emotion, blue smite on him. And that has to flash away. Yoshi can't win. They send Eggy down, and Emotion meets his second challenger. And he's gonna reset for a while. You know, it's a game of adaptation. Emotion is like, yeah, okay, it's a different challenger. Give me some time. I'll be back. Just watch. He's actually gonna.
He didn't have his ultimate.
Yeah, he didn't have his ultimate.
Didn't have the ultimate, didn't have the ignite, wouldn't want to take that fight. So of course PSK, they're winning across the board right now, but we see our first new item, Divine Sundra on this Camille. First one to get picked up this series.
Yeah, such a good item on Camille. Just deals so much damage, gives it a healing, shreds tanks. You know, on top of the precision protocol, I think Camille is just an absurd
this
champion.
Riven is buying it as well, Husky.
Oh yeah, he is. I think everyone's buying at this point, right? You said like 80 champions buy it. Both of them are 80. Haki locked down straight into the Thunderdome of the Hero's entrance. LXY juggling the turret aggro so well. Nyx might survive, and as I say that Swift denies that claim. PSK with 2, and they get a turret.
I love what we're seeing from PSK. They're doing such a good job identifying their timings, identifying where, when they're strong, identifying when they can attack side lanes. This is just a very well played set coming out from PSK right now. This is what we should have seen from Reach the Peak in Game 1 of the last series. PSK are showing them how it's done.
I would expect P6 to be the one making these moves, right? Because that's what they've been doing in the first half of the group stage. Just making these clean moves, they're taking those team fight, those early dives. But now we're seeing it reflected in PSK's gameplay. So definitely a bit out of the ordinary. But good news for PSK, they're continuing that upwards trends. P6 really struggling right now. The early solo kills doesn't matter anymore. Emotion completely recovered. Device under got no bot. And second item, Death Dance for LXY coming up.
Okay, second item, Death Dance. That's not a bad one at all. Definitely going to be very useful against the heavy AD damage on the side of P6. Now, I think this Divine Sundra, it's going to heavily sway this Darius Riven matchup in my opinion, because it's very rare that Riven has a Sheen proc in the trading patterns, especially when you add to the fact that she now has true damage, max health percentage damage added in as well. I feel like the fact that she can just walk in, E into the inner circle of your rings, and then just proc a Divine Thunder hit on you, it's going to be very impactful in the trading patterns of this late matchup. It's a very minute thing, but I feel like Darius can never match her again.
Yeah, there's so many ways to proc it, right? It's so easy to do it on Riven. So many low cooldown spells.
If you auto cancel well, you should be proccing it maybe 2-3 times in an entire combo. Yeah.
And on top of that, you have the Conqueror heal. So, you're right. I mean, Darius, not the guy that would buy Divine Sundra. He would just stick with Steras Gage. And even then, Emotion, he's going to get a ton of heal from not just the Keystone, but this item itself. Edge of Night for Swift. He has the Muramana completed. And it's just P6 playing tower defense right now.
Yeah. Tower defense is gaming for P6, but because they have the Orianna, because they have the Braum to stop dives, they have the wave clear, they have the defensive capabilities, they will hold on. But with this Rift Herald in the pocket of LXY, how long will it last?
Hero's entrance forced up from Evolution. Probell forwards only gets a taunt. Eggy takes the Justice Punch, but a good shield from Nyx. He protects his team, but he can't protect Haki though. Haki dies again. I think PSK can continue the chase. Yoshi just dragged both of them in with the Apprehend. A good exhaust, but it's Emotion with the blade online. The ultimate wind slash is out. They only catch 1 kill, but a good job from Evolution allows Emotion to go back in, and that's where we see all the procs. A good decimate kill as Yoshi cuts them all in half. P6 wins the bot lane.
But look at top lane, Husky.
But top lane is in danger. Momo can't defend this all alone. They just take the inhibitor.
Oh, they could have killed him. They could have killed him or at least forced the flash, but PSK, they got what they came for and they get out of there. So greedy from PSK on the bot lane. They didn't need to commit into Yoshi. They thought they could kill him, but his Apprehend came up in time. Very good combo. Now, sometimes you're wondering, I can't hit the outer circle of my Q on Darius. They're going to play around it. Well, if you Apprehend into Q, there's no counterplay. That's exactly what Yoshi did. Set him up for the triple kill. Very good job right there. They need some healing reduction, Husky.
They definitely do. And that should come up from Swift, most likely. Or if he lands the Hail of Arrows, that works as well. That's true. Desecration. They do have some inbuilt healing reduction, but you can see that Kevin, he's building towards that. Already has the armor pen ready. So far,
because PSK, well. I gotta bring up one little point here. PSK, because they committed 2 Rift Heralds to completely break open the top side of the map. Sure, they got the inhibitor. That's great. But the problem is they can't break this mid lane turret. They can't break past this Orianna Braum stalling combo here. It's just holding this mid turret alive for 12 minutes now. And PSK, they need to find a way to break it. Okay, well, I guess this works then. They just brute force it.
Yeah, Emotion just dashes in. Couple of procs on it. Now PSK starts walking into P6 jungle. 3rd Drake online. PSK is so proficient in securing these objectives. They've gotten everything so far. P6, if they can get one, they definitely would. They have the ball delivery system, but who is going to start the fight?
who indeed is going to start the fight. That's the problem with Phantom 6's comp. They don't exactly have an aggressive option. You don't have a way to start the team fights. You have the Orianna ball, you have the Cocky Rockets to poke. But look at PSK. They have a J Shock Blast. They're going to outpoke you. It's just everything you can do, we can do better. P6, they are waiting for PSK to jump into them, and that's where their comp excels.
And we see Yoshi having the Hullbreaker, but doesn't really do much if you're sticking.
Yeah, it doesn't
with the
do
team,
anything right now.
And now flash in, okay, Glacial Fissure, engage from Nace, get the taunt off, Chain of Corruption and Ultimatum, locks Haki down mid-package. Now Hero's Enter gets dropped, they completely blow out the support, exhaust onto Haki, they chase him down, Momo tries to help, the Shockwave finally comes out, but it is a little bit too late as Yoshi is left stranded and the hammer from Kevin will completely remove him from the fight. PSK with the Nace, and I think this game might be over. Look at top lane.
Oh yeah, this game is over. This is just amazing. 14-minute end there for PSK. We just said you need to wait for them to come into you. Nyx, he was impatient. He pulled the trigger. He gets punished.
Unprecedented win. I mean, PSK showing up big time in this game one against P6.
Yeah.
We're in for a series. I mean, we are in for and like this. They could just tie this up by the end of the series, right? PathSeeker look incredible in this game one.
They truly do. That was a very good game from PathSeeker. Sure, a level 1 mistake from Emotion gets him solo killed. But after that, if you ask me to pinpoint mistakes that PSK made, I couldn't really tell you any. It was just Phantom 6 making mistakes and then PSK seizing the opportunity every single time to punish. I think it's a very well played game from PSK, and that game really impressed me. They did good.
Yeah, Phantom 6 couldn't find an opportunity, needed PSK to make a move, but like you said, right, Phantom 6, Nyx was the first one, they felt compelled to do something, and there's a weird Hullbreaker pickup for the Darius, right? You can't really pick the Hullbreaker if you're not split pushing. A lot of minor details from P6, but PathSeeker played a great game one. We will go on a short break, and we will come back to talk more about what has happened.
You've been down far away. I think that it might be time for change. Maybe it's a sign to run away, and we'll never have to stay. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. Hey, I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. We could make a break for greener grass. I know that it just like that. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. Never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down, I'll lift you up. I don't wanna lift you up. I don't wanna take too much time. I don't wanna lift you up. I just wanna make you mine. I don't wanna lift you. I just wanna lift you up. I just wanna lift you up. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down.
Here we go now.
Well, PathSeeker just took down Phantom 6 in Game 1 of this potential series to tie up the score on the leaderboard. We'll see what happens in Game 2, but for now, where are my manners? I'm Husky alongside Omo. This is our last day. I have to emphasize it once more. It's our last day and our last series together, and it might potentially be the last game. So many lasts. I don't like it, but I'm gonna make the best out of it.
Are we gonna try it again then?
We're gonna try
I
it.
see. I did it right on my first try this time. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
Alright, we're gonna get it. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
No,
So
no. There's a bit of a lag on my end, so I'm not dumb. This is just what's happening.
We almost got it.
Kinda,
Yep,
yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
There
Yeah,
we
better.
go.
Yeah, perfect. If you do it enough,
A
it
bit of a
works.
misshapen heart, but it is what it is.
It's okay. Heart. The shape is perspective, right? Like how you look at it, kind of how you look at it is how it is. Like some people look at 6, but if you look at it the other way, it's actually a 9. So that's a heart. If you disagree, then it doesn't matter. It's a heart.
Yeah.
It's-
And I think
the
your
sentiment
heart is
of
more
that.
anatomically accurate as well, because hearts don't actually look like this. It's more like a lumpy circle thing, right? So yours is
Yeah,
probably
like
more
that.
accurate anyway.
Like skews towards one side with 2 vowels and.
Yeah.
I
It's
study
not pretty.
biology, so it's not pretty.
Same. Yeah.
But it's important. It keeps you alive. Let's take a look at.
Exactly.
We have one thing, right? We did ask the trivia question just now, so it's time
Yeah.
to reveal the answer. The question was, what's the one line that Remus doesn't say? Like, so it's no.
Okay.
Like, he doesn't
So
say no.
he's very positive. He goes by.
He's a yes
he goes
man.
by the. Yeah, he's a yes man. He goes by the Instagram. What's that called? The motivational speakers. He goes by their advice. Never say no. That's Remus.
Never say no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, have you seen Remus players? When they ever turn away from a fight, they just roll up to the party. They use all their skills. They curl up, and that's it. You know, they leave it all up to fate.
Yeah,
Never
it's
say
so
it's like
sad when you see a Remus roll away from a fight. It's kind of heartbreaking. It's kind of demoralizing. He's at Mach 10 and he runs out. You just don't really want to see that. Well, what you do want to see though is the post game of that last game. Let's go take a look at that one. 14 minutes. That's how long it took for PathSeeker to close out game 1 of that series.
Yeah, like I think our average match time is around that, right? Like 13 to 16 minutes. So PSK, they not only matched the average game time we have in the group stage, but they did it in such a fashion, just coming off of a slightly slow start. I wouldn't even call it rough. I would say it's just a misstep from emotion. But one fight after one fight, PSK just showed us why they are so much better than P6 in this game 1.
Yeah, they did a very good job at identifying their win conditions, identifying their timings, and knowing where to attack on the map. Like I said earlier, if you ask me to pinpoint mistakes that they made in this game, I'd be hard-pressed to find any. I think overall, the mistakes, the blunders they made, extremely small and inconsequential. And hold on a second, I just noticed something. This Corki build here, Black Cleaver, Storm Razor. Like, I'm just not fond of Corki. I'm not fond of Corki as a crush pick. You pick Corki Orianna, you have no points to attack the game. We even saw the last team fight, Phantom 6. They were so desperate to start a fight that we saw Braum start it with a Flash ultimate. And that's not what you want to be seeing. That's not the way this game should be played. And P6, draft, gameplay, everything, I think they just got outclassed by PSK here.
Yeah, there was some like slight recipe changes to Storm Razor, but even then, like again, it really comes down to this third pick Corki that kind of blocked out a lot of options for P6, right? You have to put this Corki somewhere, but there's no good matchup per se. You can only choose to go even, and Haki went 0-6 in this game. There's nothing he could do. We see them start fight. Haki uses the package to try and clear the battle lines, but midway through the flight, he just gets locked out by the ultimatum, right? Alexy just goes on top of this guy, and there was nothing that he could do as well. So, just a very weird game for P6. It really felt like they were out of that element, and they got outclassed by PathSeeker, but it also felt like they were uncomfortable with what they drafted for themselves.
Yeah, it's not just that they were uncomfortable with it. I think that's just a really hard comp to play because like we saw, you have no aggressive options. How do you start the fight? We literally asked that question and then we saw Braum flash out. You just don't have the tools. Your only chance is to let them come into you and they outpoke you. Their Jace outpokes you. So then what do you do in that situation? They have Jace Varus, they outpoke you. You can't start a fight. You can't, you're just out of options. You can't side lane. It's just a bit of a draft game. I said it was like a 60-40. It turned out to be much more than that because once PSK got a lead, it was just all over.
Yeah, and you give a lead to their solo laners. That's it, right? Like we focus a lot on like Emotion and LXY, and they came out huge that game. Kevin didn't even have too much work that needed to be done because most of it has already been settled early on. But coming into game number 2, I want to see P6 kind of draft what they are used to playing. Big team fight comps. That's what P6 are good at, right? They have the pocket pick in the form of the Annie. Like if they really want to crush pick, the Annie is going to be it, not the Corki. Put Momo as something like a Kai'Sa. He loves that champion. Just give them something to work with. The Orianna just doesn't really fit what Momo usually shows us.
Yeah, the Orianna pick was a bit of an oddball one. I think they just really wanted the Orianna to run away from the Jace, which makes sense, right? It's not a fun matchup to play. But then you ask yourselves, if Orianna runs away from the Jace, then Corki plays into the Jace, then what's the point? It's the same situation. I think that it's just a misread on the flex picks, and I said that, you could have punished harder than a Jace pick on the side of PSK, but it turns out it was enough. That's all they needed. He did have a good lane, he had a decent lane, and he had good shock blast in the mid game. That's really all they needed to do.
And you even said that Jace was probably one of the worst picks that PSK could have come up with.
It was good, but it was execution reliant. That's the thing.
Yeah. And they made it work well, right? And it was the last pick, so PSK they had to blindly pick into it, something that PSK took advantage of. But I would say that for game 2, I think PSK they are well on their way, right? P6, we saw a chink in their armor. They had this bit of a downfall. They did win some games with Eggy back in the jungle and Nyx back on support, but I think that is not really the main focus right now. The main focus is more of like P6 are not really coming together consistently. They've fallen off the form that we saw in the first leg of the group stage.
Yeah, I think that the P6 that we've seen have good shining spots in the group stages, it's starting to falter. And we talk about the forms of these two teams as well. They have some really good weeks, they have some really bad weeks. Well, it looks like P6, it's not a good time to have a bad week. Going to playoffs, they don't look strong. They look like they got outclassed by PSK, who frankly, good time to look good. Good time to find your form. Going to playoffs, they look much better than they did in the last couple of weeks. I want to see this keep up from PSK. And I want to point out tomorrow as well, PSK, they've got a big matchup. Let me just double confirm it. I don't want to say anything wrong on air. Yeah, there we go. PSK, they're playing against Upcar tomorrow. So if they win this matchup here today, they beat Upcar tomorrow, they have a chance to shoot up the standings from 6th to tied for 3rd in 2 days. How insane is that?
At least for Phantom 6, they are playing reach the peak, right? So the odds of them winning is slightly higher compared to PathSeeker against Upcar. But I wouldn't take my chances. I think sure, Upcar is a really solid team. They've beaten the best before, but we also seen Upcar on their bad days. And to be frank, I think PathSeeker overall just does some things better than Upcar. So we might get a tiebreaker by the end of this week. I feel like we are heading down that direction, right? We have 2 tiebreakers coming up later on, and we might have more being formed after tomorrow. But it's something that I think PathSeeker has really done well. You can call them like the late bloomers. They only started showing up huge in the second week, the second half, and they started off by beating Team Watermelon. I think that is something that would echo towards the red team. And it's a big one. That was the one thing that set off this whole chain reaction. We wouldn't even need to worry about a tiebreaker if not for that.
It's just so good to see the team start to pick it up as we go into playoffs. Even the bottom of the playoff teams, there's no real bottom. They're all tied. Basically, we see 2 clear packs get formed right now. The 7-9 LFO, top of the pack, head honchos, and then we see the 4 teams in the midfield take games off each other, play tight series, play full 3-game sets, and just have a very competitive series against each other. I think going to playoffs, that will make for a very exciting one. And hopefully some of these teams, they really find the form and take the fight to Sam 9, take the fight to LFO.
I have this horrible analogy, right? The hierarchy reminds me of basically Summoner Swift, right? You have blue side, you have red side, like Sam 9 on one side, LFO on the other, and everyone else is just minions. They get summoned and then they fight it out. Whoever wins the min war, which at the end of the day, they all die. We'll see how game 2 turns out. And this is going to be the draft again. P6 sticking with the center ban. And we'll see PSK make some adjustments. I feel like for PSK, there's not really a big problem, particularly from P6 in that game 1. So PSK can just stick with what they have. Just ban the Olaf again. And just limit what Eggy could do in the jungle.
Yeah, if anything, it's P6 who need to reevaluate what their draft meant in Game 1 and redetermine how they want to draft in Game 2. Yet the bans stay the same. P6, they're likely saying, maybe we just need to have played it better, maybe we need to change some of the later picks. Our early picks might not have been the problem, and to that, I do agree. I think if your opening here is Fiora, Darius, I think you could do a lot worse than that. The problems only started appearing once they picked up Corki, Orianna, Braum in that order. This really limits your drafts options, and if they change the later picks, maybe it's not so bad.
And it also was because they basically revealed their own flex, right? They picked the Fiora and then immediately followed up with the Darius Corki. The flex element was gone and PSK just started banning out supports. It really shut down Nyx, but this time P6, they take the Galio away. Now we will see a bit of change on PSK's side.
A little bit of a change, yeah. The Galio they correctly identified was a problem, and picking up this Galio both denies the Camille Galio combo and threatens it yourself. So PSK, they answer, we want it regardless. It's one of LXY's best champions. Let's give it to him even without the Galio, and we also deny you the Camille Galio combo.
And there are some ways to circumvent the lack of Galio, right? If you want some extra layer of safety for your Camille, something like a Morgana can do it, but this time they prioritized the Rakan, a champion that was banned out in Game 1 by PSK themselves. You don't have the Galio, to get the Hero Centers to follow up. Guess what? The Rakan does it just the same. Get a good engaged emotion. Well, the Camille can easily follow up.
Yeah, it's a very good roaming jungle support duo here. On the side of P6 though, this is what you wanted to see, wasn't it? You want to see mobile on something that can dictate the pace of the game a little bit more. Lucian comes in. Lucian Galio potentially very punishing here.
Yes, and we saw the iteration of Lucian Thresh. Wow. Now Lucian Galio does the same. Eggy just reveals his Lee Sin, and I think it's a good prior pick, right? It's kind of the same scenario of PSK. Do they want to pick the Akali or the Varus in Game 1? And I think the same scenario with B4's P6, but taking the Lee Sin away gives them a lot of presence in the jungle. Now Eggy can do a lot more in the side lanes, and PSK, they go for the Renekton.
Okay, pretty interesting stuff coming in. A very different draft from what we saw last game. P6, much more aggressive. They have so many tools this time to be aggressive, to attack the game. PSK though, they are the ones revealing their draft this time around. Emotion with the Renekton. Actually, hold on. It could be a Renekton mid still. So that could still be a flex between Kevin and Emotion. So it's not entirely reviewed just yet.
PSK has been flexing all of these champions, right? All these bruiser, they can put them anywhere they want. And they also have a lot of like pocket picks up the sleeves. Like right now, PS6 they have one last ban, but what are they considering, right? Because PSK can easily go for Riven, there's Zed, there's Akali, well, the Zed is Akali, there's even the Irelia that they can pull out of their pocket if they feel like there's a need to do so.
Yeah, there's definitely many options, and I do like that P6 are banning away this Varus. I think right now you want to ban away mages, you do not want to ban that Jace. I don't think you're too concerned about it with this team comp. You need to get rid of more mages, because why attack his champion pool, but then stop halfway? We're gonna deny you 2 long-range champions that can play safe against our combo. We ban away this Ziggs, we ban away this Varus, and then you just pick Morgana, and the situation is the same, right? You see the problem here? Yeah. Commit to what you're banning and target that player hard. Like don't half-ass it. Simply.
Like if you beat someone, you want to make sure that that guy is out cold, right? You don't want to give him a chance to retaliate. And no,
exactly.
Early on I did point out like there's a way to circumvent the lack of Galio, which is with the Morgana, and PSK they pick it up. Now you get that self-sufficient laner, and you get that lane shove, you get the black shield to deal against all of this crowd control. But P6, they would take the Akali away themselves, and that most likely will go on to Yoshi. You know, he has played a decent Akali.
I do like this Akali pickup. I think Akali has a good laning matchup into both the Camille and the Renekton, so that's a good answer to either one if you get to lane into them. But this is pretty much the draft setup here from P6. It's gonna be Akali top, it's gonna be Galio mid, and you have this Alistair support. Why would you 5p Irelia down? This is interesting, right? They're saying that we want the Irelia matchup into Galio, and then Kevin now burden of execution is once again on him. He needs to deliver. Good lane matchup for Yoshi this time around. Let's see if he can deliver.
Yeah, like I feel like whoever goes up against Yoshi is not going to have too good of a time, right? Like he basically can deal with all of them. But would you rather have the Renekton into Galio or the Irelia? I think that's kind of the question that PSK also needs to ask themselves.
Yeah. That's a good question, and I think Irelia has a better matchup into Galio, because Renekton, it's just the way the trading patterns work. If you dash into him, he has ways to get out of that, whereas Irelia, if you hit the stun and then dash into it, Galio has very little counterplay. So I think the Irelia matchup plays a little bit better. But then again, Irelia is such an iffy champion in Wild Rift. It's so hard to play. You gotta be really good at it. Let's see if Kevin is really good at it.
Yeah, he has played it, I think, a couple of times, and so far so good. Yeah. You know, hasn't really soiled that resume of Irelia just yet, and it's also something that I think PSK is very comfortable with picking, right? If they feel like they need to fifth pick Irelia, they would fifth pick Irelia. They don't really care what the enemy has. But you said the Phantom 6 has a more robust lineup, and it looks like if we get a team fight, Phantom 6 have so many follow-up that I don't think even a Black Shield can deal with all of them.
Yeah, a Black Shield is really not enough, but what this Morgana does so well is it really just ignores allows PSK to just ignore their Dragon Lane matchup to some extent. Once Morgana has enough levels, she's happy to lane by herself, wave clear with a Tormented Soil, and you just let your Camille, Rakan roam together, cause havoc on the map. That's a really good setup. I like this idea here, and because you're laning against Lucian Alistar, it's a brutal lane matchup. You want to avoid it. I like this draft from PSK yet again. Okay, it's gonna be Irelia into Akali, which is also a tough matchup. I mean, Irelia wins all these matchups. Akali wins all these matchups here, but Emotion, I mean, he's comfortable on this, and I think that Irelia is a better champion in the long lane.
Yeah, kind of like pick your poison, right? And Emotion very openly declaring that he wants to go for the skill check. Sure, the matchup doesn't favor me, but what the hell, I'm going to bring it straight to you. So we get Kevin Renekton into Haki's Galio early on. That's going to give Haki a lot of side lane access just because it's that mid lane. But I think one thing that I noticed that PSK can do, when Swift starts building into those items, those Leandries, perhaps the Rylai's, in these team fights, those Tormented Swords, they're going to stack up. These tanks will slowly melt in the late game.
Yeah, and I call back to the time we saw Scarlet Petal get MVP on his Morgana, just using Tormented Sword to burn everyone alive while they dive into you. Maybe we see the same thing here.
We see game number 2 in this best of 3. PSK, if they win this one, they will tie up with P6 on that leaderboard. 6-7. But if P6 wins this, they pull away from PSK and they avoid a tiebreaker. So very important match for both teams. So PSK, after such a marvelous game 1, let's see how game 2 is going to turn out. P6 coming in with a different look.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, different look is going to be big because game 1, frankly, it was not pretty. PSK dominated the game. Let's see if PSK have what it takes to control the game state this time around.
Early poke, Evolution, doing what he does best. Nyx identifying that, gotta get Swift away, but didn't really have the Tormented Soul either way. But these early shoves are gonna allow them to put down those wards. We see top lane Emotion just really putting the pressure, hitting level 2 first, getting a stun off, and Yoshi already losing that trade.
Early stages of the game, you do have lane control as the Irelia because Akali's energy, I think it's called energy. Yeah, her energy management, it's very hard. She can only throw out 2 Qs in the early stages of the game before waiting for it to come back up. So Irelia will have control. But once Akali gets some levels, gets some items, this matchup starts to get very, very iffy.
And we'll see how long Emotion can hold on to that lead. We see the level 1 cloth armor by Yoshi, right? He just needs to survive through that early stage, and he knows that he will be fine. But we also see the Morgana just shoving out the way for the Tormented Soul. Nothing much the PS can do. They walk up, they take the Aerie, and the Evolution is always on standby.
Yeah, this lane matchup, I mean, if Morgana is on point with the Black Shield timings, Nyx has very few options to go aggressive here.
You see Junglers has changed the Scuttle Crab at least. So Kevin is going to help LXY on the top side. And Eggy, he will get the bottom. So far, a very standard start. I mean, PSK, in the previous game, they have the tools to dive. But in this case, they don't really have too much durability. So it kind of B-falls onto LXY again. But P6 has a slightly faster clear on this Lee Sin. He's making his way towards the blue buff. He's going to check it with the 1. Now comes in to contest LXY. Let's see who wins the smite. Well, has the Resonating Strike. LXY, not able to smite it away.
Yeah, very close there, but Iggy will get it. Nyx, he's done with the lane phase. He says, I cannot do anything against Morgana. I'm just going to go roam.
Recall gets a boot, starts roaming around the map. And Momo now has to bear the brunt of it, but he does, get that access to the solo experience. Once again, Evolution, poking and prodding. So, a slower start compared to game 1, but, who's benefiting off of these, slow approaches? And as I say that, Evolution goes in for some poke, but it's just a minor poke. It's a Black Shield Evolution. Nyx can't find an entry.
Nyx doesn't quite find a way in, and that's exactly what we talked about, right? 2 questions. Range is one thing. Morgana can space your headbutt pop very well. And 2, if you really want to start a fight, you have to commit flash, and if Morgana's fast enough, taps the Black Shield. Very limited options as well.
Emotion getting gone on, flashes away. Vanguard Ace wants the outplay. Eggy in danger. Emotion doesn't get the job done. Well, gets a trade back, but first blood still goes over to the side of Yoshi. Not bottom lane. Evolution now responds with a dive. They get the charm. They take out Momo. Good pulverize. Evolution survives. The juggling of the turret shot was good from PSK.
Good turret dive there from the side of PSK. They get to kill Momo, and that is big because you need to find leads on this Lucian. So shutting him down early, that's going to be huge.
25 seconds from the objective spawning. And see Yoshi getting a decent lead, just like in game 1. I think those team fights, when they start happening around the objective, that's going to be huge. So PSK, they've expended 4 ultimates. They will not be up in time for any of these objective contests. They will now go for a reset first. LXY having the series of his life, doing so much work on this jungle Camille.
Seriously doing a really good job on this jungle Camille, but he's still behind in gold, and he gets caught here, Evolution.
Yeah, thankfully can get away. Battle Dance, the 2 chargers doing so much work. P6 shows up to the Rift Pharaoh. Now Evolution forced to reset, doesn't have the ultimate just yet.
They should have this.
They should have this, right? P6 have wards. They know where PSK are. And everyone from PSK pretty much split. They will knock LXY away, secure the Rift Pharaoh.
Yeah, Evolution was forced to base. You don't have outs on Swift, you don't have outs on LXY and Evolution. Your options are limited. But now, Dragon Fight, all the outs are going to be back up, and the bets are off. We could see a huge one here. Oh, that's a solo kill angle.
Also, Emotion, perfect execution, gets stunned. Emotion drops all her spell. Yoshi goes into the shroud, props the barrier, perfect execution, defies, that's not enough. So close, but Yoshi wins.
I'm gonna be honest with you. He played that about as well as he could there, Emotion, but still, it's just the nature of the matchup.
Big combo coming through, only landing onto one. Unfortunately, Kevin, good stun. They want to finish off the jungler, and ENG completely decimated. Now they hashtag ultimatum, Haki locked down and removed as Kevin dashes forward onto Nyx, flashes onto Momo. The solution pulling back, but PSK, they're not done yet. Good tactical sweep and a good grand entrance. The Pulverize, not enough. Evolution dies, but LXY will pick up the 4th member of P6.
Man, really good job there from PSK. I'm getting a little bit of a deja vu here as well, because the same situation as last game, relatively even game state, and you go to the dragon fight, PSK, they out team fight you. They don't get the dragon yet, I believe, but they take the team fight, and that's what matters.
And this fight, started with a big combo, but just look at this. ENG separated from his team, cleaned up PSK with the extended mobility, just ran P6 down. Nothing they could do. On the live feed, P6, they secure the Drake, but it's a small consolation prize for what has transpired so far.
Small consolation prize indeed. LXY will be able to walk away from that one, diving between 2 turrets as well. Great job.
As you see Kevin tanks one extra shot, bot lane again, Evolution fights 2 of them. Rip Pharaoh spawn here. LXY has been doing an amazing job. A kick from ENG, Evolution sent back. Haki in the forefront of things, LXY tanks the damage, gets the kill. Kevin does the job. ENG, what are you doing under the tier 1? That's not your tower. And PSK finds 2 kills, the turret survives.
And once again, PSK, they read P6 like a book at every turn. They try to dive them bot lane. But PSK, the whole team is there. That dive is never going to work out. Now, this game, it's starting to look a bit dire here for P6. But fortunately, unlike last game, they have one insurance plan. And that's got to be Yoshi on this Akali. He needs to deliver big time this game. And he has the tools to succeed as well. He needs to put a lot of pressure on this Irelia. And later on, well, it's going to be hard later on, right? Because you're team fighting against a Morgana. Her soul shackles punish you. Her, what's that? Dark binding? Yeah, dark binding punishes you as well. If you make a mistake, if you make a misstep, plus some twin shadows, Yoshi could be in big trouble.
Evolution just shows up. They're thinking
he could
about
catch
it.
him.
Does catch him. Shroud is out. Stun doesn't land, and Yoshi should be able to get out. Meanwhile, the bot tier 1 does go down. But there's a reason why most teams ban the commute against PSK, right? You give LXY this commute, he just gets those early dives. They have perfected this craft across the entire league. But I do like the itemization from Yoshi. Crystalline Reflector at level 1, I say that Emotion still fights him.
Yeah, Emotion is good about identifying where and when he can go aggressive in this matchup. Akali does win this matchup, but there are traits that Irelia can take to try to neutralize it, and I think Emotion has been doing a good job at neutralizing this matchup. With that said though, Yoshi's death cap is coming, and the moment he starts scaling up, he's really getting to the point of no return in the 1v1. It's still going to be incredibly hard to teamfight for this Akali, just because that Morgana pick has so much value here, and I think it needed to have been banned away.
And Swift actually went for the ghost on this Morgana, so he wants to make sure that he stays on top of you for the soul shackles, right? Yeah, Emotion, twin shadows out. This is where Yoshi can't really hide in the shadows. The Luna's Echo just decimates the whole wave. I mean, PSK, that wave clear is in this absurd amount of damage. Setting up a Death Brush. If they catch someone from P6, this Rift Herald is going to be theirs.
This Rift Herald is basically theirs already. The flank attempts come in.
Forces up with Zonya, so Shackle used as well.
Okay.
Yoshi finally showing up to team fight. The Polarize! Misses from Nyx. That is going to be a window of opportunity for PSK. And there's the dancing around this Rift Herald pit. Now, coming to it. ENG.
It didn't reset.
Gets a kick, comes in. They smite the Rift Herald. A good stun from Kevin, and now the fight breaks out. Haki tanks everything. A good engage from Evolution. They get the charm. A Pulverize from Nyx. They finally kill off LXY. As the rest of PSK scatter into the wild, Momo should be able to chase down Evolution. 2 kills on the side of P6. PSK will lose that fight, but they did take down ENG as Emotion gets a solo kill up top.
They do get the Rift Herald as well on the side of PSK, so it's not all doomed here for them. They try to go on Kevin, nice little slice would get him out of trouble. Emotion, I feel like he should have gone aggressive on Haki in the side lane there, but that's fine. If you look at the game state, small wins for Phantom 6, they're picking up some kills, they're picking up some gold, they now have a minute gold lead. But PSK, the Rift Herald is still in the pockets of LXY, and we know what he can do with it. Last game, that Rift Herald, they broke the inhibitors open at like 12 minutes in game. So it's still very iffy.
And subsequently, the Super Minions ended the game for them, right? So
Yeah.
PSK did such good work. But the good news is, they only got 1 instead of 2 Rift Pharaohs. Like P6 got the first one, it eventually led to the bottom tier 1 going down, but Ocean Drake is up and PSK, they are already there with 4 members.
Yeah, P6, they are ready for this fight. They are in position. Nyx is intimidating, and I think this dragon should be theirs.
Emotion just a bit too late. Swift walks up for a Tormented Soil, but it's a Nyx up front. Haki can
He's a
just
tanky
walk
boy.
up. Easy Rift Pharaoh. Well, easy Ocean Drake, I should say.
Yeah. Easy Ocean Drake and PSK, because they tried to contest, they don't get anything. They don't trade anything back. Nyx did a very good job at body blocking. He's a tanky boy. And Emotion as well. If you aren't going to contest this, you should keep pushing top. Teams need to identify this more. If we are not contesting, if we can't contest, when do we call it quits? When do we call it the trade? Now we're going to see a big 5-5.
Nyx goes in for the engage. They want to follow up with a big combo. A kick is out. Rift Pharaoh still breaks the turret, and now it all comes down to Haki with a 3-man taunt. The damage is going to be there from P6, but PSK also has their own output. Even though you get the win, you get the taunt, Swift just locks all of you down with their ultimate. Tactical Swift from LXY, and everyone from P6, they start to fall. The Twin Shadows slows Momo down, and the PSK wins the team fight nonetheless.
It looked so winnable for P6. It looked so good at the start, but Swift was the MVP for sure, flashing into the middle of basically the whole team. I think he hit like a 4 or 5 man Soul Shackles, and once that procced, you saw the team fight just swing in the direction of PSK, completely shutting them down.
And this is like one of those scary scenarios in the game of Wild Rift, right? You don't expect the second proc of the damage, and when it comes through, it's a bit too late. The deal has been sealed. Swift just snatches the souls of P6. The fight, look at how it started.
Yeah, if you look at how the fight started, it really looked good. You only get a 1-man Rakan combo. This Galio taunt was huge. But of course, look at Swift, look at Emotion. Both their outs connected with basically the entire team of P6. P6 got a bit too greedy. They smelled blood. They wanted more. They funneled in. And that just allowed Emotion and Swift to hit the big outies to turn that team fight around.
P6 now setting up a Death Brush. They've done this before. They send Yoshi up front. They get to clear out the ward. Kevin will be aware of that. But what PSK was not able to do effectively in game 1 was to break that mid tier 1. Now they've done it. In fact, they go on Kevin. Kevin dashes, flashes, proto bells all the way to the tier 2. Can't catch up with this guy.
He's a very mobile Renekton for sure. Triple mobility. He gets right out of there. But still, Flash getting expanded, that's something.
That's something that, you know, P6 can't capitalize on. And we see the Baron Nashor has spawned. We are at the 13-minute mark. This definitely feels like a longer game, but then you look at Swift, Leandries, and the Ludens. How can you walk up? You just get burned.
He's a very scary Morgana right now for sure. Now he got the grievous wounds as well. It's gonna be very hard for P6 to dive into him. And that's exactly what P6 wanted to do. They want to dive into you. And this is why I call back to the draft. This is why I said it was a big mistake to ban that Jace. You needed to shut down Swift's champion pool. You're already committed. Just all in on the bans. Get rid of this Morgana. They weren't able to identify it. They weren't able to do so. And now this Morgana, she's making them pay.
Yeah, it's like the Jace is not even the biggest, not even remotely close to being the biggest issue, right? Like, what can PSK do with the Jace compared to what they can do with a Morgana? Like, does Jace even fit in? I really don't think so.
Yeah, and that's the thing they needed to realize as well. Last game, they suffered against the Jace because they had no tools to engage. This time, they have a million tools to engage. That's no longer the problem. They're no longer really afraid of the poke champion. So just get rid of Swift's champion pool. But it's too late for that right now. They're in game. They need to find a way to problem solve here. And it really just comes down to Yoshi's Akali. He's the key to the victory here.
Now the burden placed on Yoshi. He has to be the hero. Now without the flash,
that's
Kevin
good.
Gets sent right back, kick, still gets a slice, and that's it. Proto Bells, they flash Polarize, they really want him gone, but he procs the barrier. Evolution comes in with a re-engage. They finally execute him, but at what cost? The Dark Binding goes wide. That's good news for P6 or PSKs. The Cavalry has arrived. Hero's entrance from Haki just to provide a safety net. but it seems like PSK, they want more. A good taunt from Maki, they catch out together, reel them in like a school of fishes as Swift gets mowed down by the culling. LXY wants a return. Yoshi is the target, but LXY won't be able to finish the job as Emotion left alone dashes onto Momo, flashes forward, gets onto Nyx with the stun. Just one more play search will do the job, and PSK still hold on with an even trade.
What a close fight. So much to unpack right there. It starts off with them failing to get the kill on Kevin. He uses his mobility so very well, and they trade back one kill from the get-go. The problem there is, what went wrong for PathSeeker? Emotion's ultimate miss. The dash from Momo saved the day. Now Emotion gets caught. Oh boy, this could be big. He has R2.
Come together, and he does have the smite. Thankfully, LXY has something left. So Inferno Drake goes over the PSK. Some little scaling that they would definitely appreciate later on. But P6 still can't break the structure down mid, you know. Swift is back to life, he's gonna clear out those waves.
I think you go for Baron. Yeah, I think this is the play. I think you have to. Where's your Tormented Soul, Swift? Why aren't they engaging? Why aren't they catching them?
Just put the Tormented Soul, get the burst of the Lian off, right?
Yeah, it does so much damage. Just throw out your spells!
First. He's not doing it now, Binding goes wide! This might be huge though, LXY. Standing in front. Well, they do get it disengaged, but yeah, pretty weird. I mean, Swift. That could have been like 3 Tormented Swords at least. That could have forced the tanks away, you know?
You can have 2 Tormented Swords out at once, so it's a very short cooldown spell. He was a bit too hesitant with that, and I feel like he could have done a lot more in that situation. But still, it doesn't matter, right? Because we stopped the Baron, that's our goal. Little minute details like that, it doesn't matter. The fight's gonna continue though.
Oh, they want Yoshi bad. That's the quickness. And look at Kevin! Force to proc the barrier, goes used on Swift. They get a good taunt, and that's gonna be Evolution on fire. They finish him off. LXY gets an ultimatum. Forced to go golden, the team is not there. A good binding onto Momo, but Momo has the exhaust, and now it's gonna be Swift eating the full extent of the culling. Black Shield doesn't do anything, and this is Baron time for P6. This time, they're gonna get it.
The problem there, PSK, they try to fight a wall on 2 fronts. They go aggressive top, but this entire time, Emotion, he's bought, he takes the tier 2, sure. But why did you have to do that? That's the thing. You didn't have to commit. You didn't have to overcommit. You saw once again this time how hesitant Swift was to flash out. But this time it's not his fault. This time he knows there isn't any follow-up. Baron goes over to P6, and all they trade back is a tier 2 bot turret. Sure, they might still have a gold lead. Sure, they might still have the wave clear, but that's gonna be much less effective against Baron empowered minions, number 1. And number 2, this whole situation could have just been avoided. This did not need to happen. This was just greed from PSK. It was an overcommitment, and they got punished.
And they were all so far away from each other, right? It's like LXY on one side, Swift on the other. Yeah, that's a very weird fight from the side of PSK, and P6 finally gets themselves. I would go as far as to say that sure, PSK has the goal lead, but P6 have the lead.
At least with the Baron buff they do. Maybe with the Baron buff on, we could talk a little bit about scaling, dragon stacking, whatever, but with the Baron buff, definitely, at least for the next couple minutes, P6 have the lead. Now, Haki, is he gonna get jumped? Not quite, because full control of the jungle belongs to P6. They get to dictate the pace of the game. PSK, they're feeling the pressure. All 3 lanes getting pushed. PSK has to pull the trigger somewhere.
So much magic damage.
You have to do something! You're bleeding out, man!
They're losing. They lost 3 turrets at once. And PSK now playing the game right, letting PSK taste their own medicine. Then look at that, Nyx cutting the wave. It's making sure that Momo gets to escort it. They finally get to break the structure. PSK still not finding an opening though. This is very concerning.
Very concerning indeed. Now they're in full control P6. They're gonna get maybe all the tier 2 turrets. Maybe all the outer turrets are gonna get cracked right now because PSK are unwilling or unable to pull the trigger. They might even lose top and hit.
Nyx tries to go for hit but polarized, but thankfully there was a black shield, and look at that. Haki and Yoshi so good at the split pushing. They have so much magic damage, and as they try to go onto Haki, that inhibitor turret is still gonna go down. They get Haki in return, but at what cost? Haki even one-shot Swift! Oh my goodness, the damage from this Galio is incredible! And now another fight breaks out mid, but the turret is gonna go down. One last ditch for PSK. They need to hold on. Shuriken Flip connects. Yoshi tries to go for bro, takes the ultimatum in the face. Good damage avoided from LXY. PSK hold on, but just barely.
They live to fight another day, but their base, it's in shambles. Look at the top lane turret. One hit left on that one. Akali comes in, strikes that 2 times. It's gonna go down. They want to find something. They want to find some cleanup kills. They want to stop some backs. They want this Elder Dragon. They know their backs are to the wall. They know they have to flip a coin. PSK, can they do it though?
No TP from Kevin, but there is TP from Nyx, and that makes all the difference. There is a 50-50 chance. Evolution goes in, good engage. They get 2 of them. Vanguard Stage goes wide. Emotion misses it point blank. Nyx is still low, and here comes Kevin. Finally tries to fight. Proto Bells in. ENG goes golden. Momo pops the exhaust. They were able to force these members of P6 away, but Haki, he TPs in. Watch out for the AP damage. The one punch Galio is there. The Demacian Colossus breaking the GA of Emotion. Meanwhile, the Elder Mountain Drake still getting gone on by LXY. He was secured, but Emotion tries to fight with his life. Doesn't happen though. Yoshi now flashes in, gets engaged on, gets control, perfect execution, completely slices through the health bars of PSK, and even with the Elder Drake, this game might just go the distance.
This series will definitely go the distance. I think that's about it for P6 here. I don't know why they're playing so safe. They want to play it safe. They want to get the Baron. You can't fault them. Elder does go over the PSK. They do have that mounted in their pockets, but look at their base. It's completely destroyed. They've lost triple inhibitors right now. Baron, 9k. It's dropping slowly. Iggy is so low. LXY here.
Here comes LXY Evolution. He has done all the hard work, and he even gets out. That's a lot of effort from PSK. It all comes up to LXY. Can he finish the job? Finishes off the jungler. They want to commit to this Baron, but they don't have the help, and now Haki gets gone on. They will crowd control LXY. He has the flash. He has the stasis. Tactical sweep flashes and still goes down. But at least the Baron attempt is cancelled. Both junglers, they will have to wait for another 50 seconds.
You see, Husky, when the pressure is on, that's when they start to crack. LXY, brilliant, kills Iggy. That's it. That's the play. You've won the fight. Evolution as well. He started it too early. He went in without backup. It's just so many things going wrong, right? Evolution went in too early, number one. LXY smelled blood in the water. He wanted more. He dived in aggressively. He got punished. And you see Swift right now. He's in trouble. He's tied up. He can't help his team. He has one job. He's on permanent wave clear duty. He's on base defense, playing tower defense. PSK, their backs are against the wall, but they are making some good decisions to stay in it. But ultimately, it's not enough. Their mistakes are costing them far more.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have seen any comeback from this deficit, right? From losing all your in-hit turrets.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult. They'll have to take a massive teamfight win. And for that to happen, someone on the side of P6 has to mess up. It has to come down now to P6 making a mistake. The fate of the game is no longer really in your control.
Yeah. And PSK looking for avenues, but P6 have vision. Something that they are taking advantage of because this Swift has the teleport. The wave, they're all pushing in. PSK, they only have just a very minor margin of window to make a move. And Evolution spotted out. P6 pushing pressure a bit more, walking into the jungle. If they don't get the Baron, at least they don't let PSK get close to them. And they need to make sure that all the wave shots.
This situation, PSK has a ward on the Baron. P6 are trying to bait it, but PSK, no, you have not started the Baron. We're not afraid. Now they know it started. Now they have vision. TP is available on Swift, but he has to clear the wave first. His base is in shambles right now, and you have to be very, very careful. Yeah, look, it's like Yoshi just needs to buy TP and go bot, and there's no play available for PSK.
Yeah, and Yoshi it's occupied with Kevin right now, you know, like probably bloodthirsty. This is just a very intense standoff, right? Mexican standoff. They want Kevin, but it's just a kick. It's just nothing.
Oh my goodness. But he still pops the Ragnarok. He thought he was in trouble, but really he was not. The kick already missed. There's no follow-up. You know your team is in position to help you. And honestly, Yoshi really needs to start split pushing. Or Haki needs to go start pushing waves, right? Because Haki, he's able to just play safe, throw some Winds of Walls, and use his globals to join the fight. Someone needs to do something proactive on the side of P6. Because look at where Swift is playing. He should not be able to clear the wave that far out.
Yeah, I believe he's been clearing like 4 or 5 waves, and he has a ward. So P6, if they try to gank him, PSK will know something. The vision ward.
Finally, they're doing it right. This is good, but the wards tell them everything. Like you said, good vision.
P6, they are just. We might just come down to an Elder Dragon at this point. I think the Baron is kind of like a make or break thing. There's so much tension
really
between
comes
these two
down,
teams.
I think, now to who makes the first mistake. Because both of these teams don't really have too many plays. I would say more than anything, P6 have the plays. They need to do one thing. One thing, okay? Buy TP on Yoshi. It's really that simple. He needs to pressure the side lane, and him and Haki can use their globals, join the fight, start Baron, force PSK to leave their base. You do not need to commit. Just force them to leave their base, and the minions will do the rest of the work. You have triple inhibitors. It should not be this hard.
Inhibitors do not respawn, right? What are you afraid
they
of?
don't.
But
You have a
for
six member. Right now, P6, it's really P6. They have 6 players. The minions are their 6th man right now. They just need to use the minions in the right way.
it's pretty crazy. PSK still holding on. I mean, for P6's sake, you know, they have all the control, right? Like they're playing God right now. They just need to press one button, make the right move, make the right call. They finally swept the vision in the Baron pit. They have Haki split pushing, and PSK having to deal with those constant lane shoves. But Evolution, like he's just walking up. You get it engaged. Alex White, that's the jungler. Shuriken flip does land, but you can't follow up that far. And P6 still haven't found an avenue. I mean, this is taking a bit too long. They finally go for it. It's gonna be Kevin. Yoshi goes in. Gets a good proc, follows up perfect execution. Kevin's still alive now. TP comes in for Swift. This is gonna be huge. Hero's entrance is there. Completely avoided. Swift gone on. No black shield. Might be blown out. Good pulverize. P6 finds the opening. And they just need a bit more finishing touches. Emotion falls back. Nyx goes on forward. Evolution can get it engaged off. And this
GG,
series is
that's
going
it.
the distance. No Baron needed. No Elder Drake needed. Just one final push. PSK. One last hold. But Haki will hold them together and bring them down all at once. The domino effect on the side of P6. Emotion and XY. They're still holding on. How is this happening, Leonard? I don't understand. Emotion gets a triple kill. The Nexus stays alive. And PSK hold on for a bit longer.
P6, they thought they could end the game, but you gotta keep in mind, the carry is not Swift. The carry is Irelia. The carry is Camille. And they were both still alive. They didn't respect that fact. And look at Emotion, look at LXY. They were untouched. They dive into the back line. They do so much damage, and you don't have an answer. Now they're pushing. They want to go for the end themselves. They at least want to hit. They at least want some super minions of their own. They could maybe try to end here. It's not impossible. 10 seconds.
Alleviate the pressure a bit. 10 seconds.
Just alleviate the pressure a bit. That's a good call. Just back away.
Yeah, deal with the mid lane,
We're
right?
gonna see
At
a
least
30-minute game.
we are. The longest game we had was 34, I think. It was also by PSK against Watermelon.
Yes.
Game 1.
PSK do tend to play long games.
Yeah, they played the most best of 3s and they played the longest best of 3s. I think it was 34,
They're getting a lot
minutes.
of practice.
Yeah, that's good, right? Oh boy, that brush. Hold your horses. Hold on to the game. Good Charm of the Evolution. Vanguard is on to all 5. No follow-up. Emotion thinking about it. Kevin arrives. Flashes in. Gets the stun. They proc the GA first. Alex White goes down. Yoshi in the backline. That's the hero that you need to take down. Superman cannot do his job. Emotion is still low. Still has the GA. They might have gotten the kill. Kevin does die, but look at the backline. They're getting decimated. PSK with such an incredible team fight. Everyone goes down, Leonard. We are not getting a game 3. PSK will not allow that. They have successfully tied up the leaderboard between them and P6.
I don't know what to tell you about that last team fight there, PSK. They hit all the right notes. Evolution, he did such a fantastic job at tying up the members of P6. Now they're going to march on the Nexus, they're going to march on the base, and they're going to take the 2-0 Husky.
Of course, who is more fitting to do it than Emotion and Alex White? The two bastion of PSK that held on to that final siege of P6. Of course, they get the honors to break the P6 Nexus. I mean, PathSeeker on an upward trend, showing up huge. They take down the team that was previously impossible to beat. Phantom says go down 0-2. I mean, that's it. That's the series of the day. Forget about 7-9 LFO. I love this.
That was a great game. That was a great set. I'm very pleased with the way that PSK played. I don't think that game 2 was the cleanest, but they exhibited good problem-solving skills in figuring out how to hold on to the game. Sure, they made a lot of mistakes, definitely. But still, holding on to a game like that, that's very impressive from them. PSK now, they've beaten Watermelon. They've beaten Phantom 6. Tomorrow, they play against Upcar Esports. If they beat Upcar Esports, it's just so poetic. They're playing against all the other midfield teams going into playoffs. If they beat Upcar tomorrow, they're making a serious case to be the best of the rest going to playoffs.
Yeah, and the craziest part is that this kind of reminds us a bit of P6 when they were playing in Force Icon last year, when they were still under the banner of GeekFam. They also made this deep run in the second half, and we're seeing that manifest in PathSeeker, right? And the team that they beat was P6. It's kind of crazy. But if there's one thing that I think came true for you, was that your wish was granted. You go down with Grandin in the terms of predictions.
We go down together. You see, it's poetic. We're cursed to suffer together, and we will go down together. It is what it is. But ultimately, I just gotta say again, I'm really impressed with how PathSeeker played that game. I think they played it out very well. Game 1 was amazing. Game 2, still really good in the way they held on, right? It was messy at times, but they held on to the game very well. And I gotta say something now. Going to playoffs and for Upcar tomorrow, if you don't start banning away Camille from LXY, something is wrong.
Yeah, so you're asking for trouble, right? And as we take a look at the numbers, we take a look at the numbers from Game 2. I just want to say something. Remember, like a few minutes ago, I asked you if we've ever seen a mega minion comeback. Wow, it just happened. And guess who did it? PSK. Of course, it's PSK.
I had a feeling you were about to say something else there. Were you on the verge of saying mega creeps?
No, Mega Minions.
Mega Minions indeed. Very close. 3 lanes getting pressured. But the problem was P6. I think it's them as well who failed to identify how they needed to win the game. You need to do 2 things at once. Attack the side lane with Yoshi. They tried to attack the side lane with Haki, and why does that not work? Because Galio doesn't have solo kill pressure. Sure, Galio has TP. Sure, Galio has heroic entrance, but he's not able to threaten you. Swift can just stand there, stare at him, and clear waves. Now, however, if you send Yoshi, that's a different story. You start to pressure whoever they send against you. And because of that, P6, they weren't able to close out the game. PSK, great job to them, great job to Emotion, great job to LXY. Overall, I think the whole team played very well.
Yeah, with the limited cards dealt to them, they still played it well, right? They were able to hold on. If we look at the Vision game, very well played from PSK, knowing exactly where P6 are. They try to split, they sent 2 guys down bot to try and take Swift out. Swift just waited with the Tormented Swirl. They tried to fake Baron. PSK was like, yeah, you're not fooling us. And, a couple more things. On P6, we see Yoshi dealing like 53,000 damage, but all of that was residue damage. It's not really converted into any win.
It didn't really matter, right? That's the thing. He had huge team fights with a perfect execution, but every team fight where Swift checked him was a team fight that he couldn't deliver on. If you look at the last team fight, Swift had a 1-man out. But it doesn't matter because he did his job. That 1 man is all you need to out. And he chased him down. This Morgana had so much threat on this Akali, and it comes back to draft. If you ban the Morgana, I think the game is just over. They failed to identify that, and because of that, PSK, they win that game. I just can't believe I'm saying that.
Yeah. I mean, after them winning against Watermelon, I think anything is possible. But like one part of us has to think, maybe a fluke, right? Well, apparently not. And we are gonna get an interview from PathSeeker. Once more, we get to talk to Swift again. So let's bring him on.
Hello.
Hello, Swift. Nice to see you again. First of all, I want to call you out first. Where's LXY?
I'm sorry. I try my best.
I thought it was some...
Okay. I'm making promise me
Uh-huh.
that after we beat Upcar tomorrow, you'll get LXY tomorrow. Okay?
Okay, deal.
Nice. I like that confidence.
Yeah.
So I want to
like
ask
that.
you how you feel about this win, because in the first round robin, you guys only beat TODAK and RTP. Now you beat 2 of your main contenders for playoffs. You play the 3rd contender for playoffs tomorrow. It must feel good. How do you feel?
It feels like redemption. To be honest, from the first rounds that we fought against P6, we sort of knew like we are the better team despite losing. So when we came into this game, we were super confident. So like it's not like it's not a surprise to us that we won. It's just that we felt like, oh, okay, finally we can show the world that we are not a 6th place team. Yeah.
So somewhat of the start of a potential deep run, right, from you guys. And I would say, you guys have set a lot of records. Longest game in the league, most best of 3 played, most incredible comebacks. You guys were the first team, are the first team to come back from all 3 inhibitor turrets down. So after beating P6, tomorrow is against Upcar. Do you think that this upward, like what changed mid-group stage that brought you guys to this point?
I think we just found team comp that, or like the team, a kind of, I don't know how to say. Okay, we found a type of team play that suits our team really well. Like we found like, okay, putting LXY at this certain role, he can do a lot of stuff better than putting him at another different role. I'm not gonna say like what's the role, like it's not like people are gonna ban us next time, but yeah, we just found like the correct style to play. And also a lot of credit to LXY because he really improved on this macro a lot, and he listened to us more. And as long as he listened to us and like follow our instructions and continue that trend of following our instructions, I think we will be great contenders against Watermelon.
That's what I like to see. You guys have programmed LXY too.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, Husky. I think that's a very good point. Main contenders against Watermelon. So do you think that they are your main opponents? Is Watermelon the team that you're looking out for as like your rivals?
Yes, because personally, and I believe I can speak for the rest of my team as well, I don't think P6 or Upcar are much of a threat. It's only just Watermelon and us competing for third place. Yeah. Then we'll just lose to LFO and Sem9 anyway, so it's like, just fighting for that third place.
Okay, I think that's very interesting. I think that's a lot for us to look out for. Tomorrow you play against Upcar, so I think it goes without saying that you guys think you're gonna win that.
Yes, the first loss was a fluke.
The first loss was a fluke. Lovely. That's what we love to see, right? If you want to do it well, you got to do it all the way. Now, the question, who do you think is the MVP for this series?
I hope it's Kevin, because he said he has yet to get MVP out of all the players on my team. So I hope it's Kevin, but I think it's Emotion.
You hope it's Kevin, but I think it's Emotion. Let us see what the graphics think. We're gonna throw it up right now. MVP for the series between PathSeeker and Phantom6. Let's go. And it's Emotion.
What? I'm gonna rage quit. I'm out.
Wait,
I'm out.
wait, hold on.
Wait, yes, that's not right.
No, that's not right. What?
LXY got more MVP votes. Okay, wait, hold on, Swift. Who do you think was the MVP?
Emotion.
Okay then. If he says so, then it's Emotion. Let's get it.
Yeah. It's okay. Like we like on our side, we have more votes on LXY, but okay, we can do it that. We can do it that later on. I think they all deserve MVP equally because both of them were the ones who held on to the second game, right? So you gotta share it a bit. But
definitely both of them had a great performance in game 2. In game 1 as well, I think they worked very well in tandem together, and it's nice seeing that development from them.
Yeah, and I think we saw a lot of growth from LXY, right? He went from this guy who is just mechanically gifted to now, like you said, programmed to follow your instructions and being able to make those macro plays. And what's ahead for PSK other than beating up Car and contending with Watermelon? Like, is there anything else that we can look forward from you guys?
Okay, maybe if we were to beat Watermelon, hopefully you can put up somewhat of a show against LFO or Sem9. Maybe cause an upset, but that's like unlikely, to be honest. So we just really want to go to playoffs and meet Watermelon in the if we remain 6th place. If we remain 6th place, we will fight Watermelon first. But it doesn't matter if we do win or lose to Watermelon because the next match, whoever wins will fight Sem9 or LFO. So they will go back to the losers bracket. And so, because we already fought Watermelon, we will avoid them in the bracket. So we will either fight P6 or Upcar, which is like, we'll just run them over. And then we'll fight Watermelon again. So that's our game plan.
I love that.
Yeah, got a whole anime villain arc planned out, and I look forward to that. But for now, congratulations again for winning against P6. Celebrate your victory. You got a big match tomorrow. Thank you, Swift, for talking to us again.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Good luck.
Right, so straight to the top. That's straight to third place, right? And that's what he's getting at, right? He sets out a whole arc for us. Normally, we need to do narrative prep, but I think for PathSeeker, we don't need to do it. They've given us the whole script. Now we just need to follow it through. They put a target on Watermelon's back. Everything else is going according to plan. But tomorrow is against Upcar. That's the one that they say that they will run over. So looking forward to that. But coming up, El Clasico, Semnai LFO. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's going to be an exciting one for sure. We have a different set of casters taking over, so we'll have to see what Grandin and Diek think about that. Of course, you want to sign up for us here, Husky. It's our last cast together. It's heartbreaking. Sad to say goodbye, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. We're gonna goodbye. I will keep you in my heart forever. But the show is not over yet. Grandin and Diek coming up for the El Clasico. We'll see you guys. They will see you guys after this break.
Welcome back to the WCS MYSG. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am TODAK and I am joined here today with Grendon, the one and only. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing good. We're just about to go into playoffs, and I wouldn't have it any other way. We just saw PathSeeker issue a declaration of war, effectively saying none of these other teams really matter. It's just between us and Watermelon. We can't beat LFO, we can't beat Sem9, so we're gonna stomp over Upcar and Phantom6 anyway. It's just between us and Watermelon. I love this energy, and I feel like it's up to the rest of these teams to prove them wrong. Sem9 and LFO, as well as Watermelon. What's the last team that hasn't played today? Upcar Esports.
Upcar.
Yeah, we got an incredible set of games coming up.
Yeah, definitely today we have some really interesting, heated, awesome, amazing, all kinds of words you can throw it. But it's just there. These two remaining matches of today is just so interesting to go into. I mean, there's a lot of stakes coming in. And I gotta say, the first half of today, it kind of threw a lot of us off. I mean, a lot of the predictions kind of go sideways, except for one guy, which I'm kind of feeling it right now.
All right. I see you. Just because I went 0-2, you went 2-0. You know, you're starting to feel yourself. I like that energy. So what went through your mind? Like, how'd you come to this critical process? Thought to yourself, yeah, this is what I think, and I think that we're gonna see PathSeeker beat RTP beat TODAK first, and then we see PathSeeker beat Phantom6. What went through your head?
Well, before we talk about what went through my head, we're gonna let the viewers see what goes through Sem9's, team composition that we'll be bringing up against their team here, LFO and Sem9. Let's see their lineup. There we have it. This will be the usual Sem9 lineup. It is RH, Vaki, Chili, and Stargy Winter on the dual lane. This team has kind of cemented themselves as the #1 team right here in WCS MYSG. And every time we come into a Sem9 matchup, I think we're like a broken record, just going it again and again. What do you think about Sem9 so far, before going into playoffs, Grendon?
No, you're exactly right. I think we've got a broken record. Sem9 have done the same thing over and over. They've proven to us time in and time out. They had that one series against Upcar Esports that kind of cast a shadow of doubt on our minds. But after that, come back looking strong. Sem9, you know, if they take a 2-0 against LFO going into playoffs, that revitalizes a lot of confidence we have in them. That being said, I have a little bit of copium, so I have this master plan going on in my head. Maybe not so good anymore, not after my predictions have been shattered today, by the way. That goes something along the lines of LFO will lose this match, go into playoffs, lose to them in the upper brackets, go down to lower brackets, and then beat them in the finals. So that's just it for me.
Well, before we go a little bit further than that, we're gonna take a look on the LFO's lineup as well going into today's matchup. This will be the LFO lineup, and what's there to say about this lineup? I mean, every time these two teams come in, we always praise them how good they are. Tipper, SSK, CWJ, Raven, as well as Reach. And I gotta give it to LFO. All teams flex champions. LFO, they flex their players.
Well, LFO has definitely been really flexible with how they want to try to approach the game, and I think it's just because of how well versed they are in each of their respective roles, and then some and into other roles. And this is the team that I was talking about. This is the team that I'm hedging my bets on. SSK called me a fake friend because I voted for Sem9 to beat them in the group stages going into playoffs. But I'm gonna say now, LFO are going to beat Sem9 in the grand finals. Whether that's gonna be from the lower bracket or the upper bracket, I cannot tell you. But I think it's going to be from the lower bracket up, you know, for that real good underdog story run.
Yeah, everybody likes a good underdog story, but before that, let's take a look on the head-to-head here. It will be between the two support players here, Winter as well as Reach. And when we look at the kill participation here, I think Winter with 81% kill participation as well as a 10.3 KDA speaks a lot about this player.
Sure. I think that Winner and Rich both offer really different, unique takes on the game, which is amazing because the impact that these two guys have is so varied, but also really similar as well, right? So Winner is a little bit more flexible, likes to play some of the more entrenched style supports, in my opinion. He's been able to kind of run around, allow for a little bit more healing with the rest of his team, whereas with Rich, he's also looking for some of the engaged style supports, but he's also looking to roam around the map much more in the early phases of the game, and that's been kind of where the power has been at.
Yeah, and also the second head-to-head that we'll be seeing here will be RH versus Tipper. While we look at the kill participation, the stats in the side of Tipper, I think Omo mentioned this. Stats, they don't lie, but they don't tell the whole story, right? When Tipper and RH play in their team, they just play so different in terms of style, in terms of what they facilitate their team. RH always goes for the team fights. As for Tipper, he likes to go on the side lanes, and LFO just let him run free, and we call him Tipper the Madman for a reason.
No, this matchup is so good. We've had to have two of them. No other series has demanded two head-to-head matchups except Sam9 and LFO. RH versus Tipper is just another extension for that because RH is such an effective Baron laner on his own regard, but Tipper has come in as that hyper carry. He is the opposite of the Zoroveki carry. Tipper has come in to fulfill that function, whether that's going to be on his Riven, on his Tryndamere, on whatever he wants to play in lane realistically, because Tipper can apparently play it all. We've seen so much from this Baron laner, but at times he's also faltered in matchups that he's not so comfortable in, and that puts the pressure on his team to then have to perform beyond that to catch up as well.
Yeah, definitely. But speaking of Tipper, you know, have you seen the show Mencari Penta?
I've seen a little bit. Yes, I've seen a little bit.
I mean, some of them were asking who will be the first one to get a penta kill right here in WCS MYSG. Guess how many votes Tipper got?
How many votes Tipper got? Wow.
He got 3 out of 4.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's very impressive stuff from Tipper. I mean, we're looking and expecting a lot from them. Now, I actually think that we have something coming up right now. We have the predictions coming up, and from the person that's got both them right this morning, I'd like to figure out a little bit about how you came to this conclusion. Okay, thank goodness you're on the same side as me this time, so I get to feel a little bit more comforted knowing that my prediction is likely safer.
Well, okay, for in my defense, first, RTP, it's a little bit of a copium right there, but seeing how they played in previous weeks, they definitely kind of showed up for me, and I think, like, one of our casters kind of gone rogue first, and then somebody said, if you want to go rogue, you just go all the way, and that's just when it hits me. Like, okay, RTP gonna take it, and then it's gonna be PathSeeker. I predicted I kind of want to see a 3-way tie, and PathSeeker, they're starting to, shape that out.
All right, and if they want to give that to us, want to deliver that to us, I mean, by all means, I'll take it. And so somehow you've managed to go full copium. This is the equivalent of looking at it and saying, surely the ball cannot land on red 5 times in a row, right? Just switching to black and winning it all. I love that. I love that energy from you. And good to know that at least you still have your senses for this one. Sam9, I think we're all quite in agreement here that we will see them win this one. But then again, if LFO do manage to take this win away, I think that cements them in first place going into playoffs, which is going to be quite nice for them. Gives them a slightly easier time at the start of playoffs, as well as the buy-in.
Yeah, I mean, the first time when they both meet each other, it was quite of a similar situation. When they first met in the first round robin, both teams were undefeated. This time around, they met again, but both teams are tied for first place. So the stakes is pretty much the same. So both teams meet with the same stakes, and one team has to take the lose today. And last time around, it was LFO that dropped the ball. Sam9 kind of, take the first game. LFO come back with the second win, but then Sam9 came back with a more dominating performance with a absurd 24 and 2 kill score for that third game. So I can't wait to see what LFO brings to the table today.
But I also want to say that LFO's match tomorrow is not a clear wash. Like, they play against Watermelon, who are also in the contention for it. Maybe not exactly as strong as LFO and Sam9 conventionally, but Watermelon brings so much to the table in terms of kind of like innovation, creativity. They have such a different take and outlook on how the game should be played. Like, Watermelon bring all of that. So LFO, they're not entirely out of the woods. Whereas with Sam9, I think I think there's a level of copium that you can have. And to say TODAK beats Sam9 tomorrow, that is you are overdosing, and you might want to get yourself checked out.
I'm not gonna go that far of a copium dose because I don't want to over OD and just you
study medicine, right? Like you should know. Like when you talk about prescriptions, like that's a point, right? Where it's like too much. Like that's an overdose, right? Like how much copium do you have to prescribe to think that TODAK beats Sam9 tomorrow?
Oh, that's a lot. You might not just end up in a hospital. You might end up a little bit further than that.
Lose your license, giving out too much copium for free.
yeah. And speaking about the point where LFO and Watermelon, both of these teams, they kind of have a different style as compared to Sam9. Sam9, LFO, they're tied on first place, but their play styles, they are totally different. Sam9, they play a slow control style. They get the lead and they always choke you out. As for LFO, they thrive in the chaos, and they every time they fight, they try to get something back. And quoting SSK on previous weeks, he did say that their philosophy in the game is that it doesn't matter if they're behind, we are always winning until we lost. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's true. Like LFO love to go aggressive with things and really try and build a lead where they can. And a big reason why I think that playstyle works for them is because they just have such good laners, right? You look at Tipper, the top side, in the Baron lane, he's hardly ever losing lane. And in the situations that he does, SSK just needs to come over. It gives alleviate of that pressure. I feel like CWJ has been doing a really good job in the mid lane since coming into the mid row. When I first heard about this switch, I was a little bit hesitant, but he's proven himself really well here, has held his own against every single matchup that he's been up against, even won a lot of his matchups as well. So a lot of confidence kind of built in the guy now. And then down the bot side, of course, you have this power duo between Rich and Raven. Yeah, it just feels really, it just really helps them in that play style. But at the same time, I still feel like they have a lot they haven't shown us yet that playoffs really will adjust. Sam9, but like you mentioned though, have just been on a consistent roll. They've been looking really good. They've hit their timings really well. And you were actually asking earlier on, before this match even began, what happens with this new patch? Like with these new items introduced, like does this affect things? And I think it does, right? Because Sam9's playstyle benefits a lot from having these items. From the dragon priority being reduced slightly, like Sam9 benefits a lot from this. LFO, maybe not as much. Tipper might get a slight buff to his laning, but apart from that, just not as strong.
Yeah, we will go straight right here to the pick and bans here, and with the item changes, coming in, will we see a priority change here, right? Especially for Tipper, you mentioned he likes to play split pushing, and with the item coming in, your Hullbreaker, and we did see how it augmented a split pushing win right there for RTP. So I can't wait to see if Tipper wants to pick up that item. However, we're gonna put that on a side note here. The first 3 bans coming in will be Olaf, Lee Sin, and LFO banning away the cat here. So 2 jungle bans already here given over to LFO.
Yeah, exactly. Remove a lot of those options, but then again, if you are LFO, I think they would also want to get rid of the Olaf anyway. This does mean that a number of the priority bans, priority picks are going to go through. I don't feel like teams, especially with Semi LFO, are going to go for the Master E. I think that's just a little bit too obvious. I think Yuumi is one of the prerequisites in making it work. I feel like Lulu does a lot for the team as with a Master E, but it's not to the same extent, and I wouldn't be banking on that to happen. I think the Fiora is still a safer option. So with this one, I think Sam9 still have stuff like the Camille. You could go for them again. There are a lot of things still left out for this first pick.
Yeah, I mean, S9, they ban away the Gragas as well here. SSK, his jungle pool, however, I don't think will be an issue here because SSK is one of the players that, have the deepest champion pool in the jungle going into WCS MYSG, and I don't fear for him, even though, those jungle picks has been banned away. Sam9, they will lock in the boss himself as their first pick. Still flexible in terms of, going to the Baron or the support role, and with the new item coming in as well, I believe this set is a pretty good first pick.
Yeah, exactly. It's so flexible. It goes in so many different roles. I think with the Defiant Sandra, it actually gives the set a little bit more power in lane as well. But of course, it does mean that LFO get to counter pick that going into this matchup against the Riven, and especially against Tipper Riven. You don't really want to have that set going into that lane anyway. You could, and it could be alright, but I think there are just better options against it. Stuff like the Garen can still be up, so Sam9 should be looking to play flexible here. LFO, I think picking a jungler here could be quite nice. Just having that quick parry. Otherwise, something like the Zed, even something like the Akshan could be quite interesting. Looks like it's the Graves.
Although Graves did receive a little minor buff towards his first kill end of the line, so we're gonna see how LFO pilot this. However, S9, will they lock in their Dragon Laner here? Because we've seen how Winter play his Rakan. And also, have you seen the meme where people just, they posted out like, I fear no man, but this guy. And then they zoomed into Winter's Rakan. So, I don't know, man. If Sam9 picks that up, then it's gonna be maybe a little bit more trouble for LFO to deal with, because we know how well-versed Winter is on that Rakan.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just so flexible. You're really able to get the engage off. At the same time, you have a lot of mobility, so you're able to roam around a lot, which is very important when you're playing up against Rich, right? And one of the things that happens when you start roaming so much is that your bot lane gets kind of neglected. And we see from Sam9 side, Sagi likely could be running the Ziggs in his bot side. If he does, I like this flexibility here, could still bring it to the mid lane. But idea stands. If you have the Ziggs down the bot side, if Winter's roaming, you're still perfectly safe. You can match tempo with Rich, or you can be the one to initiate and start building this advantage for your team. Really like what's happening for Sam9's composition right now. Really stacking quite well, understanding what they want to try and get done. But also, they do get to have first pick of the litter with this next set after the bans, which could be really nice. And of course, they have to issue the challenge with the Vayne.
Yeah, Sagi last week pulled out a really impressive win against Coffee here, and I just gotta correct myself. I did not notice that Rakan was already banned, so I was like exploding rubbish in what I said just now, but never mind. Here we will go back into the second phase of the bans. Fiora taken away, the Lulu, which is a really good pairing for the win, will be banned away as well. However, there are still other enchanters support up, like the Nami, like the I believe Reach's special, which is
the Janna?
Yes, the Janna, that's the word. I cannot recall it because he's like the only one who's played it.
Yeah, I mean, I love Rich's Janna. It's just so aggressive. It's like something you wouldn't expect. You'd think that a Janna is supposed to be a safe pickup. Not for Rich, not at all. He's so aggressive. He loves to play on the edge. Likes to dive you with the Janna as well. So it's just so fun to see. Really looking forward to this one specifically. That being said though, I don't know if the Janna is going to be super highly prioritized here. Might go for something like the Thresh, considering what we're seeing for the composition so far. Give them a little bit more pick opportunity. Otherwise, might just want to look for bigger crowd control overall. Sam9 side, I think what you said has merit if they want to go for something like the Nami, but then again, ban it away because it does offer so much power to LFO.
Yeah, it offers a lot of CCs as well as disengage potential, as well as the heals coming in. So right now, what will they pair it up with the Vayne? If you wanna, I can't really think of other enchanters, and there you call it. It will be the Trash. It's gonna offer a lot of safety going into the lane, and especially against a Ziggs. If it does go to the Dragon lane, I think the Ziggs is gonna suffer a little bit in the laning phase here.
No, absolutely right. Like there's a lot that needs to be done to keep the Ziggs safe. So now I'm thinking something like the Braum could be nice, maybe something like the Alistar's, like just a tanky frontline support. If you go for something that's too passive, very difficult for you to build space for the Ziggs, very difficult for you guys to disengage from potential dives. I do like this one, so end up going for the Braum, and does quite well with what they have here in the Jace with the Twisted Fate. You know, you're able to stack the concussive blows plus the gold card with a lot of crowd control in the early game especially.
LFO, they're going for a triple marksman. If you consider Corki a marksman, then it's a triple marksman composition here. They don't have a lot of peel, and Trash as a support, yes, he's able to offer a lot of playmaking potential, but the problem is Trash is not as tanky as other engaged supports. He get burst down pretty fast. And when we look at Sam9, what do they have? They have a Ziggs, they have the Jace, all of this. They are able to poke you from a mile away.
And that's a huge cause of concern, right? It's like this worry that, okay, now that I have triple marksman, what happens here? Am I actually tanky enough to perform up against them? That question kind of has to be answered. What we're seeing now here, I think, from LFO's side is they say, okay, we get to see a very powerful composition from the Sam9 roster. You know, they have a lot of engage, they have a lot of team fighting power. You have the Set, you have the Jace, you have the Braum, all this happening and all this working for them. So what can we do on our end? well, we can go to the side lane, right? We have such powerful side laners. We have the Vayne often was in the side lane. We have the Riven often in the side lane. And when they need to fight for the objectives, you still have stuff like the package. Like, these timing windows are so good for you. But like you said, there is a lot of cause for concern because the Braum offers so much early game power. If there's an aggressive move from Sam9, they could punish SSK pretty hard to start the game.
Yeah, another problem with Vayne is that, you know, she's a pretty hyper carry type of ADC. If you want to play her well, you need to make sure that she has a safe laning phase, she doesn't die. And when we look at Sam9 as a team, Veki, he's on the set this time around, and they have Chili on the Twisted Fate. Every time the Destiny gauge is up, and when Veki passes down towards the bot side, and they look to shut down Vayne early on in the game, then it's gonna be a little bit longer for LFO to hit their power spike, for Vayne to actually come online into the game. And if Sam9 can identify that and play towards that, I think LFO might have a tougher time going into the mid to late game.
Yeah, because the global ultimate on the Galio is gone. Now the global ultimate from the Twisted Fate's value rises so much higher. But with Sam9's composition, what I really want to talk about here is this Baron lane matchup, because we had that whole stat, that head-to-head graphic, and our hedge had like way higher kill participation. Tipper is always off in the side lane. Well, he's back on the Riven now. And I don't know what this new build is going to be. If he's going to go for the same Riven build that he's gone for before, or if something's going to change with the introduction of Divine Thunder and Hellbreaker, I'm not sure. And this could be the tipping point, right? Because you think about this matchup, it does quite well for the Jace. You have the range form, you're able to do a lot of damage, you scale up. But with this Riven change, we could see something entirely different from LFO.
This will be game number 1, and it's an interesting one. We will, just dive right in and sever this main course of today. It is between Sam9 and LFO. Yeah, we have our fair share of, appetizers this morning, and just out of nowhere, RH is already forced to base here. So, what do you think going into this matchup is gonna look like? Sam9, LFO, with this composition here and there. Sam9, it's gonna play the early safe game here, but LFO, I think that it's up to them to try and force something early on so that they have the early lead.
Look at what's happening right now. SSK invading in the jungle with no flash, gets caught out of position. It's really down to LFO to decide how they want to start this game off.
Well, they kind of already throw the ball here, given over first blood. And it is onto Veki's pocket, it's not onto RH, so that might be a little bit of a consolation for LFO.
Look, you said we had a bunch of appetizers to start the day off. We had a bunch of games that were really good, right?
Yep.
Now it's time for the main course. Like, we have the main dish in front of us, and I have to say, first bite a little bit underwhelming. LFO overextended. They try to go too aggressive. They didn't take into account how much impact Chili has in the early game compared to what CWJ offers. You just start to see so much more pressure from SM9, while LFO are now playing catch up. Like you said, balls out their court. Even that first play, 1,000 goal behind, just impacts how this early game fights are gonna play out. Because now you see Sam9 get to start rotating, get to play for dives, get to set up for objectives faster. They need to find that retrieval of gold somewhere in the map.
Yeah, that might come from the false sense of security, but hold that thought as they're gonna try to dive Tipper here. The gold card lands and follows by the face breaker. Tipper takes down, he goes down, and Sam9, they claim the second kill. CWJ is here, try to salvage here. He's gonna try to catch Shilid, throws out the gold card, and the Ignite will tick down. Level 5 already here for CWJ, however, he's gonna pay for his life here. Definitely nowhere to run.
Yeah, I'm not sure the absolute value here. I think Rich is looking for a play. They try and go for the flash hook. Our hedge, the sidestep does so well there. Zorveki in a tight spot trouble, but it's Rich that goes down instead. Really well played from Sam9 and an amazing start for them this game.
Amazing? It's a 2,000 goal lead about 3 minutes in. And how big of a goal lead do you think it's like we can say that Sam9 has this game into their pockets?
How much of a goal lead? Well, I think Sem9 can actually compound this. You know, you talk about like compound. I've been getting a bunch of like these terrible investing ads on my YouTube recently. I don't know about you, but if I go by their logic, I think they could take this 2,000 and turn it into like what's the number they always like to give? Like they like to give like 1 million plus in like 20 years. Can I take like 1 million in like 4 days? Is that possible?
Might be possible, but
if
this
they
just
leave
goes...
the game running for 4 days.
Okay, we kind of have one of the biggest gold collected in the previous game. You know, it was between PathSeeker. They kind of have a cemented 130,000 gold in the game, right? And it was all from farming those super minions that they kind of crashed into their waves. So let's see if Sem9 can try to break the record just by taking more and more kills over in this map.
Yeah, just farm kills, right? Why farm minions when you can farm kills? And Sem9 have been doing an amazing job of that. Look at what's happened here. I correctly identifying how this matchup plays out, knowing that Tipper is a very real threat. So to this side that they're just going to put the pressure down on him, continuously lay waste to his turret. And you see what's happened here. Tipper's 2,500 gold to the 4,000 that's Alpha R-Hedge. I asked, is there going to be a change to the build? Are there going to be sudden changes to what Riven goes for first? So far, answer is no, and we just see the Jace winning the Riven matchup.
Sem9 are gonna start up this Rift Herald immediately, but there is a lot of vision for LFO here. They're gonna try to burst down SSK, but the package comes in. They already used the Glacier Fisher is on to everybody from LFO, and CWJ goes down. Wacky next to follow. Raven eats a bomb onto his face. The death sentence is good, but not good enough as Winter stays alive, and Sem9, they take everything.
Truly tragic on the side. Raven, the guy dashed over, rolled on top of the plant, and when I thought for sure that the hunting fruits were gonna keep him alive, he burns out. That last tick seemed to last a really long time. That being said, I'm pretty sure R-Hedge would have got the kill anyway. With his shock blast, with his like gate shock blast, but still so sad to see. And you start to see with this fight starting out. CWG dashes in with the package, and it's not a bad one, but it's not good enough. And they were relying so heavily on his package to initiate them with that start of the fight. You just see Raven picks up, was going to pick up, you know, like the animation was just going through. So sad. The food's right in front of you, and then you just die. Right before that, I mean, there's just a tragedy. Dragon started up by Sem9. I don't think our folk can fight for this. I think just have to give this one up.
Yeah, they're gonna back away here. It is the Infernal, however. The Dragons did receive a little bit of a nerf, 1% down on every stats, but it doesn't matter if you can just collect them all. Sem9, they have 2 objectives in their pocket, and they look to crush Rift Herald into this tier 1 boss side. LFO gonna try to put up a defense.
And you think about what generally the Rift Herald does, it's supposed to secure his turret, right? That's why there's so much value in that, because the effectiveness of that gold is there. But you see what's happened here with Sem9. Tipper's off the side lane.
He gets a kill. And he doesn't die.
Oh!
Oh
My goodness, the Ludens Brock! Chili! Soggy! How?
The Airy and the Ludens. Oh, he's going in. RH gonna try to take Rich off, but he goes down a little bit too far. LFO, Raven, he's on the wrong side of the map. He's gonna kite away the last pro of the concussive blow. Does take him off. CWJ flashes in, tries to take Wacky, but he leaves as well. Sem9 once again taking every single thing that they can.
And Sem9, oh my goodness, this style points. Winter flashes past that flay. I have to say, this guy makes it look so good. Wow, just ignoring the laning phase entirely. You talk about where LFO's strengths are in the laning phase. Guess what? They bypassed that entirely. Now look at what happens here. Chili's again in the side lane. Tipper's looking for the soul kill once again. Gets it. But this is like a little bit of like chargeback, you know, it's like you spend money, right, beyond your means, and you get like a little bit of that cash back. You make you feel so happy. Like that's the word, cash back, right? It's like, yeah, I get like 2% cash back on my purchases over $1,000, man. It's like, oh, that's great for you, but you do realize it's still $1,000 down, right? And in LFO's case, it's like 7,000 gold behind.
It's okay. They get the 7. They got the 7 back. So. Yeah,
they got $7. Oh my goodness, 70 gold back. You're right. I get. Why was I thinking? That's so much. That's so much economy. You know, you gotta think about the perspective of like the DD, right? If it's the start of the game when you have no money, 140 gold's a lot. So it's all about perspective.
Yeah, I mean, if you spend 7,000 once, you get 70 back. If you spend 7,000 twice, you get 140 back. So the cashback is something, you know, especially when you do online shopping, you always want that.
True. So if you okay, so here's the thing, right? So what if I spend like $1 trillion and I get the cash back and I refund the $1 trillion? Do I still keep the cash back? It's a get rich quick scheme.
We're gonna have to bring out a calculator on that and see whether if it's worth it or not. However, LFO.
That's true. If I get like the interest rates on that, could be bad.
Well, going back into the game right here, we're going back to a pretty stalemate situation right here. Ozarveki already starting onto the Rift Herald. LFO, they will be the first one to respawn. However, the smite comes in. Veki takes it. The package ignores the showstopper. However, Ravens have to flash away. The Glacier Fisher leaves on the CWJ and he is left to dry. Sam9 played out so well in that exchange.
And you really have to watch out for the Zig, right? The Zig just offers so much value in so many situations. You know, he has so much AoE. Look what happens there, Raven. Raven loses all his health without even getting anywhere close to the fight. Realistically, just zoned out by Sagi entirely. Chili's having a rough game. That's no doubt. He's even going for the Bird Rune King. I think here just to assist him in a little bit of like the side lane split pushing. As well as a little bit of sustain, giving it a little bit more attack speed. He's going for the attack speed, Twisted Fate build. But he's having a rough game for sure. This Tipper's doing a great job of just punishing him in every instance. But every time you do that, is when there are no objectives available on the map, right? So even now, as you see this dragon come up, Chili's going to be alive pretty soon. He gets to walk over. He's going to be able to try and match this timing. Also, they want to give this dragon up to get a tower in the side lane so they can try and cover up some of the gold deficit they're facing. But it's not going to go so well for them because the collapse is coming in pretty soon as well.
Oh, they're going to lose out on both fronts here. Oh, the Shock Blast takes Tipper down to about 20%. Having the bomb to follow as well. And you say they try to get an avenue on the side lane, but the avenue is not there. Sam9, they shut the door. They can't go shopping here, therefore they can't even get the cash back.
Yeah, there's no cash back here. They didn't read the terms and conditions. They said, you can only get the cash back if you're actually in a good game. And this is not a good game for LFO. So, tough luck for them. You know, they're just going to have to suck it up, try to turtle down. But it's really difficult. 8,000 at 10, 11 minutes is a really difficult deficit to come back from. I think on LFO side, especially because we see so much scaling from the Ziggs, as well as from the Jace, the set, as well, and the Twisted Fate. You know, I mean, just the whole team overall, like, they don't lose out that in scaling that much anyway. Like, Alpha definitely scaled better, but Sam9 don't lose that bad. It just doesn't seem like a good recipe in any case for Alpha to come back into this game. I think there are certain things that he can start looking to try and get done. You know, it's going to be a lot around basing where their vision's going to come in, a lot of hitting that sideline pressure again, just killing Chili over and over again. But apart from that, it's just not an easy spot to be in.
Yeah, Sam9, they're definitely playing it out well here. Sagi even picking up the death cap upon going base here. And things to note here, Chili, even though playing the Twisted Fate, he's opting for the Blade on the Rurik King as well as the Static Shift build path here. So he might be, you know, considering trying to go for the side lane, just hitting onto the turrets, taking them down, and using his Destiny Gauge to, you know, sometimes join into a fight if Sam9 needs him.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to join in with that semi-global is so impactful, being able to hit that side lane, especially because you can always just pad it up with Sagi, right? Like, Sagi doesn't have to come in all for that. There we go, that's a Destiny.
Showstopper onto Ravens, that's carried down. Glacier Fisher gonna connect onto SSK as well, and the bomb to follow. SSK walks away by reach, he lands the death sentence. Not gonna mean a lot as CWJ. He has no damage going into this team fight. And Sam9, this is the Sam9 we talk about. You give them an inch and they will choke you out of resources. They take everything and they look to take this mid-tier inhibitor as well. Go-Kart lands onto Tipper. He goes down. Sam9 looking to lock onto LFO's base but decides to back away.
Yeah, Tipper was hoping that he could maybe try and save the turret there, maybe stall for some time. In the end, he ends up going down and the turret goes down. And you were saying CWG doesn't have damage. Well, he could have damage, But then he doesn't have the mana, right? So he goes back to base, he comes back out, doesn't pick up the package because they don't want to pick up that fight yet. Baron coming up in 10 seconds means they need to save it for that instead. Not a good spot for Alpha to be in. I think Sem9 basically just a step away from closing this game out. I think it's just a matter of how cleanly they do it. It's even with a miraculous team fight, Alpha don't win the game here. Right, a miraculous team fight gives them the Baron, gets them a little bit closer back in, but does not win them the game, not by a long shot. Alpha have so many miraculous fights they must accomplish before they get to that point.
Oh, the gold cut to follow, however, instant cleanse here. Showstopper on the 3 position. The space breaker gets them. Haymaker to follow as well as SK and reach the only 2 men standing from the previous team fight. And all that is happening. Tipper tries to get an avenue on the mid lane, but immediately gets shoved away by RH. Sem9, they win once again on the top side and look to take down this inhibitor turret as well.
And it's what Tipper needs to do, right? Like, Tipper just needs to keep going to the side lane, keep farming up, keep trying to scale up and get back in with his team. Just pray that SSK and Rich are enough, sufficient to hold on to the base. Fortunately, that's going to be 4 people on the top side. Sem9 will finish off the inhibitor and continue their reign of dominance. But LFO, I mean, they're trying to get as much gold into Tipper as quickly as they can. Unfortunately for them, the rest of the ship is sinking. And this bucket is not going to get the water out in time.
Right now, Sem9, they have everything that they want. How do they take this Baron and can they end the game will be the question that needs answering. Because when we talk about scaling, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
LFO, yeah?
Here's what I'm gonna. Here's the thing. There's no question that needs to be answered. LFO don't win this game, but it's how do you not make it look like a wash, right? Like you're not gonna win this, but make it look not that bad.
Put up a fight. Put up a fight. Is that? That's the
yes,
case.
That's right. That is the case.
I'm sorry, Grandon. I actually sometimes, right, when you're talking, it kind of goes into like a alien rhyme, and I just hear blah, 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 so I can't really pick up on what you say early on. So let's just put that aside. As LFO, they're gonna catch Reach, pull him away from the team. The bomb will come in, the flashes to follow as well, and this might be an avenue for Sem9 to take this Baron.
Yeah, it's an open Baron for them to just get to walk over, and they'll close out the game pretty soon. I think this Baron's all they need to close that one out. I'm hoping that the alien speech isn't affecting you this time. You can hear what I'm saying, so we can all be on the same page here. I think that's how I feel. Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a bit of a smash, looking like a bit of a wash. You know, put up a fight. Alpha never even got like they didn't even get to the ring. They were like at the door of the gym, and they just got like just getting knocked around.
When we talk about how LFO wants to play the ball game here, they're definitely getting kicked down around here. And Sem9, this just brings back, you know, bad memories for LFO when they kind of match back Sem9 in the 3rd game when they first matched. Sem9 was controlling the entire map and smashing LFO with their wallets here. And they're looking to do it once again.
I don't think there's much left to be said for LFO. Raven bought the QSS, but it's only going to save them one last time for a few more moments. Here we have it. Sem9 looking to close this one out now.
Well, this will be the first game clean. Surgical will be the word I will use to describe this win against LFO and Sem9. They did everything so well. The composition, they drafted for it. They played around it. And Vaki, it all started to crumble when LFO, you know, had that false sense of security that RH has to back, and they tried to invade the jungle, and I believe that's where, you know, LFO starts to drop all of everything.
Yeah, LFO having a little bit too much fun there. SSK spending maybe a bit too much time making memes in certain groups as opposed to practicing, and maybe that was or preparing some strategies against Sem9. That's gonna punish him a little bit in this game 1. I don't think LFO are too stressed about this. Either way, they've secured the spot in the top 2 going into the playoffs. Still would have been nice to see them maybe pick up the win against Sem9 in this case, but that doesn't seem to be that surgical. Truly a word used by a med student here.
Yeah, and LFO, like you said, they're having fun, and it's important to go through the process of fun, you know, like first seed, second seed. It's just the pride and the glory here. So we're gonna take a break, and we're gonna come back with the post-game breakdowns, and let's see on how Sem9 actually, you know, dissected LFO on the first game here. So we're gonna catch you in a while.
go now.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first game between Sam9 and LFO. And I gotta say, Sam9 stomped LFO in that first game.
Yeah, a little bit unfairly. I think you know, they're kind of they're gonna end up in the ER. You know, that's not looking too good for them. Not looking too hot. Hopefully, to get the comeback. When you get some adrenaline in the systems, you know, it just didn't seem like a match between Sam9 and LFO. It looked like Sam9 versus anybody else in the competition. LFO really did not give a very good showing there, and it might just be a bit of a look into this final set going into playoffs between these top two teams. LFO just saying, you know, it doesn't matter here. Like, group stage is not our battlefield. Where we play is going to be going into playoffs. That's where our actual main fight is going to be at.
Yeah, I think both teams, they kind of, just stick with the drafts that have brought them throughout the entire group stage. They're not showing too much. And we cannot discount LFO, even though that they lost to Sam9. Like you mentioned, it's the playoffs that matter. And maybe LFO, they're just keeping strategies, keeping all their cashes in a fixed deposit somewhere else here and there. Just don't want to spend too much and keeping so much more so that when they get the cashback on the percentage, it's gonna be much more rewarding.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I like to tell myself. That's how I sleep at night. I'm lying down in bed, pull up my blanket, and I look up at my ceiling and think, man, I really hope LFO have something planned for playoffs, because this is the stage we're seeing them in. I'm a little bit concerned, but I pull up my blanket at night and I look up at the ceiling and I tell myself, yep, LFO definitely have something for playoffs. Hopefully that is going to be the case. Just like the way that the game started already gave us like such a good inclination that what's going to happen for the rest of this game, right? Like Sam9 punishes LFO. SSK was supposed to get that solo kill. He was supposed to get the jump onto R-Hedge. Didn't work out. They stayed for the blue buff, and then just boom. The entire game, that's one word. And onomatopoeia, boom.
Yeah, definitely. And with that, like you mentioned, right? RH, out of just by going into the game, and we already saw RH 10% health left. And then LFO, they tried to force that. They got that false sense of security that if RH isn't there, SSK can invade the jungle and can win against Veki in the jungle. But that did not happen. And when that started to crumble, the entire map state of Sam9, they started to play towards the top side of the map. Tipper, he's 3-4-1, and a lot of that kills coming from the early game. Sam9 just repeatedly dive him again and again, and that's when they shut LFO up on the top side of the map. And also, the 2 versus 2 exchange down bottom didn't really go towards LFO's favor as well.
Talk about this 2 versus 2, and while I do agree, like Sam9 won that 2v2 matchup, Sagi Winter. The other 2v2 we need to talk about is jungle top, right? They did a great job shutting down Tipper because SSK just doesn't have any fighting power early on. That's the concern you have to have when you're playing this like triple marksman composition, when you're playing for the grades, when you're trying to scale up and have this late game in your back pocket. You just don't have an early game. Like, you don't have something that can do very well there. I think Sam9 did an amazing job identifying that if you ban away the Gragas, you ban away Lee Sin. Now, LFO really don't have that much more they want to show. Like they might have some extra strats that they've been preparing for, but it's not stuff they've been actively looking to display so other teams know to prepare against them. I think that's what we saw here from SSK. SSK didn't have a champion that could find a lot of early potential and then jump into to get that impact done in the top side.
Yep, definitely. And well, if you're just joining us here, I am Diego, this is Grandon, and we're going into the heated matchup of the week. Match of the week, a lot of people kind of put it, but we do have memes coming in like saying, match of the week, Sam9 LFO. Nah, we don't want that. We want the appetizers that came out earlier in this morning. So we already had that going into this dinner here. Sam9 LFO.
Yeah.
Like, first bite, not really that, a little bit underwhelming after taking the full cost here for the game 1. What do you think?
Okay, so we're like this is like us finishing like the first dish, right? Like we're halfway through, we're like tasting the food. All right, I'm tasting a little bit. It's so overwhelming. Like if Sam9 is like the salty, and then like we have like LF4 is supposed to be like the sweet. Like the salty is just so overwhelming. Like you need a good balance, right? Sweet and salty need a good balance. Sam9 just took over the thing entirely. I can barely feel any presence from LFO here. They might, we just need to change the recipe up. Something needs to change, because if we're going with the same recipe again, I just feel like Sam9 get to do the exact same thing we saw before. I don't even know if this is salt. This might be like MSG. It just tastes so salty. Like I'm overwhelmed now.
Yeah, they're definitely cooking up something here, with the heat burning onto the wok. They're cooking, and they're definitely cooking some dinosaurs meat right
They got that wok hate, right? They got that like flavor in.
Yeah. One thing though, we're talking about heat. We're not talking about cooking, right? Out of all, I have a question for you here. Out of 7 days in a week, right? Which day do you think is the oiliest?
Oh man, which day is the oiliest? Yeah, it has to be Friday.
God, you cut me there.
I got you. You can't get me. Not that easily. Yeah, you know why? You know why you can't get me? It's because I have to deal with Leonard on a daily basis. So you can't get me with this.
Okay, you got one up, Grandin 1, D8 0. So I'm gonna just throw that aside and let's go back to the picks and bans here for game number 2. LFO identifying that the problem here from Sam9 previously was the set. The amount of engage that he was able to provide, the sustainability with the Haymaker was an issue. So they slash it off, they take it off, and Sam9, they will do the same by banning away the Gragas as well here. So going in, what do you think LFO will look to ban as well? Taking away the trash though.
It is surprising that LFO have banned away the set because they could have gone for this first pick themselves. The fact that they're not kind of gives me an idea of something that LFO might want to try and go for. They might want to go for the Riven again, double down on a strategy and a composition that has worked for them up until this point, maybe just not in that specific game. That could be the rationale they were trying to go for. Sam9, like you said, you know, they went ban away the Gragas and they ban away the Lee Sin again. They're doubling back down on the 2 jungle pickups that SSK has been playing most predominantly. Yeah, this is interesting. Alpha actually really proactive getting rid of these strong early game first pick worthy champions. I wonder what that's going to leave them with now. Could be the Riven still, could be something like the Fiora or the Ziggs. I think Ziggs was a really big issue. I think Ziggs should be a pick. Either that or something like the Olaf would be nice as well, like you said.
Yeah, Ziggs is definitely a good pick here. It offers so much. They're gonna pick up the Senna, but the Galio has been banned away. What are they gonna pair up with the Senna here?
A lot of things could still come into play, right? Like generally you want something like the Gragas that has like the AP, so you're constantly able to scale up with like the really powerful bot laner, but you could still go for some other options. I think Alpha is not afraid to play stuff like Lux in the bonsai with Rich. I think he's more than happy to go for stuff like that. Just a lot of options there still, but Sam9 now they really get to pick this early game, right? Something like the Jace, they could go for like the Olaf, you know, just really not able to, like, I feel like Olaf's just so good here. No matter what Alpha want to try and pick up in this instance, like a lot of crowd control is already being removed with the Olaf pickup, but the Ziggs just takes priority over all that.
Sam9 going back to what worked for them in first game here. They will lock in the Jace as well as the Ziggs. So they're going for the poke composition here once again. However, the Senna herself is able to offer quite a lot of a poke going into the mid to late game if she stacks up her passive well. But overall, I think the poke from Zig as well as the Jace is a little bit more reliable. And LFO, they're gonna double down once again on the Graves. Didn't really work out for them in the first game. However, that was due to a little bit of a problem in the first minute of the game. So LFO says we can try this and we can do it once again.
Yeah, like just try to make it work somehow, and they actually go for the Singed, which is really interesting. Could be the Singed bot side. I know that we have seen a little bit of that before. I know some of the other regions have tried to make this one work to varying levels of success. Of course, I think Sam9 here going for a more traditional kind of team composition, something that we've seen a lot of so far. I'm not sure if this is as a result of certain changes, which is why they want to go for the Singed, or if this is them really trying to limit test here, knowing that this match against Sam9 is not the most pivotal. Yeah, just so much to be answered here.
Now, what's a better place to try and limit test? It is up against the I would like to say undisputed, but that's kind of stretching a little bit too far because they haven't won the championship yet. So right now they just cemented themselves as one of the best team right here in WCS MYSG. So limit testing again them is definitely good. So Sam9, they will try to pinch onto. I can't understand the Kazik ban right here because the Graves has already been picked up. Are they thinking that the Graves is flexible going into other lanes?
I think this is a situation where it's kind of like, well, if worst case scenario, SSK wants to like pivot into like the Kazik, but then again, of course, like there's still stuff like the Rengar, Master E, like there's so many other options. I think it's just really Sam9 going, well, it's not, we already got what we want. It doesn't really matter what LFO pick now. Like we're just gonna reduce some of the more annoying matchups that we might have to go into, but they're not so concerned about it anymore. They're pretty free flowing. It's pretty easy going for Sam9 from here on.
Well, the Alistar will be picked up when we look at LFO. 4 support bans here, so that doesn't leave a lot here up for take. Sam9, they do lock up the Beefy Boy. it's gonna be able to, stop some engages coming in from, especially from the Singe. However, the Singe does has the ability to throw someone back. I'm thinking about what goes in well with this composition. Will Diana do here for LFO?
I mean, the Alistar, you say like the Singe gets to throw people, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Sam9 want. Like, you throw in the Alistar, like, they get exactly the kind of engage you're looking for. So you kind of have to be careful about that. Like, a couple of targets you could probably go for if Psychic pilots the Ziggs again. I think Ziggs is going to be a really vulnerable option for them. Maybe one of the most vulnerable options that you possibly get. But between like the rest of Sam9, you just have to be really careful, because now if they go and pass something up with the Alistar as well, another big engaged champion, Sam9 have a lot of frontline options that can deal with LFO.
Yeah, but the Renekton as the Camille has been picked up here from LFO. The amount of lockdown potential is really good here from LFO. They have the Singe to front line. They have the Renekton to survive, and the Camille to lock down. The Ziggs, I assume, will be the prime target here with the target on his back. However, Sam9, the doubling down back towards the Twisted Fate pick here. The gold card was able to offer them a lot of avenue going into those team fights. So Sam9, it's a little bit squishy, however, I think this draft coming in from Sam9, and I kind of favor LFO's draft a little bit more in this game number 2.
Yeah, they definitely changed things up a lot, which is what we were hoping for. As for whether or not it's better or worse, I think there are some more interesting mechanics, because now, like, stuff with Raven, he doesn't have to worry so much about just getting one shot by the Ziggs, because he can try and sustain a little bit up as the Senna. Same with like the Singe, could sustain up as well. There's a little bit more counterplay there, but to say that I think LFO's composition is better or worse, I think only this match can tell. I'm a little bit not so reassured to this. I still feel like a lot of the reasons why Sam9 was so dominant at first game are still there for their team. And apart from that, it doesn't feel like LFO have radically changed things. They changed their playstyle for sure, but it's still gone for a lot of the same key components.
Yeah, it's gonna probably go back to the duo matchup that we talked about, the mid and the jungle and the Baron lane, and how they played out against each other here. So I don't believe that we will see much of an action on the duo lane, as both teams kind of picked up a pretty safe duo lanes here. So the action is gonna be, in my opinion, on the mid to top side of the map.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to be placed around how well you can shut down Tipper. Unfortunately for LFO, they didn't get to have the Galio Camille combo, but it was unlikely that Sam9 was going to give that anyway if they did end up going for the Camille first. It's as we expected as well. The Singe is going to go down to the bot side, which is something that we've been seeing a little bit of. LFO pulling this one up against Sam9. I'm just not sure if this is something they prepared or they've seen from other people and are now trying to experiment and see how viable this is. The problem, I think, for LFO here is that there's just not that much good crowd control to lock down the top side for SSK to come in the gank, whereas with a Zorbeki or has Chili a little bit easier to play for. The mid side thing, Zorbeki can get a lot of work done there.
Yeah, the pull is so good at eating up all those damages. If he gets the gargoyle, he procs his unbreakable will. It's just so hard to kill him off. However, LFO, I think ease of execution wise is a little bit more towards LFO side. They can just sit back, try to farm. But Sam9, they're gonna try to get those early leads here. So we will go into game number 2. We had our fair share of the first meal, and Grandin put it is full of MSG from Sam9. This is the second dish. Looks good, but what's gonna be the taste? We'll have to wait for the game to play out here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one starts. I mean, just off initial impressions, like you do the sniff test, you do the visual test, because they say the eyes eat first, right? Mm-hmm. We're seeing a little bit of pressure out from LFO. Like, they are starting to set up a pretty good early game for themselves. But Sam9 are happy with this too, right? Like, they are comfortable with scaling. It's not a big issue. This mid game is still anybody's. I think LFO do win if they go to like the late game, especially the hyper late game. But mid game is really where things get a little bit more contentious.
Yeah, we're gonna look at what the observers bringing us here. This is a top matchup here. Once again, LFO Tipper is gonna get out-traded by RH, and the first blood will come in. Once again, Sam9 grab first blood.
And I think immediate taste, a little bit of salt, a little bit of MSG. Might be the tears from LFO. Tipper losing lane? That's crazy, unheard of.
Yeah,
and we start to see this pressure. Yeah.
You don't see that often, like Tipper losing lane. It's like when we talk about Tipper, when we talk about Tipper without seeing games, right? We always imagine how he crushes his lane opponents, but then we forget that RH exists, right? Even though in the first time when they met each other, RH was really putting down Tipper in his lane as well. So we're gonna see a bit of a replay here between LFO and Sam9.
It's really interesting to see what happens now because Tipper's ended up losing this early phase of the game. A lot of pressure on to SSK here.
Oh, Vecky's gonna flash to follow, tries to get Vecky. End of the line, not enough damage. RH, little bit out-traded here from Tipper. Vecky on the other side of the map is getting chased down as well. He will go down. RH, he walks away with the dash and heals up. Minions, a little bit of a troll there.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more damage. A few more caster creeps hit him. Would have got that kill. Unfortunately, misses out that opportunity. LFO will be content, I think, getting that kill back. They got the flash from Azura Vecchi. SSK is being slowed down from his scaling. Not the best look they want to see.
They're gonna try to track where Vecchi is. There's a lot of vision going into Sam9's jungle. They can see where the blue buff is still up, so they assume that Vecchi is around here, tries to get the blue buff. SSK, he will secure double scuttle, if I'm not mistaken.
A little bit of extra gold from that, but don't think it makes that big of a difference unless you're farming up your entire jungle at the same time. Like, there's so much gold and EXP from the jungle, right? Like, that's like a full lane plus of EXP and gold. So like, you can get the double scuttle unless you're getting all the jungle camps at the same time. Like, you're not getting that maximum value or efficiency. I think with Azura Vecchi, he's going to be quite content with just keeping up his farm game going.
Well, both bottom lane here has reached level 5, and another tries to get onto CWJ, but he does have the slice and dice to get himself to safety. They're gonna try to shove this wave and maybe try to get Chili a cheater recall.
Yeah, just trying to cheater recall in Wild Rift. Man, that's a crazy concept. Tipper gets the heal off, but against our heads, it might not be enough.
Grand challenge completed. That's the first task from RH.
And 0-2 for LFO to start off this Baron lane. Not looking too good. Ray was actually going to run up to the top side. They were looking to try and contest this Rift Town. Really well played there. Also double summoner spells. I do believe... Yeah, going for the Jordan's Fist as well as the Sheen gives them a little bit more power. Try to complete the Divine Thunderer first. Still a little tankier.
Well, however, RH already completed his one. He's about 1.3k up against Tipper, so this lane for the Fiora is gonna be a little bit much easier to deal with. So right now, Sam9, they send the entire team, aside from Chili, tries to secure the Reef Herald.
And the difference between like last game and this game is LFO no longer have like Corki, right? They don't have the package, and that gave them a lot more fighting power in the early game. That was the only reason they could even look to contest these fights. But now without that, just have to willingly give away the Rift Herald, which is going to be again a big problem for them because they won't be able to stop the push coming through from Sam9. They have Sagi continuing on with the push. Last game they didn't even need the Rift Herald to take down the mid side because of the fights that kind of like ensued right after.
Yeah, look at SSK. He's not even saying Vecchi or Sagi, and he's already getting poked out down to 50% health. But thanks to the Rift Scuttle, he does heal back up. I'm gonna try to contest for this dragon.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of sustain here, which is like we mentioned, the saving grace of this team. Like LFO's difference this time around, and now they have a lot more sustain, right? The fact that they have like the Senna, they have the Singe, you know, just the fact that they have so much more sustain in this game makes it a little bit easier to play from, so we see a much closer game. But it is quite unfortunate that we started to see a big issue start forming up in the Baron side, because 1,500 behind means a full item and a full component, and then like a basic component. Extra on the side of our hedge over Tipper, meaning Tipper's efficiency in a silent is significantly reduced.
Oh, they're gonna try and throw Sagi back. However, Rich is getting stunned up right here from Winter. The Shadow will save him, but Unbreakable will already used by Winter here going into this Ocean Dragon fight. What do you think? with that ultimate down, will it be LFO's chance to get this dragon?
Maybe, but I don't think that they want to try and push for this, especially because dragons have lost a little bit of their efficiency. It's not as worthwhile to really try and push for that. They're looking for a catch in the mid side. Rich gets pushed out of the bomb, so might survive as a result of that.
Oh, well, Chili will teleport in right here. Doesn't even need him actually. Saki secures the kill for himself. LFO is gonna eat that red yellow card onto the face, but Tipper on the top side is gonna try to get back a little bit of a goal for himself.
Yeah, it does close out a little bit of that gold difference. I think with this extra plate, we'll just turn it into like 1,000 gold difference overall. If he gets his turret, it could be quite nice for him. Getting first turret here, try to dodge away. Very nicely timed there, but the flash roll from Chili with the gold card.
Oh, Tipper, will he run away from this? SSK is right here, tries to support his teammate. The Ignite already used, and LFO, they just back away. Don't want to take any more of those fights, but Winter is a little bit too deep. Tries to catch Tipper here. The trample already been used. SSK once again come in to support his teammate. Bitten a little bit more than he could chew right there, Winter.
Yeah, SSK's support makes the difference this time around. They finally managed to punish Winter for all the rotations he's been making. And LFO, if you were looking at the gold difference, the gold graph right now, you would notice that they've actually pulled ahead of the lead. Now this first chart going down. They've lost that advantage. Here we go. They get the fight going again.
Repulse already used. The bomb comes in to support, but CWJ, he walks away. RH goes down. This Cinch is just so good at throwing people off, and Fiora cannot dash with that super sticky glue. SSK, however, gonna eat some shock blast to the face, and LFO, they gain a little bit of an advantage here.
Oh!
They're gonna try to catch Sagi once again, but Winter is right there to back up his teammate, and they just shake hands and walk away.
Did you see that? He just used Proto Bell and was trying to dash over on the Sagi, and Sagi, the double summoner spells, by the way, no fear whatsoever. Knew Winter was there to block, made sure that he held onto his summoner, so he still has them for the next time they had to go for a fight. Just well played on the side of Sem9 there, understanding the limits. But LFO do trade back to the turret in the top side, so we actually see LFO back with this gold lead. Again, a big gold difference up in the top side. But in every other role, virtually, we see the gold even, and then down the bottom side, Rich has a significant gold lead over Winter.
Where did the gold lead come from? I mean, he only has one kill in his pocket, and when we look at Raven as well, he's practically the same amount of gold as Saki. Hold that thought, RH is gonna be hackstack ultimatum here, but he walks away. The grand challenge, Sam, this time won't be completed. He has to back away.
I mean, he knew he had SSK there. I think Tipper was a little bit concerned about Chili potentially using his ultimate to try and make it an unfair fight, but might have been a little bit too over-ambitious. Now they're going to try and trade objectives here. Go for the Rift Tower, start this one up, finish it off, and trade that for the Ocean Drake. And you asked where that gold came from. It's because Raven's been playing for Fasting Senna. You've been giving all the farm over to Rich. And Sagi just hasn't been farming up that much. He's been so focused on rotating around, clearing out waves. Like you can see, he just barely has any gold lead over the Senna, which is not what you want to see from the Ziggs. But it doesn't matter. He still has damage. He still has utility. Sagi is still going to be super relevant in this game.
Yeah, and especially with the tier 1 in the mid lane is still up. That's like a good thing for the Ziggs. You always want that here. But Raven, he's scaling up. He's eating up these souls. And at what point do Raven can, stack up all those souls, get the range that he wants to just poke out Sagi before Sagi can throw the bomb onto his face?
I think we'll have to hold that for a second because they're looking for Chili here.
Well, Reach gets bonks towards the entire team. Here comes the Dawning Shadow. The gold card lands and the bomb to follow. But LFO, they take no damage here. CWJ with Raven's heal is able to just take all the damages, eat it in the face. But Tipper, the same could not be said. The grand challenge is still one more proc up. But Sam9, they came to take the tier 1 mid and they will get it.
Yeah, watch out for Tipper here because our hedge is looking for this potential solo kill. Tipper, he jumps in, he gets the shield back in, and SSK with the final finish off shot as he walked back into the mid side by the river. Trades back, takes down Winter for Rich. Now they have this Rift Herald to use.
I'm gonna try to return the favor here, tries to get the tier 1 mid for themselves. SSK looking to try and escort Shirley here, but the stun card comes in. Can she get the charge? She will get it. However, there's
Just
still
barely, though.
one plate left up here for Sam9. SSK tries to take it down, but no more minions. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, not too bad for LFO here. They do get quite a bit of tempo, get a lot of golden EXP. The most important thing here is that both teams have seen their mid tier 1 turrets, outer tier turrets fall, and because as a result of that, now what we see to happen is the jungle's been opened up a lot. This would matter a lot if we were seeing like a bit of a hyper carry style jungler, stuff like Fiora jungle. This could be very impactful, but because it's between the Jace and the Graves, not as big of an issue. But whoever gets more vision towards these sides of the map actually will end up pulling quite a big lead. Couple of things need to be taken into account as well. LFO playing on the blue side means they have better control towards the Baron, but they do need to set up vision behind the Baron pit, because if you see Sam9 set the position around that, they can play for potential steal, they can play for a potential collapse, but then they also get to see LFO with his side lane split push pressure. Chile needs to constantly be there to kind of address this push coming through. Maybe get a catch on the winter, but it might be a little bit too overambitious.
Oh, that blast cone delivers Tipper to Sam9, and they get the kill right now. LFO, they lose their top laner. They tries to get something back. Reach Proto Belts in, tries to get Becky, but decides to put a stop onto that idea here. They get Tipper, and that will be it.
Yeah, they just get Tipper, which is still a really good pickup, don't get me wrong, but considering all that's been happening this game, I mean, LFO, if there's anyone they could end up sacrificing, I feel like Tipper, as strange as that sounds, should be it. I'm gonna be a little bit careful here because Raven still can take a lot of harass. They're looking for a potential re-engagement. Watch out for this flank coming in.
Hitbot polarized onto Ravens, but they could not get the kill onto him. Stacy's been used by Veki. He goes down. This Singe is doing so much damage, as well as providing sustain for his team. He's frontlining. He's killing off every single member of Sam9 that he can see.
So Dragon's coming up in 10 seconds, but you watch out. LFO have 2 side lanes that are pushing in towards them. They need to be careful about this, because if they get closed in on, there's no space to play for the objectives. They cannot contest with the Dragon. They can't contest with the Baron. They need to deal with these side lanes right now.
No, they're definitely doing it right now, sending Tipper to deal with the Baron lane, as well as CWJ and SSK to deal with the bot side. Now, they, after clearing the way, they will have Prio going into this Dragon. They can secure the pit, and they look to start it off.
They get really good control around it. Sam9 give this one away. Not worthwhile fighting for, but Sam9 don't get much more in this time anyway. They're looking to try and stop this Baron pickup, but they don't know that Sam9 have not gone for it.
Hextang ultimatum already used. Rich is so low, but he walks away. Winter tries to get onto me. Destiny Gage finds everybody here. The stun cut comes in. Tipper once again goes down. RH is still alive. Heals back up with the minions, and the next to follow will be Ravens. With this kills, 2 going into the pocket of Sam9. Will this be the Baron call?
And look what happened. LFO, they went for the Dragon. They thought that Sam9 would go for the Baron as a result of that. But Sam9, they played it slow. They played it patient. And look at what's happened. They turned on them once again. They've caught up SSK. This gold card is the final one to take down the Graves. And they just get to walk in on the Baron now. 15 minutes in, a much tighter game. LFO had the lead for quite a while. But Sam9 are starting to scale up. This mid game is looking to be theirs.
Oh, the Crocodile comes in, but he's gonna be turned into a back right here instantly. No doubt about that. Immediately skins him and throws him into the factory for production.
That's rough. Say no to animal products.
Yep, definitely, but that's not the case right here for Sam9 because they are Tiger.
I don't know if I could. Oh, I don't know if I could support. So we have animal-based teams. Is this just like so? Like if we have tiger pelts, crocodile hides, and Tyrannosaurus. What would you call a Tyrannosaurus skin? What did you call that?
We're gonna have to ask Jurassic Park about that. Not too sure myself. Because
it's an interesting question.
We've never seen a dinosaur, right? So
like they could have feathers for all we know, right? Like some people theorize that dinosaurs actually have feathers.
yeah, people also tell that, you know, birds are kind of a little bit closer to dinosaur than we think.
Yeah, exactly, right?
And have you seen Jurassic Park though? But, well, Chili is gonna walk in, throw a gold card and reach immediately. Has to back away. Sam9 with the Baron power play. Looks to walk into LFO's house here. It's a walk down the park and it's definitely not the Jurassic Park. Chili, he's gonna get the gold card in. Reach is getting forced out here. LFO, the dominance has been used by CWJ. There's no avenue for LFO coming into this team fight. Winter is just such a brick wall.
SSK was looking to try and split push off in the side lane, but he's had to recall now because if he doesn't, the game's likely gonna end right here. As we start to see this fight break out, the teleport coming in is looking like LFO have no say in the matter.
Oh, they're gonna try to get 2 more kills, stack up those KDAs, but in the meantime, they will make work of the turret. The Nexus will be next one on the board as the entire of Sam9, they take down LFO in the second game. It was a little bit closer than the first, but nevertheless, Sam9 close it out, and LFO, second loss against Sam9.
And you're on a bit of a hot streak here, DA, right? It's like 3 for 3 today, right?
Yep, definitely. Feeling good.
All right, I'm a little bit concerned. I hope we voted for the same team to win this last match of the day. I feel like this is our first game where we expected like the matchup to go the way it did. You know, our predictions pretty much went in line with the way that the game played out. But at the same time, it is still a little bit surprising. Like Sam9 gave us a really strong performance, and even in this game where it was a little bit more balanced, you know, we had a lot of like sweet notes. But towards the end, there Sam9 just overwhelmed the palate again. Just could not taste anything except the MSG in my mouth. I feel like LFO the same, you know, like as the tears trickle down, goes into their mouths. That's just life. Going to playoffs, might want to change that up. I feel like Sam9 are in a really good spot. They still have one more match tomorrow, but that's against TODAK, and I don't think we see any chance they lose that. Sam9 just very comfortable, I think, with how they're currently performing.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected, right? Like, coming into WCS MYSG from the first week, we were like building the narrative. This is the super team. And a lot of people put their expectations onto Sam9 that they must win this WCS MYSG. And if they don't, what's the point of the super team, right? Like, a lot of people are looking towards this narrative. And they're showing us right now that they can pull this out. And going into playoffs, say what you must, LFO, they might have some things in their pockets, might not, but my favorites are definitely going into Sam9's, you know, stocks here.
And you think about like the context of what happens here is if we do end up seeing Sam9 win this, like the WCS MYSG, right? What happens is they go into regionals and you play in regionals with a straight away into the playoffs, right? And you get this really good shot of making it into the Wild Rift, like the Icon series, because the Icon's global stage, because you have like 4 seeds going through. Like there's such a good run through, but the first step is really winning this like local matchup first.
Now we will take a little bit of a look on the post-game stats here for game number 2. And as I look into this graph, I see 0, 5, and 2 on Tipper, and that just pains my heart.
Definitely really rough. Our Hedge had an amazing performance this series. Even in that first game, like the pressure that he had was unreal. I think he was piloting a Jace, if I'm not mistaken, and just destroyed Tipper in lane, really set his team up for success. A lot of understanding from Sam9 what needed to be done there. Even SSK was like farming off in the side lane, trying to split push to apply some pressure. You know, there's just not that same degree of impact. We do start to see the rise in popularity of the new items quite a bit here. We start to see, especially with the Divine Sundra, does really well for the Camille, for the Fiora.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of those champions right in LFO's wheelhouse, but also in Sam9, so you cannot forget about that.
Yeah, both these teams, they kind of share the champion pool here. Maybe aside from the jungle, I would say. And like you mentioned, the Divine Sundra as a new item coming in here it's definitely gonna boost those you know, bruises coming into this matchup. It's a good item to replace the Trinity Force. And if you read the Wild Rift patch notes, even the developers, they said it themselves. It's a good item to replace the Trinity Force if you want the power of the Shin. So yeah, we've seen Divine Sundra quite a lot this today, I guess, but not so much of a new items coming in for LFO Sam9 as the first item, I would say, because a lot of them they go for Black Cleavers. Unlike the first two matches of the day, a lot of members they just straight away go for the Divine Sundra, but Sam9 and LFO they demonstrated a little bit of a different understandings for these new items.
Yeah, especially with stuff like the Graves, you know, like still wanting to go for the Black Cleaver. We did see like the Fiora go for the Divine Sundra at first, but like you mentioned, it was far and few between. Most of the focus still rested on the Black Cleaver. I think that was one of the big things for these teams. But I just felt like Sam9 had really good understanding of what they want to go from the draft from the beginning, and then they just continued to use that momentum in the game, and with that kind of advantage, really set themselves up to take that one really well here. I'm thinking like, you know, if between like this in this series, if there was any specific moment that I thought like, oh yeah, Sam9 they're making like a critical mistake, I don't really feel like that's even the case, because even in the moments where LFO went for like the Baron and they were set up to potentially trade for the Baron, when LFO went for like the Dragon and Sam9 was set up for like the Baron trade, they waited and they had the vision control. They just stayed in the eye brush by the side of the lane, of the mid lane. Once they started walking in, like Raven got caught off, Rich got caught off, Tipper got caught off. That was it for them.
Yeah, the entire team was kind of smashed from that moment on. Sam9 did definitely understands the game differently from you know, the other teams here, and LFO they thought that they could capitalize on that backs, but Sam9 they said we're here to stay, we're here to take the fight. And also we have Sagi as well as Winter, if I'm not mistaken, here for the interview, and let's take a look at them and talk to them about how they feel winning this match against LFO once again.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Hello. Hi, Winter, Sagi. Yeah. So, how do you feel winning against LFO the second time?
I mean, we didn't really do a lot. I mean, I was just sitting in bot lane, minding my own business. I mean, other than that, my team just carried me, I guess. Like, I think RH played super well today, Becky too, and Winter also played very well today.
We are sitting bot.
Well, that's what happens when you play the Ziggs, right? But a lot of your Super Mega Death Bomb was really on point. How was the communication here going in between the teams when they try to go in for an engage? And like you said, even though you were like just trying to farm up and not involved in those team fights, but your bombs were always on point. So how did the communication go from there?
I mean, the communication was more or less likely that, because that game was more like the first game was more of a front to back, and then like when my job was just to like, you know, just like after they just retreat, they use all of their movement spells, I just like cast my ultimate. Like that's on me. I don't think there's a lot of communication going on, because I think like personal execution wise we did comparative better today, I suppose.
Oh, Brendan?
Yeah, I mean, you guys just took out your closest competition in the group stage. I know playoffs is like right around the corner, and like there's a second opportunity for that. But I'm sure you guys, you know, do you guys feel more confident against this version of Alpha? How's like reading this, like the new meta, or this like new patch kind of like affected you guys for today's game day?
For now, I suppose that because that game just now didn't really matter, because top 1, top 2 we are guaranteed for like the upper semis, so I think L4 probably hit some picks or like hit some strats, so it really didn't matter that much, because I feel like they didn't really play the current meta because it's just only out for like a day or two. So we will see for the following weeks, you know, for the like, you know, like other picks and like, you know, meta picks that they're gonna bring up to the table.
Yeah, going into playoffs, you know, Shen and Karma will be up and available. So, what are your thoughts about these two new champions?
Feels like a very two problematic champions that's gonna affect the draft by a lot due to how flexible they are towards like each and every lane. Yeah. Probably gonna see like, you know, River Shen or something, or like Shen support, Shen mid, Shen top, or like Senna Shen. We'll see. I guess we'll see.
Oh, we'll still have time to prepare for that. So, what do you think? I mean, who do you think will be the MVP of the series?
It's either RH or Winter.
I think it's RH.
Yeah, it's probably RH, my guys. What am I kidding, alright? Just give it to RH, lah.
Give it to RH.
Give it to the bloody top laner, guys.
Give it to RH. So let's take a look on the graphics here. Who will be the MVP? Will it be RH once again, you know?
Of course
Oh,
it's gonna be our
man.
head. Did you guys see that hook dodge on the top lane that he just dodged a flash hook? That's
Yeah.
pretty sick, man.
He,
Yeah.
he played
I
out
watched
his
it live,
lane
bro.
amazingly.
Yeah, man. He's on form today, man.
This just kind of reminds me of the meme that someone posted in group, like boss is asking when is RH gonna get MVP.
Here's another one, bro. Here's
and
another
then,
one.
and then that's like RH first MVP and then RH second MVP. So this might be the third one.
Yeah, bro. He's actually climbing up in terms of the MVP ladder.
Well, good to see that we're on the same page this time around on the MVP's picks up here. So, Granton, do you have any other questions here for Winter and Sagi?
No, I mean we've heard a lot from them. I know that with PSK with the match against P6, they were saying like the rest of the competition it doesn't really matter for them. Like they lose against you guys, lose against LFO, they'll beat the rest. It's just between them and Watermelon. How do you guys feel about the rest of the competition shaping up? Now you've seen them so many times in the group stage. How are you guys feeling about all the teams?
I mean, for now, you mean you want me to give a rating for all the other teams, right?
Like just like generally, like how do you guys feel about them? You know, is this like because it's only going to be that one slot? Like, is this like a good step forward for us or?
So we have seen like the top 3 being, I think top 2 being locked in with like L4 and Sem9. For the bottom part, I've been seeing PSK actually performing. Like they've been performing pretty well these 2 weeks, but then they still have like a lot of fixing to do with like a lot of macro misplays or like unnecessary like overextension. So if they can fix that, I feel like they might have a chance for top 3 to top 5. For RTP and TODAK, I think TODAK will have to work more on their individual prowess. RTP is just like, you know, they just come in, grab the cash, and good to go. For Watermelon, I think if they put more time into scrims, I think they're actually going to be a pretty good team considering that they actually play like competitive league before in PC. And I feel like with the upcoming meta, Vendetta is going to be pretty good looking into the jungle considering that this meta upcoming is actually more hyper carry or bruiser meta focus. So I guess we'll see more of Watermelon strats coming into the playoff. For Upcar Esports, I hope that they get a fix of their, you know, their macro and micro misplays because it's been more frequent and their style is more one-dimensional. So it's like if let's say a certain team gets used to it, it's more or less very predictable of what they're gonna do and how are they gonna play around their team. It's like, are they gonna lane swap here? What do I have to do to counter it? Etc. etc. For P6, P6 has been a roller coaster overall, I guess. P6 for me is like they've been performing very well initially with their role swap with Eggy and Nyx. And then recently we've seen them like swap back after like a not so good run for like the past week, I suppose. Like they went downhill after the initial swap. So I guess that since they relocked themselves in before playoff, I guess their coach wanted them to try out something new, I guess. So like maybe they'll try out like, oh, is this like the final version of it? Or is this like we should just solidify like, oh, Eggy back to jungle and like Nyx back to support because of their, you know, individual skills in terms of their role. For that, did I miss out any team? I guess no, right? I think I just covered everything. Yeah.
I think just like Upcar Esports, was that? Did we say that?
Yep, he said that.
Yeah, I think I covered Upcar as well. For me, yeah, Upcar is more one-dimensional, as I mentioned.
Oh right, yes, that was.
Yeah.
All right,
that's
cool.
Really good insights that Sagi is giving here. So, anything you want to say to your fans that are supporting you?
I mean, we came in today with a feeling that we're gonna have a fun scrim with LFO, so we didn't really put into mind like whether we win or lose. We just wanted to like, you know, see like how far we can go in today's match. So yeah, thanks for the support, guys, and thank you casters for working up to like, you know, 10 p.m. I'm probably oh yeah, you guys have one more game. Like, you know, like get a break and go like get some food or something, get a coffee or something. Yeah, and you know, stay safe and healthy, everyone. I guess I'll see you guys here next time.
Yeah.
See ya.
We're probably gonna see you tomorrow as well. So catch you guys soon and see you later.
Maybe you will see me tomorrow. Well, who knows? Yeah, you know.
All right, have a good one, guys. We'll see you guys around.
All right, have a good one as well.
And I'm sure we'll talk to you guys more after during playoffs.
Guys. Bye bye.
Wish you guys
all right,
the best
thanks,
too.
Man. Bye. Wow. that's a lot that they kind of give us on to the views and
Doing our jobs for us.
well, there are a few points that I really agree with him. So that's it. That's the main dish that we have today. And like Brandon put it, it tastes really salty. So we're gonna go to a break just to wash our palates here and come back for the dessert, which is between Upcar and watermelon. So let's go get a break and drink some water, guys. And we'll see you in a while.
Here we go now.
Gonna go toilet a while.
I say you can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. 'Cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here. Dancing through the night, ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night.
Here we go now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the WCS MYSG. I am the egg. This is Grandon. We have our appetizers early on. We had our first meal, then we have our main course. Right now we're down towards the last one, the dessert. Imagine a 8-course dinner. We're now at the 7 and the 8. Assuming that we have another 2-0 coming up.
Why did we have an 8-course dinner when we could just have a 4-course dinner? It's literally just a bit. We have 4 series, just a 4-course dinner, the egg.
But it's 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. So you get 6
Okay,
already.
okay. We've had 6. So this is like 8 or 9, right? Like depending
Yeah.
on like the chef's mood. It's like the omakase special. Whatever the chef serves you, just gobble it up. I have to say, I want to complain a little bit to the chef. My food's been super salty. It's been a surprise. Like, I didn't get what I wanted at all. What I predicted at all. But you know what? Sometimes a surprise is a good experience.
Yeah, you don't always get what you ask for, but surprises can be really good. So we're gonna go into our last match of today. It's a pretty, I don't know, man. It's kind of, I don't know what to say about this match because there's a lot of uncertainties coming in. We do have Upcar versus Watermelon. Upcar, according to their last week's performance, I would say they're not in their best of forms. But Watermelon, they're just playing what they always do. You just strive in the chaos, draft what they want, and still win games. So yeah. Before that, we're gonna take a look on Upcar's lineup going into this matchup. This will be the lineup for Upcar today. It is the Sune Arashi Ravens as well as Coffee, and the swap here for Zephyroth and Beyond. What do you think about this swap? I do think that Upcar, they kind of play really well with Beyond in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such an, like, Upcar Esports, we talked to Sagi earlier, and he was saying, like, yes, they're looking a little bit one-dimensional. They've had some, if you played against them enough, like, you start to get an idea of, like, how they try to approach things. I feel like they need to start adjusting a little bit. They have, like, some really strong threats, and we even heard from some of the other teams before, like, what happens when you start getting in their head, right, going, yeah, guys, we have to carry. I think that was, like, with Watermelon, right? Like, Watermelon up against Upcar Esports, saying, like, yeah, we get them into their heads, thinking, like, we must carry the game, we have to do whatever we need to do to get to win, and then they start, like, feeling a little bit too anxious about it, trying to make things happen, and then the pressure is on Coffee again. There's just so many things that end up taking place as a result of that. Oh, was that LFO? It was one of the teams for sure.
It was
right,
LFO SSK,
okay.
I think.
There we go. Get into the head, right? Have that impact there, and then we just start to see that pressure on Upcar Esports, right? Like, they are a team with really good upper bounds. We've seen that from them before, but when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, they've also had a lot of issues they need to face.
Yep, we're gonna take a look on their opponents as well. It is the Watermelon, and let's see what they have for us in store today. And out of the store, this is the Watermelon that we're getting today. It is Jinkai, Vendetta, El Major, Scarlet Petal, as well as a Smurf. Pretty standard of a Watermelon here. And like Saki mentioned just now, the new patch might favor Vendetta a little bit more, but we're gonna wait to see if that's true as we go into this game between these two teams.
I mean, Team Watermelon have been looking really interesting. Like, they have been competitive with the best teams in, like, their proper form, right? Like, some could make the argument that Upcar Esports have been able to pick up some games because of some make big mistakes for their opponents, and they're able to capitalize on them really well. Don't get me wrong, but Team Watermelon are a team that contests directly with the most favorite playstyle of their opponents. It's a matchup between, like, your best intentions versus my best intentions. And Watermelon have really found themselves in that position, and a big reason and a big part of how they found the success is in their jungle matchup, right? As we take a look at this, Arashi and Vendetta, two massive key pivotal points for their teams, but Vendetta, like we've been kind of theorizing earlier, starting to look more like a hyper carry, more like a Bruiser style meta coming up, shaping up. The perfect storm is brewing for Team Watermelon.
Yeah, Vendetta, he goes for the Fiora, the Jax, the Riven in those jungles, plays the carry role. However, he still has a really high kill participation here, 74%, and with the KDA, is expected from a carry style type of jungler. But when you look at Arashi, KDA only 4.6, but again, the stats don't tell the entire tale. And when we look at Upcar and Arashi as a player for his team, he plays carry jungles as well. His Kha'Zix particularly is very, very good, and he was able to, you know, bounce here and there, gets those kills off. But the problem is when you ban away the Kha'Zix, what else can Arashi bring to the table?
The thing is, he still has stuff like the Gragas, like the Javan, you know, he's a bit of an initiator, which is a big reason why I would say Arashi has a worse KDA, because he's oftentimes being the one leading the charge, and what happens to the guys that run in first, I think they just kind of die, right? So like, that's what happens to Arashi. It's not a great look for his KDA, but someone has to do it, and as a result of that, we see Upcar have some of their best moments, because they have this solid frontline initiation. He's going to play stuff like the Set, he's going to play stuff like the Java, the Gragas, and get you that front line in. Whereas with Watermelon side, you know, it's all about getting Vendetta hit. Whether that's gonna be the Master E today with like some of the changes, I mean, that's gonna be a fun one to see.
Well, we did see the Master E coming earlier today, but before that, let's take a look on the last predictions coming in here today, and looks like a little bit not split, but Husky might have a different thought on this. The rest of three of us are pretty much on the Watermelon hype train.
Yeah, thank goodness you're still with us on this one, because I feel like all the matches that you've agreed with me on, I've been right on so far. The ones that you've disagreed with me, not looking so hot. So thankfully all of us on this Watermelon hype train. Omo knows that whenever we go out drinking together, I like to look for my Watermelon Soju, to the extent that he's bored of drinking with me, because I always get the same stuff. I just feel it's so refreshing, you know, it's so refreshing to see when you have some good watermelon, it really just hits the spot right.
Yeah, and watermelon, they have a lot of color, right? You got the red, you got the yellow, and do you have a particular color of watermelon that you like, Brandon?
I mean, just like the basic ones, right? Like I like the when the green is like a ripe green, and then the inside is just like it's a little bit like a bit drier, because I feel like this taste is more concentrated, you know, it's like a sweeter. Like, I feel like it's too like fresh, not ripe enough yet. It doesn't have that same kind of like punch to it.
Yep, and going into this matchup, both teams pretty shaky, I would say, because, you know, Watermelon, as good as they are, you praise them, they did drop a game towards PSK last week, and that was kind of what changes the entire group standings, you know, by Watermelon dropping the game against PathSeeker. A lot of possibility comes in for a tiebreaker, and their performance last week wasn't really on par. And what do you think? Would they come back into today's match being, you know, reflecting on what went wrong in the other game and come back stronger, or do you think Upcar can, you know, hit onto the edge and get one up on Watermelon here?
I feel like if they do, it would change things up a decent amount. But it's like it's already been mentioned before, right? Going into like the playoffs, the first stage, you know, win or lose, you go down to the lower brackets, and then I mean, even if you win, you're still going up against 7-9 LFO, which you're unlikely to beat, right? Being realistic about this, and you go down to the lower brackets anyway. You play off against the same opponents anyway. You know, it's just the same story, different tale. And maybe it's just about getting a little bit deeper into competition, you know, so you get better seeding for the next iteration of the WCS MYSG perhaps, or maybe slightly better seeding so that you get better prize money, better rewards, whatever it is. Either way, it's still a tough spot. We're looking at potentially a huge tie between a bunch of these teams. I feel like Watermelon right now have a nice spot ahead, and they want to keep it that way. They definitely do not want to risk giving that one up at all.
Yeah, right here we will go into the game one pick and bans here. Immediately, Upcar take away the Lucian from Scarlet Petal, as well as Jinkai, I believe, played the Lucian quite a lot of times as well. However, Zisune, he himself plays the Lucian quite a lot of numbers as well. Watermelon, will they look to ban away Arashi's, you know, comfort picks, force him into something that he's not comfortable, and tries to facilitate his team as well? But the Vayne will be, you know, banned away here against Coffee.
Yep, the recurring trend, I mean, is the constant variable in all these matches. It's the Vayne ban, first ban, usually, in fact. Upcar Esports, I do appreciate what they're trying to get done here with the Gragas Mans against El Major. You don't want to allow him to have one of his most impactful champions in the entire group stage, but he does still have a number of options. But generally, those fall towards more hype, more carry options once the Gragas is gone. So you have to be prepared for that. Ravens is no slouch in the mid lane, but he's also been struggling a little bit against some of the middle of the pack competition at times. But he's also been doing really well against some of the top guys. So depending on his form, I think that's where we start to see it really come into play.
Yeah, that's the thing that, you know, both a lot of these middle pack teams, we call them middle pack because they have the potential to go all the way, but it's just a fact that which form that they always come into these matches is what matters here. So which one will we see? We'll just have to wait and see. Upcar, they pick up the Fiora here, will most probably go towards the jungle here. I'm gonna point out that the Galio is up and available, and El Major, he played the Galio a few times and it was good, and some changes towards the Galio into this patch might favor him a little bit more going into the mid lane as well.
For sure, right? He could still go for that same playstyle, but I think now, because you already see the Fiora come through, you don't want to allow for that hyper carry potential with the Yuumi or the Lulu. I think what could be really nice here from Watermelon is they grab the Yuumi and then go for like their jungle pickup early on, or just go for both Lulu and Yuumi. That was the other thing that I was thinking about. You know, if you want to go for both of them, you get so much power there. Upcar Esports will lose that chance, but there's still so much on the table for Upcar, so I'm not worried about them. But Watermelon do come out of the gates really strong with this double Enchanted support style pickup.
This just begs the question, is the Master Yi gonna show up? Because you have dual Enchanted support, one gives you Root and one gives you Wild Growth, right? So if the Master Yi does come in, I really don't see an avenue where they can stop the Master Yi. However, Upcar, they might be having the same thing going through their thoughts here, so they take up the Braum as well as the Twisted Fate, being able to offer those CC if Watermelon does pick up the Master Yi.
I think Watermelon has to go for like their jungle pickup now. It could be something like even like the Kaisa, so you could be flexible between the Scarlet Petal and Vendetta. But if they don't go for it here, there's so many bans that could potentially come through. Very interestingly, like you mentioned, El Major, he has shown to favor the Galio when it is available in these kind of spots. But then, as we take a look at the second ban phase, you know, I could see a lot of focus from Upcar Esports to get rid of options down in the jungle. For Watermelon's side, Vendetta might not get his choice pick, but the Olaf is up, which is very interesting.
Yep, Upcar most probably gonna ban it in the second phase here. Doesn't want to see those carry jungles coming in. The Master Yi immediately gets slashed off the board here, so we're not gonna see some shing action going in here from Watermelon. But they do ban away the Varus here. I'm thinking of another ADC ban here, maybe the Kaisa, just to you know, force Coffee away from any more.
I think it has to be like
ADC
the Morgana,
picks.
right? It's like very similar to what we saw. Wow, the Jinx, this is really interesting. Because what we saw earlier today, like Lena was criticizing, like, if you're gonna ban away the Zayce and the Varus, like, you have to get rid of the Morgana, because that's just exactly what they're gonna play. That's what PathSeeker did, right? Upcar Esports will get rid of the Kaisa, so another potential jungle pick for Watermelon. And like we were concerned about earlier, like that might restrict the pool, but Olaf is up. And Olaf is really strong to what we're seeing from Upcar, so I'm not concerned very much for Watermelon right now. It just seems like a pretty obvious Olaf pickup here.
Yep, they might leave it for last though, because, you know, Upcar already picked up the Fiora. And Watermelon, they're doubling down onto Coffee's champion pool here, picking up the Tristana for themselves. And I was about to mention that Coffee, when a lot of things are banned away, he goes towards the Tristana, and he was quite successful with it, but not the same story here this time around.
I think it's going to be like an Orianna pickup. I think that's probably what they're trying to play for. Maybe that's what Watermelon are trying to do. Bait that one out. Really? Misfortune. That's interesting. You know what though? I would not put it past or beyond Watermelon to bring the Tristana into the jungle. Like, that is something that sounds right up their wheelhouse. Like, get Vendetta, Tristana jungle, Lulu, Yuumi double buffs. Like, that just seems like something crazy they would do.
I believe this will be the first misfortune in our region so far, and it takes so many bans onto the ADC for her to come up, right? So welcome to the circuit here, Misfortune. So the Irelia as well as the Senna will be the last pickups here from both teams. So Watermelon, they're doubling down onto double carries and double supports.
it's looking more and more like what we kind of just said. I think it is going to be Vendetta rocking the Tristana in the jungle. You know, that seems like what they want to try and play for. Just feels so crazy and wild from Watermelon. This is the stuff they like to do. They like to bring something in the jungle with that hyper carry, and the hyper carry meta is looking pretty good for them. That being said though, because they also have the Lulu Yuumi, I'm curious what their lane assignments are going to be. They could still try and play for like the Yuumi Baron side, and what you end up doing is Vendetta goes to the lane, farms up, takes that golden EXP, goes back in the jungle, passes towards the bot side, and then you have like the fasting lane, the bot side. So it just seems fully on Vendetta's back. Like, win or lose, you can put it all on this guy, right?
All the eggs in one basket here from Watermelon. However, if they do get the avenue, they get the goal onto Vendetta, then the snowball will start rolling here for Watermelon. When you look at Upcar Esports' composition here, do you think that they have an avenue to stop the snowball from rolling? You know, just patch it up, make sure that Vendetta doesn't get the early lead that he wants. And when we look at the picks and bans here, the draft has been completed from Upcar Esports. It is the Fiora, the Brom, pretty standard, I would say standard drafts here from Upcar. But Watermelon, they definitely throw a curveball onto Upcar. Can they swing and hit a home run or get the ball onto their face is a question that we need answering here.
Yeah, it's man, baseball analogies. That's pretty wild. You know, it is really interesting what we've seen from them. I think the Brom does give them a lot of early game power because they're going to be able to really put the pressure onto Vendetta, like you mentioned. They want to try and go for like some early moves, and because they have a lot of that 2v2 winning power, especially if you have like the mid game with the Fiora and the Brom, like just tagging their passive on, it's just so good for them. But I do also believe that we're starting to see a little bit of the a couple of the issues that we have from Watermelon. Okay, so it's actually going to be Lulu mid for El Major, and then we're going to have like the Yuumi. So he's just going to run between these two lanes and soak up the golden EXP there. But we do start to see a couple of the issues start to show through from Watermelon, because now, even as the default into this composition, like it's very, very different from what they have been playing because of a couple of like the key bans that we've seen, especially with like the Lucian and the Gragas. That's forcing to change things up. I'm not sure if that's a good sign or a bad sign for Watermelon.
Well, if you look at like it's a scream for them, you know, they're pretty vocal about it. Every match is kind of a scream for them, so this might be the place to test it out before going into playoffs. But when I look at Upcar's composition here, they have enough lockdown to make sure that the Tristana can get burst down here, right? We have the Fiora, we have the stun from both the I mean, three people, right, have the stuns. We have the Brom, we have the Irelia, as well as the gold card coming in here. So can they layer up the CC and take away the carry from Watermelon? We're gonna have to wait and see. However, this is the first game between Upcar and Watermelon. Stakes are high here for both teams. Can they pull it out? We're gonna wait and see. Let's dive right into the game. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the last match of tonight. It is between Upcar Esports and Watermelon right now. All the eggs into Vendetta's head here. Can he pull off the Tristana jungle here is the question. And Upcar, they know that Tristana is not good at clearing jungles as fast as the Irelia, so they will send two members to try and invade this jungle. Will this be an issue for Watermelon, Brendan?
I think if they don't have information on this, it could be, but because they have this ward directly on top of it, that just means they have to go for like a parallel jungle, I think, you know, kind of trade sides of the map. I do think there is going to be a bit of an issue because this Yuumi is going to be playing in effectively a 3 versus 1, and Yuumi does not win this matchup at all. Once the wave starts crashing in, a lot of pressure onto Jinkai. He needs to be so careful about being dove here. Now we start to see that happen.
Jinkai is going to get concussive blows on the Ignite as well, taking down, and the first blood will be claimed here by Upcar Esports. Can Vendetta return the kill? Will be the question here. He has to flash away. The stun comes in. He gets 2 kills, and Vendetta right at the Sage that gets a kill for himself.
I mean, he just jumps in, suicidal, like, Watermelon does not care Vendetta. He doesn't have a care in the world, just walks right in there. And now look what happens. They go for the dive on the coffee. They get this kill off, flash over the wall, Scuttered Pedal. For the style points, he wasn't worried about this turret. It doesn't matter.
Oh, this is so bad for Upcar Esports. They lose on both fronts. They send 3 members top, tries to deal with the Yumi, but in return, they get the returns kill for Watermelon. But once again, they try to dive on the Jinkai, and an easy peasy second kill will be claimed by Upcar Esports. This will be the breaking point here for Watermelon. Try to, you know, make sure that Jinkai doesn't die too much times.
You know, you guys make all these like sport analogies. I don't do sports, so I can't keep up with that. But I'm gonna make a chess analogy because that's the one thing that I do know. Sephiroth's gonna get caught off, right? They're trading power on opposite ends of the maps. And you think about in chess, there's something called imbalances. It's when one side has a certain thing that makes them stronger or weaker. In this case, it's both of these side lanes. Because we see Zinkai off by himself as the Yumi, he's even gone for the Executioner's Calling just for a better laning phase and more impact in this game against the healing from the Irelia and the Fiora. You know, he just has to constantly move around the map. He needs to be so nimble, so light-footed to to make sure he has impact in the game. Whereas with Sephiroth, you know, it's still alright for him, but he's lost too much golden EXP while running around the map trying to do something. Just hit level 3 now. Not where they want to be in this game.
Yeah, you always want to have the, you know, Glacier Fisher as soon as you can, especially coming in to those objective takes, which is about 1 minute at a time. I'm not sure if Sephiroth can hit that level 5 before they go into these team fights. However, Smurf and Scarlet Petal, they're in a pretty good spot right here. They're gonna try to dive onto the top side again, but Ravens goes a bit too far. He doesn't have the mana.
He's out of mana.
There's no mana. There's no gold card. A bad dive right there from Upcar Esports. Zizune probably gonna go down as well. He's gonna try to flash, and he's safe to, you know, tell the tale another day.
No flash from Vendetta, so you can't keep chasing with that, but he's gone for the challenging smite as well. So think about what's happening here, right? Arashi's gone for the chilling smite, Vendetta's gone for the challenging smite. Vendetta can take these fights against guys like the Irelia, against the Fiora. That's so wild here. Now they want to really try and make sure that Arashi gets ahead so he's able to keep up in tempo. But 3-0 on the Tristana to start this early game off gives them a little bit more power. Now they're starting to play around these objective spawns. Dragon would be quite nice for Watermelon, but that's not their priority right now. They have the means to win this early game. They can play for the Rift Trap if they want to. Only thing they need to be careful about, Coffee with his ultimate, you know, that's still going to be really difficult for them to deal with. So the bullet time has to be played around. But they have a lot of crowd control that can dispel that as well. Just need to be aware of it.
They're gonna shove in the top wave here. Looks like Upcar, they want to try to contest for this Rift Herald. They're gonna catch Vendetta on the side, but Zizune, he's alone. His team is not here. The taunt is great. He dashes across the wall, but he will fall. With that, Watermelon, they're looking for more. The final chapter doesn't catch anyone. However, bullet time is still up in the world. How will Upcar navigate through this fight? Watermelon, they have their eyes onto the Rift Herald. Make it rain comes true, but Upcar, they decide to not contest this. Immediately backs away, and Watermelon kills this without any contest.
They're gonna try and maybe move over to the Dragon, set up some vision there. I think that should be the next kind of attack for Upcar Esports. But they got into the mid lane instead. I'm not sure I quite agree with this. I think the intention is to try and prevent the Rift Tower from being able to push the, from being able to be used in the mid lane, so they don't lose that much tempo. But I would much rather preferred seeing them start playing towards these objectives instead of going for this dive.
All flash right there from Zephyro, but a little bit of a waste right there. He thought he could get away from Scarlet Petal, but he loses his life. However, Vendetta and Jinkai, they're on the top side of the map, tries to get the turret, and the Destiny comes in with the gold card. This is the global play that a Twisted Fate can always offer. They lose first blood, Upcar Esports. They could not get the mid. What else can Watermelon take?
Well, Watermelon are trying to just take as much as they can from the jungle, and in the process are getting a couple of these kills. Coffee's been jumped in on. They get the knockup back onto the support. Zephyros in trouble once again. Coffee's walked back in for the honey fruits, but watch out because Vendetta can jump in again as well.
Oh, final chapter off cooldown once again. You stop, and Arashi, he comes back in, but all his teammates are dead, so not much he could do right there. Just take some minions and probably try his best to secure some vision for this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, just Just so much pressure from Watermelon right now. Upcar Esports are just barely holding on, trying to get some vision here, but you see what's happened? They just walk past the dragon. They do not have the wards to make things happen. Arashi steps by, does not have his ward up yet. It's down to Ravens and Coffee to do that, but they're stuck off in the side lane because they cannot, they don't want Arashi to be the ones to be in the side lane. Instead, continue farming up in the jungle instead. I mean, it just is a difficult spot for them to be in. There's a lot of scaling on Watermelon side. Upcar Esports have a lot as well, but they're so squishy. Like, where's their front line going to come from? Sephiroth does not exist for that.
Well, this is going to be tough for Upcar Esports as Watermelon. They're going to look to try to secure this Mountain Drake as well. And as puny as Mountain Dragon is, it's still a shield that it offers. So the pokes from Coffee might not matter more if they take this mountain. So they're gonna back away here and try to secure Raven. But all of the skill shots will miss from Upcar, so Watermelon, they take those minions and they go back to the dragon.
I mean, this dragon is just constantly pulling Upcar's attention, right? Because Upcar are like, okay, we have to deal with the dragon, so they keep rotating over. Watermelon get to keep pulling them there. But Zisune is off in the side lane. I think he might actually be able to get this other turret again as well. But then it's going to finish this one off. They're going to send Scarlet Petal to deal with this split push from Zisune.
Well, they will take the dragon, however, they lose tier 1 mid as well. And Zisune on split pushing duty here. Will this be the hull breaker coming in from Zisune? But I don't think so, because looking onto the build path here, it's not the hull breaker build path, so I don't think Upcar, they want to like hard commit onto the split pushing idea for Zisune.
Like, there's no need to right now, right? I do like the fact he went for the Triforce, because the Triforce is still flexible enough for him to do enough damage if they need to. They're using the final chapter, that's a solo kill. Kind of a solo kill, Vendetta's playing a little bit unfair. But the idea kind of stands, right? So if they want to play flexible here with the Triforce, because Watermelon don't have a really dedicated tank as well. Problem is, Watermelon have so much additional healing and shielding in an extended, drawn-out fight. Like, they're actually quite tanky. Now they're looking for a dive onto El Major.
Hero entrance is gonna come in and cancels the bullet time. Smurf playing out it so well. Ravens, he misses the gold card, throws out the red, and right now Watermelon, they look for the turn. They try to get Zephyro, the Glacial Fisher, buy some time. He flashes away the Gargoyle Stoneplate use as well. Oh, don't recall like this. You're gonna lose your life. Walk back a little bit. Vendetta, he can jump in and out, and he has Chinkai with him. So Upcar Esports losing on all fronts here.
Yeah, it is a little bit disheartening for them to be losing those sides, but they do trade back, at least on the Rich House. So I wouldn't say on all fronts, but it's not the best look for them. You know, next dragon coming up is the Inferno, a little bit more damage on the Watermelon side. Even as you see, the gold gap is quite marginal. A lot of the tempo is dictated by Watermelon. And the only problem for Watermelon right now is they don't have good deals with those side lanes. What's happening here? Vendetta might go down.
He's gonna get a little bit of a help from the cat. However, he does finally go down. However, the fight is definitely not in Upcar's favor, as Scarlet Petal and Jinkai are still alive, and it is left for Zephyro to deal with this too. They try to take this turret as well, but look on the other side of the map, the Irelia goes down. Zisune is trying to get an in-hit for himself.
Yeah, they're trying to finish this one off. Almajor's trying to stop him as long as he can, but the minions, he needs to clear this out first, prevents Zisune from fighting that. And actually gonna get that solo kill off if the Grand Challenge doesn't find its work done. Polymorph and the Little Lance takes out Zisune, but he's almost finished off this turret.
A little bit too, you know, fixed onto the idea of trying to get the turret, but he takes those turret shots on the face like a man, but still goes down here. Vendetta, he does finally go down, and I believe the shutdown goal did go over to Coffee.
I'm watching out for what Watermelon might want to try and do now. Vendetta has been very aggressive with his positioning, actually looking for this catch-up on the Coffee, who's not in the brush. I don't think that would have saved him either way. That is yet another kill. But they need to be careful about this. I think there's a little bit more benefit to be had for Watermelon to be pushing out the Baron side of the map first, so that Zisune will not be able to get that opportunistic push on the inhibitor. Dragon coming up in about 45 seconds. Watermelon are looking to pick this one up. Would benefit their cost quite a bit here.
Well, when we take a little bit on the goal, it's It's pretty much the same from 2 minutes back. It's still pretty even, Steven. However, like you mentioned, the pace is definitely dictated by Watermelon. But Upcar, they have one win condition here. It is to split push, right? To get those turrets. And when we look at the Baron lane, it's about 10% health left. So if Zisune can open up the lane, it's gonna be able to open some other win conditions for them, open up the avenue for Upcar Esports. However, it's not the case right now because the Dragon will be up and they're gonna look to contest.
Okay, Dragons is up, like you mentioned, but Zisune is also off in the side lane. He has both summoners up, so they're trying to get Scarlet Petal if you want to deal with that. They're chasing after now. Smurf gets caught. The flawless duet. Arashi's there. Ravens, where are you going? He's trying to go into the mid lane, trying to stop this. What's he trying to do?
He's trying to take a turret, that's what it is. They're gonna leave everyone, but they're not able to stop those recalls. They give up Arashi's life and get the tier 2 mid in return. Right now, it is Scarlet Petal caught between a rock and a hard place. They're gonna try to get him, but the hero entrance is right here. And who's getting caught up with who? As Zephyr, the first one to fall, the Dawning Shadow to follow, the Flash as well. Vendetta gets 2 kills, and Upcar Esports once again losing the trade.
Yeah, but how much value is there really to be found here for Upcar, for Watermelon? Because the Dragon's likely going to go over to Upcar Esports. Arashi's not there for the smite, but they get to finish this off with a quick bullet time. That's Coffee picking that one up. I do believe Vendetta gets yet another kill, but they haven't been able to get the objectives. And guess what? Objectives wins games, by the way. I don't know if you know that, EA. You know, you have to break the Nexus to win Wild Rift. Did you know that?
Yeah. Wait, is that true? Because I thought kills wins the game.
Yeah. So, like, people think like 100 kills wins you the game, but actually, you know, you're supposed to just like pick down the Nexus. I feel like Watermelon may have misread that, might not have understood that, because look at what's happened here. They've only just now been able to get these turrets, even though they've been in quite a good position for themselves for the longest time, getting a little bit too fixated on the concept of scaling, knowing that they have the Tristana and the Senna. Wow, Upcar Esports. Might want to be careful here.
Final chapter used onto Arashi. Immediately goes down and goes godlike as well here for Vendetta. Oh, Destiny Gauge used just to run away here. So they get 1 kill, they back away. Gonna base as well to get some items.
The jungle is down, but I think it's a little bit too ambitious for Watermelon to try and play for the Baron Nashor. Still is going to be beneficial for them to get some vision there. That was going to expire by the Tri-Brush. Zisune starts making his path down to the bot side. Gonna play towards the bot end of the map instead now.
Yep, he has a Hull Breaker up. So he's gonna be able to split push a little bit more efficiently. However, Watermelon, they do have the cat potential, the movement speed from the boost. Lulu as well as the Yumi is able to get Vendetta across the map so fast. Just look at him rotating around the map and able to secure objective one after another. Zisune might get caught out here, decides to back away immediately.
We actually saw a really good look from Scarlet Petal earlier, because Scarlet Petal was reaching the point where he's being able to deal with Zisune quite effectively. Of course, you don't want to be in an extended open lane against the Fiora, but still was able to force him back. So knowing that fact from Scarlet Petal, being able to beat off in the side lane, Watermelon are a little bit less pressured to make a play, knowing they still get this scaling going on. I am a little bit curious about this, because Raven's going for the AP build, whereas what we've seen from Sem 9 earlier on was that they end up trying to play for something closer to an AD Twisted Fate, going for the static shift first and then a bit of the Rune King and trying to make that one more impactful. I do like the fact that he went for the rapid fire cannon though, because a lot of this is going to come down to how well to get these pickouts. That gold card, big difference maker.
Yeah, I think he goes for the AP build for the, you know, mixed damage profile here, right? When we look at Upcar Esports, most of them are just AD damage, so just to get in some magic damage, the opt for the magic build right here. Zisune, he's gonna chunk down Smurf, however, the aftershock keeps it alive, not long enough. Here comes another fight, breaking out in mid. Arashi, he tries to jump into the back line, but the amount of heal is just incredible coming in from Watermelon. They stay alive with the heals coming in, but Zisune, he's on a one-man journey towards the side lane. Vendetta's coming in to chase him and probably gonna take the kill as well. The flash has been used, but it's the Zoomy right here, and the jump is available for Vendetta as well, and he goes down.
Wait, Baron started. They're going for the Baron now. Smurf is dead. And they're looking to try and pick this one off. Vendetta pulls 2 people over. I mean, you have to remember, Zinkai, while he is alive, he counts as barely half a player. They almost take down Scarlet Petal. The Baron is going down fast. Zafarov gets picked off.
No.
That's a teleport coming in.
Oh, they do get the Baron in return, but what else can they do will be the question as Coffee, he goes down. Can Raven make it out with the Baron Empower Recall? Is that
He
trick
does.
worth it?
I don't know. That's a good question that you can ask here, because Upcar Esports, while they are pretty much closing gold, they have lost a lot here, and now I think this gives Watermelon the chance to push in through the mid lane, get more pressure down. Really going for the elder here. I don't think this is necessary. I think Watermelon are just kind of being overly safe.
Well,
there are some stakes involved here, I think, which is why they're doing this.
They want more movement speeds. That's why they wanna run around the map. You know, with the zoomies, with the Lulu, and they wanna.
R.I.P. Cloud Drake, by the way, coming up pretty soon.
Yep. But they want to try and run the marathon here, you know, run the entire map and try to clock themselves to see how fast can they run the entire map with the buffs, all the buffs that they can get.
I think now with this side lane opened up, Watermelon do actually need to dedicate Vendetta off to the top side. Felt like they may have... To be fair, I think even if Zinkai was with the team for that Baron pickup anyway, without Vendetta's damage, wouldn't have been able to have had that much impact. Scarlet Petal is getting quite strong now. Divine Sunder is just such a good item for the center.
Oh, Zisune, he's thinking about it, but I don't think you want to pick a fight with a full item Vendetta with a cat on his back. So he's gonna back away and just continue on to his split pushing duty, because okay, that's the problem with Hullbreaker, right? When you commit onto this item, right? If your teammate just walks 120 units near you, and that's the entire, you know, item just thrown out the trash can. It no longer offers you all those magic resists that you want. So Zisune, he's pretty much on his lonesome here right now.
Trying to maybe get some impact done, but like you mentioned, I mean, just gonna be Zisune alone. I mean, is he actually feeling tempted to go for this fight? That does seem strange. Mid lane again. What's happening here? Watermelon. They have the tempo, they have the lead, but their macro is just not able to keep up.
Vendetta's getting forced recall once again.
Full build
here.
Vendetta now.
Yep, he's been on that for quite a while now, actually. Two minutes, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. This is another long match that we might go into, you know, like they're trying to let us savor as much of the dessert as we can. So they're pulling this a little bit longer so that we can see more action. However, both teams are just, you know, just handshaking here and there, and Vendetta is gonna continue farming onto these super minions, and he just sliced them through like butter.
Next Baron coming up in 20 seconds, the second one of this game, going into the 20-minute mark.
Okay, since we have a little bit of a stalemate here, Brandon, I have another question for you.
Sure, fire away.
You know, in the early trivia, they were asking, what is not something that Rammus would say?
Okay.
Okay, I have a question for you. What does Rammus say when he meets Malphite?
When he meets Malphite, man, what does he say? I know Malphite says something like, wait, what? I actually don't even know what Malphite says. I know he says rock solid, and that's about it. I think this might actually matter here. Scarlet Petal might just get soloed off, but get caught off. Zisune! Watch out for the Baron, because they're starting this one up quick. Okay, quick, say what it is, what does he say when he sees Malphite?
Let's rock and roll.
Really? Alright, that's cool here. Vendetta now looking to start this one up again, and that's gonna be the final chapter. Glacier doesn't get that much impact.
Vendetta, he's on solo duty right here. Oh no, the bullet time gets cancelled! And the Dawning Shadow comes in. Oh, wow, Grove is right there to keep Vendetta alive.
Triple?
This might be
Quadra?
the game for Watermelon. Quadra kill, no Penta!
Where's the Penta? Who stole the Penta there?
Still no Penta. Okay, so the eggs are onto Vendetta's head, and it's paying off right now. So they get the ace, they get every single thing, and finally they decide to end the game.
There we have it. Watermelon will pick up their game one against Upcar Esports. 21 minutes in, they've gone to the late game. They played for full build on Vendetta, making sure that there is no margin for error. And well, they get it done, you know. Upcar Esports with really good macro though, I have to say. Like, they knew what needed to be done. They kept the pressure going. They were often and silent. They got that inhibitor. They kept the gold even throughout the match. But ultimately, I think they drafted themselves into a little bit of a hole. And I think that was their biggest error, I guess.
Yeah, I gotta give it to you, man. Their split pushing was on point. We see the Hullbreaker coming in into effect. However, he nearly got the kill onto, you know, the Senna at the end right there, but nearly wasn't enough. The support coming in from Upcar Esports was just a little bit faster. The rotations from, you know, you were saying that the Dragon might not matter, but they did get the extra movement speed. And I believe that the rotations coming in with the extra movement speed did, you know, pay off for Watermelon. However, we will go into a little bit more detail as we come back after a break for post-game stats for game number 1. Let's throw it to a break.
Here we go now. go now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCS MYSG. And we've been talking about having appetizers here and there. And depending on the chef's mood, this might be the potential last dish that we get. And I am Diego, this is Grandon. How are you feeling about the meal so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking the desserts, feeling refreshing, you know, a good strong taste of watermelon, but also a little nice aftertaste of something that I can't quite put my finger on, but I'm starting to get a sensing of. And Upcar Esports, well, they've gone into that one. We saw them play really strong macro, but it's down to watermelon in the end, and this hyper carry meta is shaping up quite well for them.
Yeah, they really doubled down on the hyper carry there with the cat as well as the Lulu, you know, just they play it out so well because they put the Lulu in the mid, right? We were expecting the Lulu to go bottom lane, but they put it up mid. So Vendetta, he can rotate around, you know, Baron lane and the mid lane so easily with all the supports coming in. And I gotta say, even though Upcar, they had an idea of how to counter this draft or this strategy coming in from Watermelon, and they did execute it to somehow of a how do I put it? They did execute it somehow, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't there. And Watermelon, they were able to close the game out with the 31 and 8 kill score here.
I want to also mention, right, like, look at Upcar Esports build. You look at the Hellbreaker, 1 new item. You look at Divine Sundra, 2 new items. You look at Divine Sundra on Coffee as well. That's 3 of the new items built on 3 different players. Or 2 of the new items built on 3 different players. Upcar Esports are really embracing it. I think it looks good for them. Like, look at what happens with Yisune. The Hellbreaker did wonders for them. They were off in the side lane, split pushing. Maybe the Fiora just wasn't the right answer for it. Maybe they need something like Tryndamere. Who really... I think Upcar Esports have something to think about as they go into playoffs. I mean, this is coming to the end of, like, week 5. You know, still stuff to be seen. Whereas Watermelon side, still kind of just going back to the same compositions and same ideas they've been playing for before. What's really nice, though, is how flexible they were with the Tristana and everything. Like, just being able to jump around and being able to be flexible with that, taking away from Coffee's champion pool was just like icing on the cake.
Yeah, and the Misfortune not really playing out well here, 1-7 and 2, and that's the problem with Upcar, right? Coffee, we've been talking about this guy. He's been the star player for Upcar Esports, the carry for the team. However, a lot of times he just ends up being a meme for the community. No hate there, but I think a lot of the memes kind of come up with his face, and
sure,
it's just so hard and so, you know, really.
He's a star. He's a star. I mean, the community loves him. You know, he's got so much energy, good energy about him. Like, you know.
Okay, so we might have you know, Coffee for the last match here, but I kind of want to say Vendetta's damage output there, we didn't really touch it on, but I just want to point out it was 43,000, sure, and it was insane.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? Like, that is very literally what we expect from a Vendetta-based comp. Like, they played double Enchanter supports to make sure that he was effective. He better be doing that amount of damage, you know? Like, he's literally telling, all right, you don't play the game. All you're gonna do is heal me, shield me. That's all you guys gonna do, right? I'm gonna play the game. You guys, literally, Zinkai attached onto Vendetta, like, most of the game. He doesn't even need his left hand. He can play with one hand just on the side of his, like, on the right side of his, like, foot or something, and just let Vendetta do everything for him.
Yeah, he can just put his phone onto the table, and then it's like Vendetta just like heal. Exactly, and he plays just heal. Final chapter. That's it.
Like, he's basically like an AI, right? Like, voice activated AI. He just goes heal. Final chapter. You know, it's just like a second set of spells, right?
Yeah, and a lot of times, you know, they try to burst down Vendetta, but unfortunately, there's just too much heals and sustain coming in from Team Watermelon. So, going into game number 2, do you think that there will be a shift of a draft from these teams, especially Watermelon, or do you think they will just double down onto this, you know, hyper carry jungle tile situation?
So here's what I'm looking at right now, right? Upcar Esports and Team Watermelon are tied, and it would be nice to be the third seed going into like the playoffs, because ultimately that does kind of change the situation. Like, you'll play against LFO first. If you win your match against a 6th place team in the group stage, then you go up against LFO. There's a greater chance of you being able to make it into the upper bracket finals from there, as opposed to having to play against Sem9, which I think are more consistently good, which could be a big issue for them. So I'm hoping to see teams that go up against Sem9. I'm hoping to see between this matchup, Upcar Esports really pull out a bit more from their war chest, so that we can really fight for this third spot, right? Like, the third spot is quite valuable here, and I don't want to see Upcar Esports just kind of give it away.
Well, they're gonna have to fight for it here, as Watermelon it is 1-up against Upcar Esports, and I don't know, man. Like, if you ban away the Yumi in the second game, does it really change anything? Because there's still a lot of enchanters up, and unless you ban away the Yumi and then you double it down on the Lulu ban, then you take away the enchanters. But another problem faces up is that a lot of the power picks are left up open.
I mean, yeah, it is quite I feel like the Yumi definitely offers like a specific take on things, because like the amount of healing, like the sheer quantity, is like why I feel like why Yumi is so valuable. And then you have like the other spells as well. Like, other enchanters just don't offer that value. But I get what you're saying with that. Like, they're still gonna play a hyper carry comp at the end of the day. Like, it's quite literally what Watermelon are gonna try and play for. So I think you're right to say, like, Yumi or not, like, they'll still go for it. But Yumi is just one extra problem that Upcar Esports, frankly, I don't think they want to deal with. Just ban it away, right? Just live life without it.
Well, this time around, Watermelon will be having the first pick. So, Upcar Esports, ban away the Yumi. I mean, just ban it away if you don't want to deal with it. But Watermelon, as usual, first ban up against Coffee's champion pool here. Second ADC to be taken away as well. Pretty much the similar bans coming in from the first game. Lucian, as you know, all Jinkai, Zisune, Ravens, Coffee, a lot of them can play this champion really well, so it's flexible among a lot of these players. They take it away. Next ban, will it be the Gragas or it will be the Ziggs? So they're still pinching onto Coffee's pool here. Watermelon, they do not want Coffee to have a good game.
Yeah, they just don't want to let Coffee get his like choice pick, because once the Coffee gets it into his head, like, yeah, I need to carry, then of course that pressure is on Upcar Esports. They continue with like the Gragas ban. I really like this from Upcar Esports, you know, but El Major has been able to flex to a varying degree, which has been really nice for them. So whether that's been the Galio as well, like Smurf was able to effectively use it, and so Watermelon are still very comfortable with a number of options. That being said though, first pick wise, the number of like first pick worthy options, the fact that Yumi is still up, I'm not sure if Upcar Esports want to ban that away, and then like grab Lulu on that first rotation, and then like something else so they can play like hyper carry Coffee as well, and then just try and match tempo.
Well, looks like this will be the Morgana ban. So we were like talking quite a lot on you ban away a lot of these mages and ADCs that can go to the Dragon lane, but you leave the Morgana up and open. But they will ban it out this time around. And Watermelon, they don't want the Yumi first pick. They are betting on whether Upcar Esports can pilot the Yumi. They take the Lulu up for themselves. It is up to Upcar Esports to answer. And if Zephyra picks up the Yumi, I think he loses quite a lot of power.
Yeah, it is interesting that they went for like the Lulu first, but like you mentioned, like if you go for Yumi, you lose a lot of power. I don't think Sephiroth wants to go for that reason. So instead, maybe Yumi into like the Baron lane, right? Like we saw exactly what Zinkai did before. Like Yumi goes into the Baron lane, can have a pretty decent matchup even against things like the Fiora, for example, against the Irelia, for example. And then they also double down with the Galio. I like this from Upcar Esports. This is a really good first two picks on their side. This kind of means that Watermelon, I think, should end up going for the Camille. Like, if you give away Camille as a combo to the Galio as well, like, that is just an unnecessary issue for you to deal with. At the same time, maybe you want to go for a jungler early this time around because you don't have, like, that third pick. Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. We see that coming through. I see you, Vendetta. I see what you're trying to do.
Okay, so any more enchanters up in mind here, because we do know that Lulu can be played in the mid and even the Baron lane as well. So Watermelon, will they throw all the eggs into one basket again? Because last time around it did pay out for them. They get double back on these eggs. So this time around they're looking to crack it onto Upcar Esports' face. And what
Look,
else?
I wouldn't have it any other way. Like, this is, you know what this is, right? This isn't even like these aren't even like chicken eggs or like duck eggs, like quail eggs anymore. This is like a giant ostrich egg. Like, this is watermelon with a giant ostrich egg, right? That's what Vendetta is. And right now what they're doing is they're banking on the fact that this is a thick shell, and they're just using this egg and throwing it at Upcar Esports. It's like quite literally like what breaks first, your head of the egg, right? And they're playing this game, Vendetta quite literally has to be the carry. We've seen it fail before. Like Sam9, they have a thick skull apparently because they smash in watermelon. Like Vendetta cannot get anything done. We just get like a goopy mess left over. We actually get to see the Caitlyn for Coffee, which is him just doubling down on his end to be that hyper carry.
Caitlyn Yuumi is quite of a good composition as well. You have so much range. You're able to poke the opponent down right here. So they're gonna look to try to ban away some of these hyper carries. However, the Yi has been picked up though, so I don't think you're gonna try to hit onto Scarlet Petal's champion pool that much. Try to take out some mid lane picks for Almejua will be a better one. So they will, however, double down onto the Tristana ban right here. And good to mention, Watermelon, they ban away the Olaf, so no Ragnaroks coming in from Upcar.
I still feel like Scarlet Petal is quite flexible here. I do appreciate this Morgana ban that they made earlier on. Okay, really nice. They banned away the Camille, so the Camille Gather combo is taken away. I suppose they really wanted the Caitlyn for the coffee, but that is a little bit surprising to me because I never expected them to really... I never expected Watermelon to try and ban away the Camille anyway. So Watermelon now, they have this set's still really flexible. I think they could go for something just like strong side lanes. The Singe has been rising in popularity. Okay, that's been pretty interesting. They could also go for some scaling in the bot side. Something like the Senna again could still be pretty decent for them, especially if they're looking to match up against the Caitlyn in the late game. But early game is going to be quite difficult for them. So let's see what they want to go for.
This will be the Senna like you call out here. So Upcar Esports. The Baron lane. Will it be like Zisune going back to the Darius, with the new item, Divine Sundra? It's quite of a good item onto Darius, but this time around they will look to pick up the Jace. So the poke potential coming in from Upcar Esports is quite obnoxious to deal with if they're able to land their abilities. However, Watermelon, they do have a good amount of sustain coming in from the Lulu as well as the Senna.
Yeah, so the sustain from the Lulu and the Senna is going to keep Vendetta alive, but then you have to wonder, like, between Upcar Esports, do you actually have, like, some good targets to take down? Coffee's goal here, I think, is to try and play back to front, which is going to be supplemented quite a bit here. I think this Jace is a little bit ambitious with how much they're trying to stack the damage. They need a bit more frontline, I think, if they really want to let Coffee kind of, like, pop off. This could just be like a bait as well. It's like, hey, take Coffee, like throw him out, and it's like you jump on the Coffee, and then the rest of the team is like, guess what, we're still here, and then they win the 4v5 anyway. Could be the reason why they've drafted the way they have. But the idea is to let Coffee carry, then I think they're lacking a little bit too much in the front line.
Yeah, definitely. Jace is not a good peeling champion, though he does be able to provide a lot of those pokes coming in, but it's a matter of whether you can land those pokes. And when you have a Singe on the front line here in terms of Watermelon, he's able to, just soak up a lot of those pokes, a lot of those damages that can come in from those carries from Upcar Esports. So the Singe has one job here. Take all the damage to the face and try to catch someone, throw him back, and then kill the guy whoever he throws towards the Watermelon team.
And another big thing is because there's the Yuumi pickup, right, for Upcar Esports. So because of this Yuumi, and they actually give it to Zephyroth, which is like doubling down on that idea. So now not only are they playing without a good frontline, they have a Yuumi who takes away even more from that. Like, they don't have a frontline with their bot side as well. So Watermelon, I just feel like they just have a stronger draft here, in my opinion. They just have so many threats and so many options. Upcar Esports, they don't have the tools to respond to this, and it just feels like even unless they get incredible tempo with Arashi and Zisune early on, they're just going to end up getting squashed in the mid game.
And Arashi, we did see him, pull out some plays with the Lee Sin, and when it matters most, right here, can he pull it off? Because like you mentioned, I also favor Watermelon's draft a little bit more. The ease of execution is right there. I mean, what else? What else can you do? You showstopper in, you grab the Galio, you go in, you face breaker, and what else comes in? It's a Master Yi. He comes in, he alpha strikes, and he cleans up every single kill that he can. So ease of execution definitely on Watermelon's side here. So we will dive into the potential last game of today. It is between Watermelon and Upcar. Right now, Watermelon 1 up against Upcar. The draft, like we mentioned earlier, we favor Watermelon a little bit more. But if Upcar Esports can pull ahead, get the early lead, then they might have a fighting chance here.
I mean, you talked about it so much before we got into the game. Like, ease of execution is quite literally on Watermelon's side. They just have an easier comp to play for. And that's going to show off wonders towards the rest of this game, because Watermelon now, all they have to do is just stall out. It just goes back to their solo queue experiences. You know, it play like they play solo queue. Let your jungler farm out. Let them do what they need to do. What is quite nice though is Raven is getting some vision towards his blue buff on the side of Watermelon. I don't think El Major was able to get information on what he was trying to do there. I think he can only base it off the timings. And so Watermelon will be a little bit behind in tempo, but Upcar Esports, I mean, again, it's so dependent on the amount of pressure that Arashi finds in this early game.
Yeah, he's gonna try to gank this Lulu in the mid lane, but I don't think it's gonna be resulting in any kills. He's just gonna help Arashi shoving some wave. However, the bot lane is trading up pretty well here for Upcar Esports as they chunk out Smurf. However, the sustain is right there. So here comes the Xing 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 onto Raven's flash. Already used, exhaust as well to follow, but no kills being taken by either side.
And that's a good thing for Watermelon. Like, all they want to do is play Funnel Master E, right? Like, look at what happens here. Vendetta goes in the mid lane, uses his Alpha Strike, and just takes all the gold EXP. It is quite literally the perfect example of, like, I'm carrying, let me play the game. So I like seeing this, but the interesting thing as well was that Smurf and Scuttle Petal have actually kind of like switched positions. So Smurf is going for the Senna instead, and Scuttle Petal is playing for the Singe, which is a little bit interesting here. They're going for the flash play!
We're gonna throw him back, he's grounded. Here comes the Ignite, he's not able to take down Coffee. Barrier procs as well, so double summoner spells here for Upcar Esports already expanded. However, the same could be safe for Watermelon. Can Arashi pick them off is the question. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, but the root is there, he's so low! Oh, that's so close!
Disaster for Upcar Esports because Arashi needed those kills. And the fact that he missed out on that Vendetta just gets to keep farming up. Look at the difference that's happened here. 600, 700 gold difference off of Vendetta just farming up in the game. Because of those kills not going to Arashi, he did not manage to close up the gap. It just feels like Watermelon have been able to get away with an incredibly greedy play, and Upcar Esports have no way to punish them for it.
This is starting to look bad for Upcar Esports because we mentioned earlier on in the game, if Arashi can get those early kills, get the early impact that a Lee Sin can do, then they have a fighting chance. But so far, Vendetta, he's just farming up, and when you're Master Yi, you get to farm freely in your jungle. It just says that, you know, I'm happy, so everyone just give me the money, give me the EXP, and I'm gonna carry. So Vendetta once again on the carry jungle, playing out really well, and his team is playing around him pretty well as well.
The first dragon spawn is gonna be an Inferno. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for these teams. I think Watermelon will be happy to pick that one up, but I'm not sure if it's worthwhile training that for the Rift Herald. I think Upcar Esports definitely want the Rift Herald though. Worth giving up the Dragon 4 for sure. They just want additional tempo, because as long as they're able to... Was that the Ignite for Zisune? On the Zikai?
Not sure if that's a misclick or what. So...
I love that chaotic energy. Is like, take my Ignite. Get out of my face.
I just want those minions. You can take it.
Exactly. Just give me the creeps. But I don't like if Upcar Esports falls for the Dragon here, because I think that the thing that benefits them the most is Rift Herald. If they open up mid lane, a lot more pressure on the Vendetta, because now they can start going to his jungle, they can really pressure him, get the tempo going. If they get this dragon, like, it gives him a little bit more damage, but so what? I mean, you're already gonna have damage regardless if you skill up in the game. Watermelon are gonna have tons of damage even without this dragon. And so, like, the Rift Tower, I feel like, just is more value for these teams. Upcar Esports is going to actually trade for the dragon, though, so we'll see how it goes.
The Rift Herald has been taken. Probably gonna drop it in the mid lane here. So the mid lane tier 1 just offers so much control over the map. Like, it's always a tower there, you know, looking after you. If you go too deep into the jungle, you can always go back towards it. So if Watermelon crushes this mid tier 1, it's gonna offer them so much tempo as well as map control.
Exactly. Mid tier 1 opened up for Watermelon means they get to start playing to punish Arashi. And even then, even if they don't, there is constantly that red. And what happens here at Zinkai? Oh my goodness. Why did you use to ignite him last time around? Now he's mad. Zinkai's angry.
He said, you ignited me last time. I'm gonna give you back in your face, but I'm gonna take your life with it. So, good trade right there for Zinkai.
He gives it back with interest. This is not good.
Things are starting to look from bad to worse here from Upcar Esports. They send Arashi down here just to make sure that they can race for the first turret bonus here. However, not sure if they can out damage the Rift Herald. They're gonna try to crush onto the members from Watermelon here, but the final chapter misses, catches nobody. The root comes in onto Smurf, but what does it matter? Look at the top side of the map. Shirley is still alive. He's gonna get a second charge.
Exactly that, and they might even be able to go for a dive after this. Again, Zinkai trying to pull him back in. Zizuna, you have to be careful for this.
Oh, Vendetta getting caught on the wrong side of the map, gets taunted up, exhausted, and goes
Never
back
mind.
home to a blank screen. That's one kill given over, but does it matter? Does it change the state of the game?
This is a mechanic. Yuumi attaches onto Galio and follows Galio through the ultimate. Well, that is a fun thing. You get to bring 2 people for the price of 1. That is crazy.
That's definitely a hero's entrance, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, okay. So Galio jumps in alone, it's called a hero's entrance. If Galio jumps in with Yuumi, what does it call?
If Galio jumps in with Yuumi, I feel like you know I feel like it changes it a little bit. The hero's pounce, maybe.
I was just about to say from hero entrance goes to hero's entrance because it's plural now, but let's leave that aside as we have another fight breaking out here as Jinkai showstopper already used onto Zizuna as well as Ravens. Oh god, these roots coming in from Smurf are on point so far.
Decided to try and make a play down to the bot side. Coffee is scaling out quite well. We actually see El Major off in the side lane as the Lulu, which is quite interesting to see. But there's not much to be done there because those 2 turrets have already been taken out. Watermelon do get a little bit of a goal lead for themselves, but Vendetta still not at the point where he's going to be able to just run through turrets and ignore structures. Wait, Upcar Esports, go for the reset, get that cheater recall, as you call it, so they can get back in lane just in time to hold this one out. It's actually, I think the game is going to slow down because I think Watermelon wanted to slow down here.
Well, if they slow down, both teams get the ability or the time to scale up, but scaling into the late game, Arashi's gonna start to lose his impact here because, listen, going into the late game, he's just gonna be a mid-shield and a kick bot. So your gameplay is like really one-dimensional. So Watermelon, they're gonna be always looking after where Arashi's positioning is and where the kick is gonna come from. So it's gonna be so hard to play going into the mid to late game if Upcar Esports don't get the lead.
They're gonna try and play for the dragons. I think Zinkai might be in a spot of trouble. Upcar Esports. Okay, that should be enough here, right? Shirley, face pull.
Turret shot takes a return kill. I wouldn't call that a win for Upcar. They trade 1 for 1 and they lose the Molten Drake as well. Arashi is gonna try to take the Rift Herald and Watermelon. They win on the bot side of the map and Arashi gets the Rift Herald for a consolation price, I would say.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad for them. I think the dragon trade here I mean, that first Riptide was way more impactful for them, so they wanted to go for that. But now Upcar Esports get to go into the mid lane and really get this pressure going. They're 4 there already. Riptide is going to compound on that. Means mid tower, I'm pretty sure, goes down here.
But this has definitely been a slower game. They're gonna toss Ravens towards the back line. He's gonna try to hero entrance the way out. He does get out. Vendetta is right here, but he gets torn and exhausted. He gets the kill onto the Galleon. What else can he get?
Oh, no,
He gets the
Pedal.
shield. He throws him back, but no kills comes through. Arashi is gonna focus onto the top side turret.
He flipped in the wrong way. That was the real kicker, right? Because he flipped in the wrong way, misses the chance for that kill, gets the pullback on Arashi. Ooh. Dragon's Rage gonna build distance between him and Zinkai, but Almajor, he's on the pursuit now. He says, we gotta go for this. Flash out from Arashi. Keeps him safe, keeps him alive, but watch out for what happens here with Vendetta, because now he's up against Coffee and he needs to really run here.
Dawning Shadow comes in just to keep
Vendetta
alive.
Vendetta, he thought that Smurf's ult was the enemy's ult. He thought that the Dawning Shadow was the opponent, so he flashed out, I think.
He sidestepped and flashed out.
Yeah, he sidestepped it and still flashed. No, you know what we're gonna call it? We're gonna say that he wanted to farm his Raptors faster.
He wants to get to his jungle camp faster.
Yeah, so flash over the wall to go to his jungle faster.
Coffee, he lost a little bit of the leash onto the red buff here. Gonna try and take it once again. This is a bit of a side story or side quest coming in from Coffee. It's Coffee and the cat versus the Brambleback. Can he take it down? And he does take it.
I think Watermelon, again, just looking for that 20-minute game. We saw how well that worked for them last time. Skelepetal, truly an angel, rushes in just to take that shot for his teammate. But we're looking for that 20-minute game again for Vendetta, I believe. This time around, not as many kills, so it does definitely slow down the pace a little bit, but he's already completed 3 items. We also see that uncensored, so it's quite important that Elmajor and Vendetta are playing together. But Upcar Esports get this silent pressure going. This time, I don't think Zisune gets to build the Howlbreaker. It doesn't look like he's going for it right now either anyway. So I think that does slow down a bit of that split push. Oh man, Zisune. That's rough, buddy.
He's not gonna even do anything, and I don't praise that, man. I mean, you're gonna die, but at least do something, trade something, get a spell or some damage in at least.
I'm gonna say, sometimes maybe though, like if you stop moving, maybe you buy enough time for your team to actually like, I don't know.
Yeah, get a kill on the other side. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they trade back. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Right now, Watermelon, they're gonna set their eyes onto this tier 1 mid. And 12 minutes into the game, finally this turret falls. So both sides already losing all their tier 1s. However, Watermelon has one more turret on the top side of the map. And Upcar Esports, they're gonna struggle right here because the next dragon spawn is about 20 seconds, right? And Vendetta, he has 3 items up, so if they look to contest this dragon, it might go sideways for Upcar.
I think this dragon is going to be quite an important fight, but at the same time, I think the Baron is going to be a little bit more impactful because of how much damage Watermelon has to shred down the Baron with the Master Ease. The Upcar Esports need to be a little bit careful about that, and Watermelon one of those teams that really likes to try and sneak away the Baron if they can. So if they try and rush this one down quickly, could look to try and make a play there. They're trying to make sure that no vision afforded to the enemy team. That's Redemption used to get to scout out the inside the pit.
The entire team is right here, rooted up by the trap, set up by Coffee. However, their sights are set onto this dragon. The kick comes in, Scarlet Petal is gonna get onto his team. Dawning Shadow followed by the final chapter. Both teams trading here, and flashes used already by Coffee, but he goes down. Vendetta stays alive. The flash to follow. The Alpha Strike cuts onto Arashi. He used the blast cone to get away, tries to get a Major. He gets 1 kill, but all of his members are dead. And look at Vendetta just zooming in and shing, and that's the end for Upcar.
Where's the Penta again?
Another Quadra for Vendetta and an ace for Watermelon.
Zinkai stole the Penta. This time I know who stole it. Zinkai stole the Penta this time. But Vendetta, 2 back-to-back Quadra kills. People saying that Tipper has that Penta kill quality.
Because who has it too? It's Vendetta. I mean, look at how this one starts out. Watch Vendetta's positioning through this fight. Because he initially gets taunted down, but they needed to kill him right away. And they buy a lot of time because they just aren't able to get, Vendetta just isn't able to get into the fight early enough. But once he does, all the CC spells are out of the way. Nothing can stop him at this point. That blast kill was quite fortuitous. But apart from that, I mean, they trade back for one more kill to El Major. But Vendetta's just going to run you down, get his quadra kill. I suppose this does buy you a little bit of time. So they weren't able to go for the Baron. They weren't able to go for the mid-tier 2 turret. But it's still not that great. They lose that bot side inhibitor as a result of that. And then bot... Actually, they do get a bot side tier 2, right? Bot side tier 2 and inhibitor turret both picked up for Watermelon here.
I mean, from the previous fight, we saw how the choke point is such a bad place for Upcar to pick a fight, right? You have Scarlet Petal dealing constant damage with his toxic smoke, I believe, and he has the Bramble Vest as well. So Coffee is not gonna deal as much damage as he wants to onto this Singe that is gonna run to your face. It's gonna get harder for Upcar on this point forward.
No, absolutely. And look at what happens because they know that Watermelon can just do the Baron. Like, Upcar Esports have to constantly watch out for that. No vision in the pit. They only have this ward towards the back end of it themselves. Coffee, he just steps up like that, but Vendetta's right here.
Oh, he gets deleted, instantly tosses Zizune back, and the cat is in the bag with that. Zizune will go down with the cat in the bag. That's 2 for 1.
Yeah. In case you didn't hear the first time, the cat's really in the bag. The cat's been let out of the bag, and the cat's gone back into the bag. That's what's happened to Upcar Esports. The Yuumi goes down. Zephyroff, like you mentioned, what happens when you put him on the Yuumi? Unfortunately, he's not going to have as much impact. We've seen him do so well on more active style supports. Now on a more passive one, he just does not have that same kind of degree of impact. Arashi's been put down into his Guardian Angel. This Baron's still slowly whittling down, but they will finish off Arashi before he gets anywhere close to Smite range.
Well, I'm not sure if I can say this, but I believe this is the nail in the coffin for Upcar.
No, you absolutely can. You know, if you want to, like, we can just say like GG, like we just keep saying GG for the rest of the game until it ends.
I do one better. We say Xing Xing.
For the Master E?
Yeah, man.
Oh my
that's
goodness.
basically what he does.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Your Yuumi jokes and your Xing Xing. Oh my goodness.
I mean, he has a Guardian Angel now, so he can just, you know, Alpha Strike.
He's unkillable. He's 5 items. He's full build.
And he has a Lulu with him. They're gonna power charge him, gets him onto Zizune. He goes down the final chapter, used defensively right here. Watermelon looking to siege this inhibitor, the mid turret. And Scarlet Petal, he has no care in the world for this turret. The roots from Smurf are on point so far. They get those roots and they get to siege this turret. The roots are once again on the 4 members, and the face breaker gets 4 of the Upcar members. Oh my god, this is the end for Watermelon as Upcar Esports, they bite the dust, they get smashed onto their face, and this time around, it's not the ostrich egg, it's the entire Watermelon smashed onto your face, and Upcar Esports, they cracked under pressure. Watermelon take 2-0 victory.
A great job from Watermelon here, just making sure that, I mean, a big part of this, because we now know that how the meta is shaping up, you know, with the insight from Sagi, gives us a little bit of a clearer idea on what's happening here from Watermelon. When we talked to Smurf the last time around, Smurf said, hey, actually, from how close our matches have been going in the group stages, maybe if you just practice a little bit more, maybe if you set up a couple scrim matches, we'll be looking even better by the time we go into playoffs. I feel like that's what's been happening with Watermelon. They've been more and more on form. Upcar Esports, not necessarily the best gauge of that, but they have been able to execute towards their team composition and strategy very well here. A big... I would say a really big reassuring win for Watermelon, knowing that the stuff that they've been preparing for, the stuff they've been playing for, continues to work.
Yeah, it's reassuring is the word right here, because last week, you know, they dropped the game against PSK, and we were wondering whether they can, you know, get back into form. But with the new meta, it favors Vendetta, right? Carry junglers, that's what they're gonna do. And Master Yi, oh my god, just so broken, man. I
don't know. RTP won with it, Watermelon won with it. It's broken. Must be broken.
He comes in, you can't even target him, he goes disappear. The final chapter couldn't really lock him down because you need three waves of the final chapter, I believe, to root someone up. So when he goes into Alpha Strike, he can't root up. So other than the final chapter, there are no really reliable hard CCs to try and catch the Master Yi, and Vendetta just run away with the game.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, and it's like the fact that you can crit with the Alpha Strike, like the fact that you now have this effect where you just keep attacking the same target over and over again, just so good for the Master E player. Vendetta is able to pilot it so well, and then he has this like incredible backlog and catalog of different champions they can play in the jungle, whether that's going to be a range carry, a range marksman, or that's going to be like the Master E, the Olaf, whatever he really pilots, always tends to be that hyper carry in the end. And at some point, teams are just gonna go, well, do we have to commit 5 bans really, truly, just to remove Vendetta's champion pool? And it's just not pragmatic at all. So he just gets to keep getting away with this. It's so wild.
Yeah, I feel like I'm obligated to do this. I'm gonna repeat what Omo did when he was casting the RTP game. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a broadcast to tell you that if you don't play Master Yi, ban it in your solo queues, because you see what this guy can do.
A PSA for all you guys back home. Make sure you're banning away the Master Yi. Yeah, I have to agree. It's definitely ban-worthy. 10-1 and 4. Not as good as his previous game scoreline, but I mean, he had just as much impact, and he closed this one out even faster. And one of the things that does catch our attention is the fact that Vendetta got 2 back-to-back quadra kills. Talk about a guy with pentakill potential. That's gonna be Vendetta.
Yep, going into tomorrow as well as the playoffs, I believe we're gonna put our eyes onto Vendetta and see whether he can get a pentakill, because he was getting darn close on getting in both games. Not to mention, not just one game, both games almost getting that penta, and Watermelon stealing it away from him. But never mind, you still win the game. So we're gonna take a little bit of a look on the stats here. Vendetta 21,000, not as impressive as the previous game, but given the time of the game, it's still really good.
Yeah, but you see what happens here. Upcar Esports put the pressure onto Coffee to perform again. Like, Coffee comes in here and says that, okay, well, I'm gonna have to carry, right? I need to play the Caitlyn. I need to have that impact. They third picked it after they got the Yuumi and the Galio. Going back for the Caitlyn, even before the second ban phase, I mean, it just kind of goes to show, like, Upcar Esports are feeling like they're in a bit of a rut. They're forced into a bit of a hole. And I have to say, Coffee is definitely still a good player in my mind. Like, he has that impact, and you've been seeing him perform well here. But because of how predictable it is, knowing that they're going to try and do for it, I feel like it's kind of a case of the pot calling the kettle black, right? Because I'm saying, like, hey, look at Coffee having to be the sole carry of the team, but Vendetta's literally doing the same thing. So I want to go to the extent of saying, if you want to do this, Coffee, look at what Watermelon are doing and emulate the same strategies. Get that same kind of impact that going. Rotate around, steal and siphon as much golden EXP as possible, because if you can get to that point, you really could be that big hyper carry.
Yep, Watermelon, even though the position is different, but the concept is right there. And if you want to hyper carry, Coffee, maybe take a page out of Watermelon's book here. But nevertheless, like I mentioned, Upcar Esports throughout the second phase of the round robin starting to, look a little bit shaky, I would say, because their drafts, like Sagi mentioned, pretty predictable, one-sided, one-dimensional. But let's put that aside. We're gonna go back and take a look on the highlights of the game between these two teams. As we start off, it is this big team fight right here around the dragon.
It's just a Master E montage video. It's not like you just watch. It's like Vendetta highlight video, Master E montage. I mean, it really is just his show, and we're all just kind of watching him play Wild Rift at this point. Thank goodness Zinkai gets to play, like, not Yuumi this time. At least gets to play, like I said, he gets to actually play a real champion and not just, like, tag along and watch as Vendetta just plays the game for him.
Yeah, I think this fight is actually where it really seals the deal for Watermelon. Coffee, without any frontline walking that far forward, if you don't get punished, then you're basically asking for it, right? Like, catch me. So he gets caught out, and then immediately Watermelon just turn over to this Baron. They wait for, Arashi tries to get some heroic plays, but not able to do so.
And one of the things that did definitely, like, shine for me a little bit with Watermelon is, like, they're a little bit better with how they play towards the Barons and the Dragons. Like, previously they've made a couple of mistakes with those, but now they've got them much cleaner. And then we saw this one. delivering over the 4-man route. I mean, Smurf just has to feel happy about that one, right? Just such an amazing performance for them. It almost feels kind of bad to say, because like very clearly they've invested so much into Vendetta, so of course Vendetta is in the forefront of discussion when we talk about like the MVP, but like so many other things are going on in the background to make him actually be able to perform to that extent, right?
Yeah, I think that's the difference between these two teams, like where you have Coffee, the hyper carry player, and then we also have Vendetta in the jungle. It's just down to how the team play around the hyper carry, right? Coffee, he tries to get a lot of experience and goal for himself. You even see he pick up the Vayne. He was good on it, but his team always falters around him. And not to blame, not to say that the players are bad or not, but it's just that they cannot execute what they drafted for. As for Watermelon, the entire team, they kind of know that Vendetta is the player that they have to play for. So unselfishly, they play for him and funnel everything for him. And Smurf, like I mentioned during game, his roots were on point a lot of times.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he really did have a lot of impact there. You know, you can't discount Smurf's impact these games. And we've had so much of that going on. It's really these guys in the background that have been able to get that going. We actually have someone from Team Watermelon to talk to. We have El Major. Let's have him up.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Yep.
So how does it feel to... Yep, sure, we can hear you. Okay, how does it feel to get a win against, Upcar Esports, which were kind of contending for the third placing as you guys? So getting a win against them, how does it feel?
I think it feels very good. I think we expected ourselves to also win again. Also expect us to win against them. And then last week also we lost to PSK, and I think this is a good feeling to win again.
Nice. I actually have a couple of questions for you, right? So last time around, you guys had to get the sub in to play because you were rushing home. What happened there? Like, how'd you feel? Like, were you like really like rushing, trying to get back as quickly as you could there?
No, actually I didn't rush home. I was taking my sweet time because I trusted my team. But when I go back, then they just finished game one. Yeah, they just finished game one, and then I saw it was a loss, so I checked whether they wanted me to play, and then that's what happened.
Okay, so part 2 to that question is, so you now it's not so impactful because you didn't rush, so you're taking your own sweet time. But now part 2 of that is, so now you've gone from Gragas jail to Lulu duty. How do you feel about that?
I think I'm more of a team player so I'll play whatever the teams want so that we can win I think the win is more important than the individual itself. Yeah.
Well, it has been working out so far, and we've seen the playstyle coming in from Watermelon, right? Like funneling everything into Vendetta and going into playoffs. Will this be the only strategy, or is there something else cooking in the Watermelon pot?
That one I cannot say. Maybe we will see Qingkai using the Timo top. We will never know.
No leak.
Well, definitely tight seal right there. So how are the preparations going into playoffs for Team Watermelon? I know you guys are like kind of like part-time and not really, full pros. You guys have other things to do. So how's the preparation as a team going into playoffs?
So far as of now, we have not scrimmed yet. But I think we have been playing more ranked games. Yeah, and we take this WCS as our scrim. So the more we play the WCS, I think the better we get. Yeah.
Okay, so question for you here: what do you think is the MVP of the series, Amidro?
I mean, it's 100%
Trick question. Make him feel so embarrassed, the ENG. I mean, it's like, oh man, who else are we gonna give it to? It's obviously gonna go to Vendetta, right?
Who knows? Maybe Smurf, because he played out really well. His root.
All right, let's pull it up. Let's see for ourselves. Let's confirm this information. Oh my goodness! What a shock! What a surprise! I could have never seen this coming.
How did he get the MVP of the series?
just look at this guy running around with his Master E and Tristana. I mean, Elmajo, I felt like your your good lenses are so much more on point. I think you definitely deserve MVP here.
I mean, yeah, regardless of the MVP, I'm fine with it, lah. Yeah, a win is a win.
How
good job with that.
How did the Master Yi came into mind into picking it up, just running around with the Alpha Strike? Was it because of the recent changes, or is it something that Vendetta really wanted to play?
I think even before the changes, I mean, we did play it once against Sam9, but then after the changes, and also I think RTP uses it, and then I think it's very broken as of now. So our team decided to use it.
Nice. And I think just like a final one from me. I don't know if DX anymore, but we were talking to the PathSeeker earlier, and they were saying like the competition is just basically between you two teams. They don't expect to beat Sen9 LFO, but they see you guys as their main competition for how deep they go. How are you guys feeling about that matchup with PSK?
I think regardless if it's PSK or anybody else, I think we are always very confident. Regardless whether we lose or not, I think there's always a lower bracket. So yeah, we will get our revenge. Anyway, upper bracket, lower bracket. Anyway, I think we will destroy them.
Good to hear. That's good confidence here. So anything you want to say to your supporters here that are watching WCS, MYSG, that are supporting and hyping onto the watermelon train?
I guess it's a thank you for supporting the team, and the team is actually Vendetta and Friends.
Oh, come on, don't do that. You guys are good. You guys are great. It's a good thing to see Watermelon playing as a team, and Vendetta and Friends or not, you guys definitely cemented yourselves as one of the top teams here. So wish you all the best and good luck going into tomorrow's match as well as the playoffs.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Vendetta and Friends, huh?
Vendetta and Friends. I mean, they literally made Zinkai play a character that doesn't even use his left hand. Like, it's all just spells only. He's a voice activated bot. Use your first spell, use your second spell, use your third spell, use your ult.
Heal. Oh god, right there. So yeah, that's about it. That's the second final day of WCS MYSG group stage. And how was the last dessert coming in here, Grandin?
Tastes good. We had the chef's special. It kind of came in. I was pretty close to returning some of the dishes, but I have to say dessert was pretty on point. Gave us a really good flavor sample of what we can expect from watermelon. As mentioned a bit myself before. I just feel like it's so refreshing, right? Like watermelon's so refreshing. And the team as well. I really love the energy. I love Elmajo's energy whenever we have these interviews with him. He's just such like a positive guy. It's like, I play the Lulu, I play the Gragas, but the team wins. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, and it's a good thing to see. Just make sure the team wins is what's important, because no matter how good you are as a player, how mechanically skilled you are, down to end of the day, it's still a 5 versus 5 game. So the better team always wins the game. So good thing coming in from Elmajo. It's just whatever the team wants me to play, I'll play it as long as it wins us the game.
Yeah, and it's like you think back to what's been going on, right? I feel so much for like Elmajo and all, because when I play with my friends, like I'm always like the Vendetta. Like I ask them to like sacrifice themselves for me, give me the resources. So the world only functions because there are guys like Elmajo that play for the team, so that guys like me can be selfish, guys like Vendetta can be selfish and just play to have those highlight reel moments.
Oh god, when we look back at this, it's definitely a good reference to how a Master Yi can solo carry a game. However, you do need to keep in mind that it is a team play, so solo queue players out there, Master Yi mains, I'm looking at you guys, because if you pick it up and you try to funnel yourself in and your team doesn't help you, don't blame them, because
let your team know in advance. Don't just like impose yourself on your team, say you guys have to let me carry you. It's like make sure they're all on board with you before you start going all out with the Master Yi strats.
Yeah, so far today we started off the day with appetizers and all, with the new patch coming in, new items. It's starting to come out a sample size as to what the meta is about, what the items are important, whether Hullbreaker is game changing or not. We see RTP pull that off. However, some teams they both built the Hullbreaker but couldn't really do anything. The only thing that got broken was their heart and also their winning games as well. So going into playoffs, it's definitely something to look forward onto, especially with Shen and Karma coming in.
Yeah, it is quite interesting when those two champions are going to be released. I think that's around the same time as when the Dragons will also see a bit of change. And with the Elemental Rifts, I mean, that's going to be a very, very big shift from what we've been seeing so far. So I have to say that Karma actually really excites me. Like, I've been hoping for like the Karma introduction for like a really long time. We actually have the standings coming up right now. So while we have that coming up, and I can continue talking about this, because like Karma to me means like late game scaling definitively, and that is so good for teams like Watermelon, really nice for teams like LFO. Like, we are about to see a paradigm shift unlike any other so far.
Yeah, the boost that and the shield that is able to provide for the entire team definitely favors LFO as well as Watermelon, because we talk about them trying to be, they live in the chaos, they thrive in the chaos, and with the Karma coming into for playoffs, I believe it will favor them. However, this is the standings thus far, and I believe there won't be any much changes coming in. The only change that a lot of us are hoping for is reach the peak. They finally broken the egg and got one win against TODAK. So no more zeros on the standings here.
Yeah, no more zeros. Everyone's got their time to shine under the sun. We still have a couple more matches tomorrow. I think RTP and TODAK could look to bump that number up a little bit, but I think TODAK is going to have a really tough time. So maybe RTP get a chance to pull back a little bit against Phantom 6. But we are looking at a very, very close bracket with the rest of these. I think with Phantom 6, they do end up beating RTP, going 7-7. Okay, Esports with the PathSeeker. Then we have 7-7, 7-7, 7-7. It's just a three-way tie across the board. Very interesting what could happen.
Yep, so guys, do tune in for tomorrow's matches. I believe in a while we will be seeing the graphics of the schedule. And right about now, let's take a look at the schedules tomorrow. We will be opening the day with RTP versus P6, followed by PSK Upcar, and then the TODAK Sam9, and finish the day with LFO versus Watermelon, which I think a lot of us will be looking forward to. These two teams that we always say they thrive in the chaos. So who is better in living between this, disjointed fights and trying to get what they can wherever they can, is something to look forward to.
Yeah, there's a lot to still be seen here with the playoffs coming up so soon, and with the tiebreakers potentially coming up on Sunday. Like, I'm looking quite forward to seeing what these teams have in store for us. When Sam9 mentioned it, talked about it earlier, was probably still not seeing like peak from LFO, not wanting to give away too much information. LFO, yeah, copium a little bit. And did you not just have a perfect day of predictions today, Diak?
Yep, I am feeling so great right now. This is the
my goodness.
This is the first time for me. I mean, first time for me getting 100% prediction of the day.
Just like Watermelon's taken time to warm up, you've taken some time to warm up to get introduced into the broadcast. You've made yourself at home here. Now you're just like smashing off us in the predictions. That's wild.
Oh, that's a good way to end my time here in WCS MYSG. I believe last week I kind of said the same thing too, but it's good, I get an extra day on broadcast. I'm thankful for it. It's always fun to be here casting some Wild Rift and seeing some actions, and definitely today's matches are eye-opening.
For sure, we get to see a lot from these teams, and we're looking forward to see what else they have in store for us. The run through playoffs and then into regionals and then into like the global competition. Like, there's just so much work to be done. The meta is shifting up, it's changing, evolving. So there's still so much to be accomplished, and we are really hoping for like the overall success of the MYSG region, so we can send more than just one seed into the competition in the future. because we do end up going straight into the playoffs, I mean, that is a greater chance of that happening, and we just getting rewarded for that up to that point. And for all you guys back home, you know, it's been a pretty amazing day with all the matches going on. You guys can jump on to social media, follow the WCS MYSG there, follow some of us, and join in the conversation. We've had a bunch of memes, and you know what, Dia? I'm going to let you have the final statement because it has been a great day casting with you. It's our first time together, but you've smashed it today.
Well, thank you very much because honestly, coming into this cast, I was a little bit nervous, casting with the one and only great Grandin, but I pulled it off, and although I still have a lot of things to, work it up, I'm thankful for the chances. So, guys, follow us on our social media, WCS MYSG as well. We're gonna close up the day on a pretty, high note as well because we did see some almost penta kills, a lot of quarter kills coming in. So very interesting shift in the meta. So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll catch you on tomorrow. This is TODAK and this is Grandin. See you guys.
Here we go now. Here we go now. I say you can never